Today at the grand finals of the VALORANT Challengers Philippines, it's going to be an exciting time. But we're only giving away one slot to the Masters. No big deal. Not really. It's kind of just all right, you know. Only it's just the biggest VALORANT event of the rest of the year, except for, you know, champions. Oh, cool. But my name is Illustrado, just to talk about that. With me today, gonna be my co-panelists here, the amazing Trix and Viminal. How are you all feeling on this fine Sunday afternoon?
I am so hyped right now. So hyped.
Every time I see that video, it's just like I'm so excited to play Valorant.
Yeah.
And then I realize I'm not playing. I'm just spectating and doing an analysis.
So
today.
hyped that, you know, I'm going to be grinding tonight.
I feel like I know you were honest and I know that was genuine, but the way you said it was just so disingenuous to me. You're like, I am so hyped.
But I am.
Believe me.
I am.
I mean, we are. Okay, let's be honest here. We are hyped up about the matchup because, you know, ArkAngel's doing better, sure. But let's face it here. We kind of wanted to see a BREN Hashira or a BREN Empire. That would have been, I think, a little bit more up my alley, up my flavor preference. I
think the majority of the viewers know exactly what the casters were hoping for, or the talents were hoping for, based on that little.
Let me just say,
disclosure.
for the record, it was kind of funny that most of us predicted Hashira, and then we all basically predicted wrong.
Except for you and oh no,
Vil.
except
No,
for
no, no.
you
Except
and Vil.
for me and Vil.
It was Vil and
Trix.
and Trix that predicted ArkAngel correctly.
Well, who knew that they would start to show up to like yesterday? Like of all the days for all of them to get together and play well, it was yesterday. I mean, they out of nowhere seemed to suddenly perform like a well-oiled machine. Not very well-oiled, but you know, still definitely a lot of an improvement as opposed to the other days. Let's talk about why that is. I know you have a little bit of insight on this, Trix. What the heck made them go, yeah, let's get into gear? I know we talked about this in the car on the way here, but I feel like, you know, let's tell our audience why you think that they suddenly played like the old ArkAngel
Before
that
we
we
do
know.
that,
Yeah, before we do that, you know, that's a good idea. Thank you for teaching me guys how to do my job. Empire Esports versus Hashira. That was what happened in the series one of the day, and it was a really amazing game from Empire and Hashira. But it felt like with the roster change, with the late roster change, I'd say, and Hashira just seeming to find the groove later on into the game, it's proved to be one of the best matches, best series of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch. Z7Z replaced Stiletto. Stiletto now being relegated to the sixth man of Empire Esports. Now, we're not quite sure if that was the right move based on what happened in this series. But, you know, you got to give it to Hashira for playing really, really well. Jeremy and, of course, Hatred. I just want to say it with a bit more character.
Hatred really doing well with that Bucky, and is it Asarai that likes to call it that mid-range sniper?
Yeah, Asarai.
mid-range sniper.
Hatred just proving it right there. Just
It
like
is.
I will get all the kills with the Bucky. So I think it really was an amazing game. Hashira showing so much potential. Empire Esports honestly underperforming in my opinion. I really did expect them to do a lot better, but I feel that Hashira's movement, their communication, the lurking that Jeremy did, especially in Haven as we see here, opening up the sites, it was just so much more well executed.
I want to tell you something funny. I was having a chat with the Hashira boys last night, and they were telling me how the communication in this match was going, and apparently they would all go A, and what happened was is out of nowhere, Jeremy would not talk for like a lot of the time when he was
so
lurking.
focused.
He's
Lurking,
so focused,
yeah.
and then then out of nowhere they just hear someone go, "See clear, see clear." This is mid-A hit, and they would just all rotate. This happened like 4 rounds in a row.
I mean, that's basically how it happened. And we were also surprised, even as we were spectating the game. You know, Jeremy.
He was there too. Like we didn't
yeah.
even notice.
Jamie was like, "Oh, all right, he got a pick off here, and then from across the map, everyone's gonna rotate, and it's gonna work out."
I mean, it's just funny to think that like in the middle of a pro team, you have one guy going like, see clear, and everybody's like, oh, you've done the thing.
Yeah.
You've done it again.
I mean, it definitely plays into their unpredictability.
Yeah.
And it's important for teams to be unpredictable, but it's entertaining when a team is unpredictable to themselves as well.
Yeah,
So
I 100% agree with you, and it's entertaining, and I think that's why I'm such a fan of Hashira. Is because they're so exciting to watch because they have these flashy set plays that may not always work
Yeah.
out, and they have this flashy play style with like you know their duelist Jeremy and Hatred, who are sick and they're so cool to watch.
Yeah.
But they sort of need to grow a little bit more in terms of the fundamentals, I think. There was a couple of instances when they really want to go for more kills, even though they should just take they get 2 kills, they should fall back. You know what I mean?
I mean, we were talking about how, having set plays are really cool, having a playbook, etc. But, as Trick said, the substance in between that is way more important.
It should be like the icing on the cake,
Yeah.
in the words of Tricks over here yesterday. But for Empire, we were having a little bit of a discussion as well on the player swap. They swapped out Stiletto, and I feel like that really changed out the dynamic of Empire, and that sort of took them out of their playstyle, because previously they were, phenomenal. But they wanted to get, I think, a different result this time against BREN, and so that's why they wanted to change up the line. The problem is they ended up losing to Hashira.
Yes.
It just seemed to me that Empire, as I mentioned yesterday, wasn't as malleable as we've known them to be. And again, yes, this may come with the player, but it also may just come with the mentality. And the entire point of Hashira being so unpredictable, even to themselves, is of course going to take Empire off guard. So I was actually quite surprised with their match against ArkAngel, which we will discuss later on anyway, but just want to throw that out there. To me, I voted ArkAngel and I want ArkAngel to win, but Hashira's performance was surprising.
Yeah, and one of the other things that I definitely wanted to mention is I not only chatted with some of the members of Hashira, I also had a word with some of the Empire members, and I asked them about their loss, and they were all like, a lot of them were like, honestly, we weren't even salty about that match because of how good it was. Like, the match was just that good that they couldn't have, they said themselves, we can't be upset over this loss because it was really a good game.
Yeah.
And in the end, it really was. I mean, what I loved about that game, and I really think it was the match of the day, just the difference in play styles, just how they clashed together and sort of were reading each other. It was just such an exciting game all throughout, and you can't deny it. I'd really rather, if I lose in a game in like matchmaking or whatever, but it was a really good game, I'm not gonna be too upset. It's just how it was.
For me, I always get upset when I lose.
Yeah, we know very well.
Unfortunately, that happens quite often.
I'm okay, win or lose. Like move on to the next game. You okay?
I don't know where
Bruno? You alright?
I'm just remembering what happened last night when we actually had a game. And I was so tired when I got home, and it just did not end well, folks. I'm sorry to the people who I teamed up with on ladder last night. You're probably watching right now.
Yeah, and now we have to deal with his insufferable just complaining just all throughout the day. He's gonna be this all day.
It's all good. It's all good.
But is it though?
I'm professional, all right? Personal is going to be different from work. Today's work, it's going to be all about the teams today, folks.
Right. Let's see if, and talk about series number 2 and see if Viminal actually can find it in him to not make it about himself today. It's series 2 coming up. It's going to be OG versus BREN, and that one was a little bit of a grudge match as well. Of course, Oasis Gaming performing a little bit better, and as we all know, they changed their playstyle quite a lot. The first map was Icebox, and they surprisingly brought in Young Pork, who was, if we're going to be honest, and I think we all agreed on this, rather amazing.
Yes, 100%.
Yes. He was very good. He was performing so well. I was hoping though that their attacking side, especially on the Icebox match, would be better. It just, I just felt it was lacking a little bit in terms of their attacker.
Well, I mean, if they probably had a smoke or a flash on top of it, I feel like it would have gone maybe their way,
We were talking about how an Omen could supplement the Viper walls and how well it would work as a tandem. And yeah, we were just speculating how well it could have gone, or maybe they would have taken the map had they picked an Omen.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna agree completely. Like, it just felt like their offense was lacking in that punch that they needed to really break through the sites, because they used their wall, they used the wall of the toxic screen towards B, and then they tried to entry A without any smokes or flashes.
Yes.
I mean,
it's gonna be really difficult.
It just looks so dry. I mean, I've been saying that the whole time.
And it's BREN. It's like, what do you think? They don't know how to hold crossfires? Like, you have to force them out of those crossfires,
Definitely, but on their defense, they were amazing.
They were rather amazing
on their defense side.
Well, I do have to attribute it a lot, honestly, to two players, Beats and Young Pork.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
These guys were just nuts. They hit every shot, and they played very intelligently as well.
Yes, it was amazing. Some of the plays that Young Pork did and Beats did in that map, I just wasn't expecting it. And the fact that they were not giving up, no matter how grim it was looking for them.
Yeah, and I, for one, am really, really happy that Young Pork is seeing a lot more action on the field. Him being a sixth man definitely deserves to be in that roster. Glad to see him in rotation more often. But, both
Display.
Beats and Young Pork,
How do you
had
win
some
this?
really good clutches. But yeah, dispenser,
The
that
dispenser.
pixel shot.
That's disgusting. Like he's under pressure, getting pushed out, and he still finds the perfect, like the tiniest of angles to win the round.
The priorities that he definitely has set in his head, like they're diffusing. We
Yeah,
gotta get that person.
Fall back, isolate. Actually, not even isolate the angle. Remove the angle completely. Deny that pressure, and
Yeah.
then just take the fight against whoever is diffusing. What a really amazing set of movements from Dispenser. I think that was one of the brainiest plays that we've seen all tournament. I'm gonna be honest. That was just so brainy, next level 200 IQ.
It definitely highlighted their experience in
Yeah.
esports.
I mean, for sure, because on match point rather, on map point, and under a lot of pressure, getting
Yeah.
pushed out,
Yeah.
time taken away, running out of bullets. Who would perform under such circumstances? None other than Dispenser. What an amazing play from him. But let's talk a little bit about the overall statistics here. As you can see in in this game, Haven. I think this was the third map, if I'm not mistaken. It was Borkum going up 2.6 and 290 combat score versus Brain Freezes, 1.2 KDA and 228. Definitely not OG's finest map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 13-4, and of course, BREN just doing BREN things, being way more coordinated in their set plays and executes as well. And really, it's that extra layer, extra dimension of play that we were talking about. It's not just about better aim duels, it's more about the synergy of utilities and just keeping in mind those cooldowns, etc.
I also enjoy seeing Dispenser on the Killjoy, and not just on the Cypher. I think it's very interesting. I mean, we all know him to be a good Cypher player, but we all know him to be a really good Cypher player. But he's proven to be also an amazing
Yeah.
Killjoy player, and that's just him being great on the Sentinels.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's a Sentinel player is a combination of all these things, sort of. It makes a lot of sense, and they were able to put things together, put the pieces together. OG later on, especially in the second map. But it just seems like BREN just had the most experience with this. But in the meantime, Series 3 was important. I mean, we could hear, quite honestly, we could see rather quite a lot of improvement from both teams. I mean, ArkAngel, Hashira, I feel like ArkAngel woke up.
Yeah.
It was such a good improvement from ArkAngel. It feels like they were more in sync with each other.
Yeah. Well, I still don't want to count. Like, I still don't want to move on yet from OG's performance. I think OG has grown a lot as a team, and I know that me personally, have seen them really being the Godoers show a lot of the times. But with this new lineup, with the Young Pork, with the Beats, I just feel like they're also able to let other players shine. And maybe it's because Godoers was somewhat underperforming in the maps. Maybe that could have been the issue. But also that the other members really stepped up, and that was
Yeah.
really good to watch.
I mean, even if Godoers was underperforming during that time, the fact of the matter is the other teammates were able to pick up the slack, and we knew deep down that they were able to are capable of doing that, even though they weren't doing that before.
Yeah.
Now it's a welcome change.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just the overall improvement here of OG. It gives me hope that they'll find more success. They'll rely less on Godoers and sort of just
Yeah.
build a better play style as a team. It does seem like they're improving their fundamentals, and
really does.
it's really shining for them. However, just BREN still being BREN, you can't just improve and then suddenly beat BREN. You have to go the extra mile. You have to go over the limit. That's how you beat BREN. I mean, we got close to doing it because the team ONF got close to doing it because they really went above and beyond. Honestly,
Yes.
they played it quite amazing. Just faltering at the very last few steps, but it came really rather close to it. Now, as we talk about the next matchup here, we do have to move on. In the Series 3 highlights, it's Hashira versus ArkAngel. Now, Trix, I told you at the start of the show I sort of wanted to talk about this
Yeah.
before we lingered onto OG. But in terms of ArkAngel, you had a chat with some of the players as well about why they suddenly got better.
I would have to word this carefully. But really, for me, it would just seem that, as I've mentioned off the desk many times, one of the difficulties about being a team like ArkAngel or being a team like BREN even is the amount of pressure that is involved with the name of being that team. And watching ArkAngel, I understood that kind of pressure because I've been in that position before. The pressure of needing to perform when you're still finding yourself as a team because,
Yeah.
like it or not, you're still technically a new lineup. Like you still have a way, you still have ways to go in order to find yourselves, to find your team, and to find the niche of your team.
Yes.
And ArkAngel performing somewhat off in the first day, or definitely off in the first day, kind of breaking that expectation of they have to perform and the realization that they bleed and they're looking for themselves and they're finding themselves and they've found themselves a little more. And I'm excited to see their continuous matches because it seems that they'll just keep finding themselves.
I just want to point out one thing. How stupid good is Hatred on that Bucky? Like, how many multi-kill rounds on full buy does he get these ridiculous kills on that Bucky? I mean, you just saw it. And then there's that ridiculous triple peek in hookah where just time and time again, he's going to find angle isolations and shorten or lengthen the range at which he can take these fights and then just isolate and win these 1v4s or 1v3s.
Yeah.
Like, what?
It was very, very crazy to see it happen on multiple occasions. It's not a fluke. It didn't happen just once. It would happen all the time. And even on an eco round, him being on the Bucky, you know, it's. I still don't write off the eco round while I was watching the game, just because of Hatred being on that shotgun.
I definitely don't as well, but moving forward from now on, all of the teams should be expecting Hatred on that Bucky.
Oh, yeah.
So he's definitely going to need a different strategy up his sleeve.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll see if it plays out for him, but I definitely think he should be sticking on it a lot more in the meantime. Just maybe getting a little bit more experience. But for the total head-to-heads over the first matches, ArkAngel actually took a win on Hashira's map pick, which is Icebox. Now, let's talk a little bit about Icebox. So the set plays were really good. The set plays were good from from Hashira, but it seems like everything Hashira did, ArkAngel were able to counteract and respond so much better.
So the first part for me where Hashira was really struggling started in the first half. And this is where we saw ArkAngel's improvement and learning process from the first game they ever played in Icebox, where they did use Viper, but as we mentioned, Viper felt like there was no impact with having a Viper on the team. They changed that on their match against Hashira and used it to deny information, to take information, and to challenge Hashira to force angles that they probably didn't want to force to begin with.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, we had Hashira on the defender side. Amazing, great plays, great strategies. I remember there was one mid attack that I thought was amazing, right? They flashed mid. Sorry, this is when Hashira was still attacker side. They flashed mid, Jet peeks, and goes straight into kitchen. He got 2 people from ArkAngel. The next time Hashira tried that again, even though it was rounds away, ArkAngel knew exactly how to counter it.
Yeah.
So that, to me, is ArkAngel's professionalism right there. The fact that they're just thinking on their feet.
I mean, even on the defensive side, Hashira has some really cool ideas, some very aggressive defensive plays, like jumping over that A-side wall with the Rays and the Jet simultaneously, trying to push back the ArkAngel squadron onto B-side. But it's just, ArkAngel was really able to get a read on it. No one got picked off during those 2 attempts of Hashira to execute that set play. And they just instinctively rushed to B and was able to take the site with little to no resistance.
I think the reason for this is, again, good understanding. Perhaps if they delayed that play, like they focused on mid first and then they went for that play instead of doing it off the bat, that might have been a little bit better. And the reason I say this is because if you notice, they didn't have a Sage, and this is what ArkAngel noticed as well. They found that hole. They found that nobody was playing really mid and that mid was weak, which stopped them from going A. So they're like, we don't even have to hit A so much. We can just go mid because their mid is weak. And so whenever Hashira did that, that quick attack that they had on A, no one was on the receiving end of it because they were focused on mid.
And Hashira should have just opted for give up B side.
Yeah.
just full give it up, play for 5-man retake, I think that would have gone a lot better for them. But again, you have to think about the lineups. It's a little more difficult for them to do the retakes considering they used the ultimate skills
Yeah.
on A side, and it's a lot.
Yeah.
I think for watching two games, like two series matches of Hashira, I have noticed that there are very clear tells in the team. And I would like that team to definitely work on removing those tells that make it very obvious at what Hashira's next move is going to be.
I feel like that's fair. I think that's fair to say. But on the side of ArkAngel, let's talk about ArkAngel now this time. Vimin, I'll start with
Yeah,
you on
yeah,
this
yeah.
one. So ArkAngel, they did a lot better, but would you say that they're the ArkAngel of old?
The ArkAngel of old, I'd say they were very reminiscent of that, of the ArkAngel that we've grown to be fans with. Ching and Modski actually popped off
Yes.
last night. That was incredible to see. Ching with those multi-kills on that operator, on that aggressive jet. Modski just snowballing with that Reyna. Doing their jobs really, really well. Very impressive performance. And we were seeing how tight their crossfires were, how tight their anti-lurks were, and really just lived up to the name, the prestige of ArkAngel.
Oh yeah, well I'm going to 100% agree because ArkAngel showed us that not only are they resilient like they showed us before, but they're also adaptive. Like, they
Yes.
can take a hit and come back from it, and I think this is something and reinvent themselves as well because I think playing that well as well as they did yesterday showed that they were adaptive, that they had to go back to their roots.
Yeah.
The reason that they had to go back to picking crazy picks like Viper and whatever.
Yeah.
But we'll find out if they can continue that trend as we take a look at the upcoming bracket of the day. This is the journey that we're going to be taken on as we progress further and further and closer to the summit of the Valorant Mountain here in the Philippines. So the grand final, of course, is BREN versus ArkAngel, but this is the path that led us to here, 2-1 to ONF, BREN ONF, 2-0 to OGTFO, and this, the rest is history. I'm not going to read out everything, but it was a series of great games. Like, almost every series that we saw was basically 2-1. How do you feel? I mean, I know it's exhausting, but how great was it that most of our series were like 2-1s?
It was surprising for me initially. I wasn't expecting it to be that close.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the teams to grow as much as they did. I wanted them to grow. I said that I had hoped to see that. But it was a pleasant surprise to see how far the teams had come to this
I mean,
stage.
it's super cool that we're getting a lot more of these close matches. Historically, we've been getting a lot more 2-0s.
Yes.
And decisive 2-0s. Now the scoreline is a lot closer, and now it's becoming 2-1s in a best of 3 series. So this is really great for the local scene, and we've noted in the past that the local scene is getting much tighter, much closer to each other in terms of competitiveness.
Yeah, right. So I had to make a power rankings this morning. I made one, and picking the top 5, I'm going to
Yeah.
say it was incredibly difficult because I think you would all agree with me, and maybe the viewers at home, that the top 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5, the rest of them, not just the top one, are so immensely close to each other. So there's like BREN, and there's like 2, 3, 4, 5. How close are the rest of the squads?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we were to do a power rank right now, we would probably have a lot of disagreements between 2, 3, 4, 5. But one thing we can agree with is that BREN is still in a league of their own.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If I could make a power rankings, I mean, and I did, and I would probably not even go for 2 to 5. I probably should have gone for like 2.1, 2.3, 2 point.
True.
It's a lot. But speaking of our opinions and power rankings, we also have predictions for the rest of the day. We're going to show it on your screens and see what the casters thought about how things are going to go. Asarai with a bold and Trix with a brave 3-2 prediction. The only casters that believe that it was going to get this far. We got Black and Blue, Dax, and Ray and Viminal. You guys went for a 3-0, and I think the rest of us, it's me and Taylor, Tayror, and Vil went for a 3-1. So it's pretty split as to how it's going to go.
Honestly, I'd love to see ArkAngel take this matchup and or go 3-2 or perhaps 2-3 in favor of ArkAngel. We need someone to take the crown away from BREN. BREN has been at the top for the very longest, and it's good for the scene to have a very, very strong competition.
You know what I think, and I'll be honest with you guys, I don't want to be biased to the chat or whatever, but I'm going to be 100% straight out. I know that a lot of us want ArkAngel to win, just because we want someone else to win.
No, but
and I know BREN has said it. BREN probably wants someone else to win as well, or maybe
because they want to get even stronger.
Exactly.
And here's the thing, okay. I predicted 3-0 because, not because I'm a bias or whatever. It's just based on historical data that would be the most likely outcome. But I'm welcome to be proven wrong, as is everyone else on the talent board. We're welcome to be proven wrong.
Yeah, but before we talk about anything else, we want to show you guys something that we have been working on. Speaking of players from ArkAngel, we do have a feature video from one of the members. And Josh S. has shown us that he is immensely talented and immensely capable of doing the amazing. And to break it down for you, join me, Ilustrado, on Galawang Pro Gamer.
In game number 2 of the VALORANT First Strike Grand Finals between ArkAngel and BREN Esports, ArkAngel's Josh S. stole the spotlight with a breathtaking double-kill clutch and defuse on the 4th round in Haven to steal the momentum away from BREN. Hard work, dedication, and last but not least, the skills. The recipe for these top-notch plays during high-level competitions. Ever wonder what's going on in the mind of a pro as such moments unfold? My name is Ilustrado, and this is Galawang Pro Gamer. Let's run it back. BREN Esports owned game number 1 in a spectacular fashion and was looking to continue their dominance with 3 consecutive rounds under their belt in the second map, Haven. Come the 4th round, the boys in black and yellow start feeling like they have the wind in their sails and that nothing can slow them down. ArkAngel's Nasmi starts the round strong with an opening frag onto Dispenser with only a classic in hand. Borku meets the same fate shortly thereafter by walking all alone into A, into a 3-man crossfire and getting taken down by PBD's pistol, giving ArkAngel access to 2 dropped rifles from the BREN side. The round is going well for ArkAngel, finding a 2-man advantage, but BREN bite back by taking the C side guarded only by an under-equipped Johan. Things are looking good for ArkAngel, but once that spike went down, things took a turn for the worse for ArkAngel squad. ArkAngel, from a 4v2 advantage, suddenly dropped 1 by 1 at the hands of BREN's Ching and Dubstep, defiantly holding off the retake and leaving the last agent standing, Josh S. Santos, in the hot seat.
After we lost to the first map, which is bind to BREN, I knew to myself that we have more room to prove ourselves and beat BREN.
Josh S. on his breach, alone, battered, but unbroken. And with only a stinger in his hands, needs to overcome 2 attackers and defuse the spike to win the round. But can the young blood find a way?
As the young blood of the team, I still do have the pressure going through when performing in a competitive tournament. However, I utilize my pressure by converting it into adrenaline to make my aim and game sense more accurate.
Low on health but overflowing with guts and adrenaline, Josh S. slowly walks into C double box to pick off a recently repositioned Ching, which may have been considered a lucky peek, but the truth was very far from that.
I heard Omen TP to side, so I walked directly to Lugs to try to get him off guard, which I did, and the last info for Jet was C-Long. I only had an aftershock. It was a hard duel to do because the Jet had an operator at a distance. So I quickly made the decision to utilize my aftershock by blocking his vision and surprise Dubstep by picking while it explodes.
You heard that right, straight from the man himself. Josh S. finds Ching, bringing us to a 1v1 against the very well-renowned Opper himself, Dubstep. Josh S., knowing he is at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, position, and time, knows he needs to perform a miracle to win the round. And that's exactly what he does. Josh S. picks up the fallen opponent's weapon and uses his aftershock to obscure the vision of Dubstep. And knowing that he is against an Opera as well, he also swings wide behind his own ability, making him an even more difficult target to hit. And that's when he does it. Lining up the shot with ease and precision, he demolishes Dubstep from long range with a headshot that rocked the veteran Opera to the core. All of that under immense pressure to bring back ArkAngel and keep them in the running.
That's going to be pretty difficult here for Josh S, but if somebody can try to make it work, it's going to be the young blood of ArkAngel. Into the corner he goes, but Ching is tucking himself in. Josh S gets the clutch. Dubstep still has the cross, but this might provide a little bit of cover. Peeks out. Perfect! Josh S just knows how to do it with that breach mechanic.
What was that shot from Josh S? Dubstep left, shocked.
And did we mention he picked up the op too? The VALORANT Challengers has officially started. Can ArkAngel's Josh S remain in top form? And how about you? Will you rise up to the challenge?
To all aspiring Valorant teams out there, come and join the upcoming VALORANT Challengers 2021. We will be waiting for you guys.
Registrations are open and ongoing. Your road to the Masters starts here at the 2021 VALORANT Challengers. Don't forget to like and follow the PPGL page so you don't miss out on updates related to the VALORANT Challengers. My name is Illustrado. See you on the next episode of Galawang Pro Gamer.
If you want to be featured in the newest play to grace the stage of Galawang Pro Gamer, all you got to do is sign up and be part of the VALORANT Challengers Tour. Registrations are actually still open and ongoing for week number 3, and we'd love to see all of you new young bloods challenge. You know, the old guard, the veterans here at the VCT of VALORANT. And you know what I miss even more? Josh S. playing on the Rays. I think we all agreed on this a little bit earlier on. But my name is Illustrado, and you're joining us on the panel right now. This is Trix and Viminal. But before we talk about them, I've got a little bit of something to talk about with you. If you want to be a winner of some really cool prizes, 1,500 plus VALORANT points, and we know one of the winners actually was here today. You know, she actually casted the previous match. You know, Mika, she's over here. Thank you again for casting that previous match. If you want to be just like her, all you got to do is this. We're putting it on your screens right now, Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the stream with a caption of which team you're rooting for. And, of course, make the post public so we can see it with all these hashtags. A total of 15 winners will be selected at the end of the day. So get on that share button, like and follow, and you know what to do. Use those hashtags. Now I'm going to bring it back to our panel over here. The beautiful, the handsome, the bold, the brave, and the very good at VALORANT sometimes. Trix and Viminal, how are you guys doing?
I love that intro. But yeah, I'm just super stoked to get into today's games, my man.
Yeah, well, me too. I think today is going to be very interesting. BREN versus ArkAngel. It's tale as old as time. This rivalry has been going on since forever. Will today be any different?
It might be, because ArkAngel's coming in with a different mentality.
Yeah.
Okay, well...
Different mentality, different roster, different results, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's a very good chance, but I think the right time to do that and to break down things a little bit more is when we come back from this break. And of course, the people that will help us do that are the casters. And you can watch them on these channels right here. It's going to be on English and on Filipino. So for English, head on over to twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And for Filipino, head on over to facebook.com/PPGLGG. All of these, both channels rather, will be in English panel. Okay, so you're going to be stuck with our faces. Sorry, there is no Filipino panel. Deal with it. Just kidding. It's been a great time though, but yeah, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we're going to be starting with the first series and obviously the last series of the day, the grand final between BREN and ArkAngel, where we will be the Willy Wonkas and determine who gets the golden ticket and go to the Masters. We'll be back in just a second, and don't go anywhere.
don't you watch me do my thing. Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world. Nobody should know stand is strong. It ain't a good time. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Don't you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow. May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Please, babe. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Post na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Welcome back to the Valorant Challengers, and it is going to be the grand final. We are going to be giving away one golden ticket to the Masters. My name is Illustrado, and today I'm going to be your Willy Wonka. And joining me, of course, going to be my Oompa Loompas here today, Trix and Viminal. How you doing today, Scuba-Dee-Doo?
It's the first time I've ever been called an Oompa Loompa in my entire life. Here on the Valor Challengers desk, of all places.
I get
but-
it, right? Because it's a golden ticket.
Yeah,
it's a golden
It's
ticket.
it's a little gold ticket from chocolates that you open the bars or something. With
I'll
the
have
chocolate
fond
factory.
memories of that.
I mean, we're not going to
story.
turn kids into
Childhood.
chocolate or anything like that, but we are giving away a golden ticket to
that
the
what
Masters
happened?
here. Yes,
I didn't know
it was
that.
a very brutal show. It was a very brutal movie. Willy Wonka was not a kids movie. I'm just like,
That guy, probably the most evil fictional character in existence.
Yeah.
Like,
one of. I mean, there's like Sauron and whatever, and then there's Willy Wonka somewhere near there.
Emperor Palpatine, whatever.
Yeah, he's up there. You know what I,
I
mean.
didn't know that.
But
okay.
let's go ahead and talk about the grand final matchup: BREN versus ArkAngel, and once again, tale as old as time. But let's talk about the BREN lineup itself. We got some of the best players in the country. Gonna pull up on your screens right now. None other than the famous Borkum Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse, Vash, and Humi. Now, recent roster change, and this is something we want to talk about. Humi, the newest member on the squad, was replaced. It was the replacement of the newest member of ArkAngel, Ching.
Yes. It's kind of a bit of a switch there. Ching was the primary smoker agent for BRN Esports, and then he switched over to ArkAngel, and shortly after that, Humi took on the mantle that Ching used to hold. So, very interesting narrative that is about to unfold today. I do believe this is the first time that they're going to be facing off in quite some time, since the new roster change.
Yeah,
Possibly.
and this is going to be a very telling story. Let's be honest here. Ever since Ching moved to ArkAngel, it hasn't exactly been the most successful of runs. Until yesterday, when he started hitting his shots, when all of ArkAngel woke the hell up and did what ArkAngel is supposed to do. That's the first time we've seen them perform like ArkAngel normally does perform, which is honestly a breath of relief. And gives me hope that there might be more than a 3-0 here today.
I think ArkAngel definitely. We were talking about Ching and BREN and how he just wasn't performing as much as we would have liked him to. And we felt that his role was restricting him in a certain way. Him moving to ArkAngel, we can see really how much skill Ching actually has, especially on that duelist role.
And when you let these players shine, and when you let them play in their most comfortable setting, then of course we see their true potential. And we definitely saw that with Ching yesterday. He was absolutely popping off, fragging out on that operator jet, as of course with Modsky as well.
Modsky's so good.
Talking about the lineup, however, for ArkAngel, let's go ahead and pull that up here. The roster of the Fly Boys, the black and white Fly Boys, Ching, Josh S, Carl, Modsky, and Johan. Okay, first of all, let's get it out of the way. Modsky was sick yesterday.
Yes.
Like on the last match, he just steamrolled, snowballed, and was absolutely out of control for the entirety of the day.
Yes.
I like how you just agreed with me and said
mean,
nothing
It
else.
was unanimous, okay? I mean, like, Modsky dominated the whole day. Enough said.
Enough said.
That's what we
Okay.
enough said.
Well, to add on that point, we had a look at Hashira's play with Jeremy, right, on that Cypher when they were playing against Empire, and he was opening sites alone a lot. And Modsky just brought that play right back to Hashira. Just playing by himself, being patient, waiting for the picks and all of that. And that's exactly what they needed to bring to Hashira. And I'm just wondering, against a team like BREN, the fundamentals of ArkAngel are more or less there.
Yep.
But there needs to be something a little more. There needs to be that finesse, that added value of these are the set strategies, this is how we're going to react. That split decision making. And I'm not sure with ArkAngel recreating themselves right now, I believe it can be a close fight, but I'm not sure if it'll be a win.
You know what I'm actually thinking? I think ArkAngel seems to be the direct opposite of Hashira. Because simply for the fact that I feel like ArkAngel's fundamentals are genuinely so good and understanding of the game is so good, but they're lacking that flash. And
Yeah.
on the opposite side, Hashira seems to have like so much flash and all these set plays, but they need a little bit more work on
Yes,
fundamentals.
the structure,
And then
just the
Empire is
base.
sort of somewhere in between. You know what I mean? Which just goes to show there's such an interesting dynamic in the top five
Yeah.
right now of the teams here. But we're not talking about the top five. We're talking about the current top two. So in the meantime, I want to talk about this really quickly. The chances. What are the odds? If you could get a numerical percentage, what are the chances that ArkAngel take a win here?
ArkAngel taking a win.
Yes,
like
a
complete
win. A
over
complete
BREN.
win and go to the Masters instead of BREN.
I would say it's like a 70-30.
Okay.
Because ArkAngels, again, we've said it. ArkAngels got what it takes, but they don't have the polish that they need in order to take a team like BREN.
Okay.
And honestly, I don't think there is a team right now that has that polish that they need for that split decision making, for that ability to go against a team that strong.
Honestly, I'm going to have to reverberate what you said right there. 70-30 is what I think the odds are as of this moment.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to actually go for an 80-20, simply because of the win conditions for ArkAngel. This is how ArkAngel needs to win. First of all, each and every one of them has to hit all of their shots. That's just
Yeah.
because they need to. Second of all, the win condition is that BREN loses focus for a few seconds, and they just don't play like BREN. Third is the maps have to go their way. The favored maps of ArkAngel have to be really in their favor. In order to even get to like maybe a 3-1, because BREN can play pretty much everything except for a couple of maps. So there's like maybe 3 or 4 conditions that they have to fulfill even to get close to beating BREN. I think it's very highly unlikely. But the one thing that gives me hope, and the reason why I still have that 20, is that ArkAngel, for some reason, much to the frustration of their enemies, always pull it out in the end. They pull out this ArkAngel magic business. For some reason, they pull it together, and nobody understands why.
Even though they're going to be down for the count on the first half, even the 10-2 scoreline that we saw previously, they would just come back in the second half and close it out for a win for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about being ArkAngel gives you some magic voodoo, juju, whatever. But it makes it exciting.
Yeah.
You know, it's so, I don't know, plot armor or something like
Plot
that
armor.
ArkAngel have. But let's talk about the players themselves. What kind of armor will they be bringing into this? Plot armor, is it? Maybe not.
That's the best thing.
That's
to
the
put
best
it,
thing.
I think.
I feel like ArkAngel has plot armor.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely feel like. But here's the head-to-head. Dispenser versus Modski. Two players that went nuts yesterday. 265 on the Sentinel, Dispenser. And Modski 239 on the Reyna.
Another day in the office for Dispenser, but this was definitely a highlight for Modski. We saw him go on those flanks, on those lurks as the Reyna, and as you mentioned, Trix, Reyna can be a very good lurker as well because of her ability to reset and snowball, get those multi-kills, and Modski was just able to do that and more.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like... I think it's part of the ArkAngel magic that if Josh Esch isn't hitting his shots, and let's face it, he wasn't. He was like 1 and 13 at some point in the map. And then Modski comes up, who we've never seen step up before. What's going on here?
Well, possibly just adjusting to each other, adjusting to their playstyle, or being easy on themselves, I think would be the most important factor. Just being easy on that pressure that they most likely feel, being ArkAngel, the name that it holds, the title that comes with it, but also realizing at the end of the day, they're able to make mistakes too. We've seen BREN bleed. ArkAngel can too.
Yeah, yes. I 100% agree with you. But let's talk about where the bleeding will occur, where the maps actually will be today. We've got the map veto coming up for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be choosing the battlefield at the moment, Ascent, Haven, and Icebox. All right, so Ascent, definitely one where ArkAngel has shown a little bit of a weakness in.
But selected by them.
But selected by them. And at the same time, though, I think they chose this because they know BREN hasn't been great on Ascent either.
Oh, that's true, yes.
And then we have Haven, of course, wherein, you know,
it is what it
Esports.
is.
We know this to be like their strong map. Right?
Yeah. And then there's Icebox, which I think both teams are genuinely, honestly, a little bit shaky on. Yeah. And I'm surprised that ArkAngel actually even let this through. Because if we're being honest, I feel like they should have banned Haven.
But isn't it a best of 5?
That is true.
So they must play all the maps, right?
That is true. That's so. I guess we're seeing the first 3 maps.
Yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah, yeah.
And ArkAngel did pick Icebox, hopefully bringing out that Viper.
Right.
Although to be fair, with the way BREN is looking on Icebox with no duelists, they have the Sentinels, the controllers, the initiators. It makes me worry for ArkAngel's ability to retake those sites.
Yeah. Well, if and maybe they play as they tighten things up. Maybe they'll have a better game on Icebox. I'm not convinced Icebox was the right choice still.
Okay, here's the thing, guys. We've seen so much of BREN on Icebox these past few days. Who else thinks they're going to bring something else to the table in this Icebox game?
Oh yeah, they're probably preparing like some sort of like double smoke lineup.
I've memorized
if
what
they do,
BREN
I'll be
does on
so
Icebox
happy.
already.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be so happy.
the most likely thing that I see them picking is Yoru. Because I genuinely feel like in this best of 5, we might see BREN pick up Yoru. That's my prediction.
So a Yoru double controllers.
Yoru double controller and,
then 2 initiators. Or
one
still
initiator and a
Sage?
sentinel probably.
Yeah, okay.
That would be so cool to see, but I just basically think they're going to switch it up with a couple duelists here and there.
Yeah, well, the duelists actually, they have been exploring a lot of no duelist compositions. Obviously, the Korean playstyle has been shining through with them quite a lot, even with the other teams. But, we'll find out. Enough about Korean because we're in English and Filipino for now. Let's talk about the languages. Filipino and English streams right on your screens. English commentary on twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And for the Filipino commentary, you can head on over to facebook.com/PPGLGG. That's where you have got to watch, ladies and gentlemen. And all the panel sessions are, of course, going to be in English. Let's talk about you guys for a second. If you want to hang out with us, there's only one place to do it, ladies and gentlemen, and that's on the virtual Hangouts. And let's talk about how you can hang out with us exactly. Going to take that spiel out in just a second. Give me a minute. And yeah, there we go. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now as the Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And that's it from our current sponsors for the meantime. We're going to be going into the series, so for the last time in this first segment, my name is Illustrato. Joining me is Trix and none other than Viminal. We have been your panel hosts and your analysts here, but it's time to give it up to the real deal, the casters, to tell us the story of how the grand finals is going to be. So, casters, it's all yours.
I mean, are we really real? I pinch myself and I'm like...
Am I still asleep?
Yeah.
Is this reality? Here we are, though, Mr. Asterai.
Yeah, anyways, guys, welcome so much to the Best of 5 Grand Finals here for our Stage 1, Week 2. And I have another try-hard pickup line. It was black and blue for the first day.
I'm not ready for this. My heart, I'm not prepared.
Oh, you're not prepared?
No,
you're not prepared? But you gotta be, because right now I'm gonna be dropping it on you, man. I feel like you are a Reina. You know why?
Why?
You know, guys, Reina means in Filipino queen, but you're not my queen, man. You're my empress because you just mean everything to me.
Can I just walk off set now?
I mean, and you can dominate me if you want to.
Oh my god! Whoa!
That's why I don't call you my queen, because I want.
Okay.
I'm on that other level already.
I think this is not the time and place for this, Mr. Asterai. But we are going to be getting into a best of 5.
Yes.
You know, sometimes when you do want to treat your king or queen right, you bring them everywhere you can.
Of course.
And in this case, well, BREN and ArkAngel are going to be bringing each other to every single map that we have here in Valorant.
That was awesome. Just to interject, I believe the production, by tradition, you have to give me a 1 to 10 for that to pick up line. It's okay. Be honest, be as harsh as you want because I want to improve.
I think it was a little too long. Like if you made it more snappier, my feet would have been swept away. But I'll give it like a 6.5.
Okay, production was like 10 when I said the dominate part.
No. I mean, if it's a different kind of thing, maybe that's a 10. But
okay.
that's
Anyways,
let's get into
going
the game,
back to the brass tacks at hand, he talked about how BREN is going to take ArkAngel for a nice little stroll along along the views, the sceneries of Valorant here, the first or the all of the 5 maps. Now, realistically, during the predictions, when we were asked, what did we think was going to be the outcome, I answered 3-2. That is me, I think, being a little bit more hopeful for the side of ArkAngel because, again, I talked about how they looked incredibly shaky during week 1, but week 2, it seems like they're slowly putting the pieces back together a la Lego style. And it's looking really, really nice right now, especially with Ching popping off so much yesterday.
Exactly, and we really saw the step up there from Team ArkAngel. I do gotta be honest though, I did go for the BREN 3-0 still, and all across the board we went with BREN. But we are gonna be getting into Ascent, and I'd say, Mr. Asteroid, in terms of predictions, there's a reason I don't like doing, gambling and all that stuff. Because I usually do it with my heart rather with my mind. It's just like, okay, give me a question. I'm going to answer it right there, right then. I don't even know what maps are coming our way. But now that we've seen the map pool, and we saw the first 3 maps, which are Ascent, Haven, and Icebox, I really got to think that ArkAngel has some plans with their initial picks. Ascent is a map that honestly is avoided by BREN from time to time. They know how to play it. We've seen their lineup game so strong on it, but it really feels like they want to ban it because they know many teams are comfortable within that map in this local scene. In the meantime, Icebox, it'll be interesting because I really feel like that's going to be a matter of how their comps are going to come. Will BREN Esports go for that no duelist later on? Will the Viper still come from ArkAngel? But that's a question for later on, as we are going to be starting us off in map number 1. And it seems like we are already seeing the Jets into play for Ching and Dubstep.
Yeah, we did see BREN really struggle in this particular map, especially when they're on the attacking side. Whether it's the teams just, really good with how they set up on their defense, or just BREN lacking the how do you say this, the entry fragging prowess to get into the site really makes it that difficult for them. But I think having Borkum on this breach is going to be fantastic, especially on Ascent. Just kind of like something to kind of watch out on YouTube for our viewers here. If you guys know Nosy, I don't know, he's like the NA rank 1 Radiant right now. He mains a breach, or is a flash main. He really shows a lot of his strategies on Ascent, and I think at least BREN might have think along the same lines as that, and might try something with their own breach. He's really filthy because you can flash so many points on Ascent without even flashing your opponents, but flashing your enemy, or not flashing your teammates, but flashing your enemy. Sorry.
Sure. If you can figure out a way to flash your teammates and still get the kill, then you are already a god amongst men. But BREN Esports, I gotta say, historically, they did pretty much finalize their breach jet combo on a map like this. So here we are going to be getting into Ascent, but ArkAngel, absolutely no slouch. And like I said before, I really feel like BREN avoids this map not because of their play, but because everyone else's play is just a lot better from what we've seen so far on this map. Teams like AA going to be attacking first, though. We got Omens on both sides, Killjoys on both sides as well. Sova's going to be there, but it's double duelist here for ArkAngel as Modesky and, of course, Ching is ready for his homecoming return.
Just gotta say as well, guys, that we are still at the patch 2.01. No nerfs on the Frenzy, no nerfs on the Reyna as well as the Stinger. So you're seeing a lot more of the automatic pistol in our matchup here, and teams like it. They want to do it. They want to use it. It seems like there's going to be a setup onto the A site. I do like this, as the short will be first contact. Borkum's going to peek it out, but look at that. A surprise already as Modesky and Ching started off, and that is going to be the taking down as well Humi. And Vash might be out of position for this one.
Oh, Jesse Vash though getting a bit of a shot, but Modesky shrugs it off and even throws the leer down. ArkAngel off to a very hot and fast start. You can really see that they are trying to prove themselves immediately here. BREN Esports in the meantime, the curse looking to be continuing here because it's all up to Dubstep now. Pistol rounds haven't really been the best thing here for BREN in the VCT, and it really just has been them trying to stay alive. Dubstep right now, waiting around, does get scanned there. Here comes the shot dart, and Dubstep with a kill onto Johan, but with only 27 HP. It just might be his life forfeit coming into this one. ArkAngel with a really good setup there on A site and a really good push from their duelists.
Saving a ghost is not something you want to do now. Of course, guys, gonna remind you that, yeah, you don't get more money when you save up. And the ghost not really the best. Down to 1 HP though. And Dubstep still showing that he is a threat to be reckoned with. And Carl, Modesky as well, losing their lives, will have to buy up into this round. maybe wanting to use only the frenzy so that, you know, the next turn after this one, they could maybe buy the rifles. But they got to buy up because they have to respect BREN might also go for a force.
Yeah, and we've seen this time and time again from ArkAngel, actually. They did it in their semifinal. They do have a lot of respect for their opponent. And this is one thing they want to keep up coming into this whole playoffs. They knew they had a really shaky start this week, and from this point on, they just wanted to have the best arsenal they can have every single round, and now we see them doing it again to try and secure that 2-0.
I'm very much kind of wondering how ArkAngel are going to be able to, you know, play this one out. Here's one thing I'm going to say. ArkAngel are playing another kind of like competition before this. Of course, it's all in, you know, it's all within acceptability because they played it and it's all done now. But that just means that they have like a tournament where they can real time try their setups out before they went up against BREN. So I think that was a really good tester for them. Any case though, dubstep with a Bucky is very dangerous to try to deal with, especially at that range. JessieVash is going to be using his Aldrone here, using the timing on that smoke, knows that there's a couple more onto the mid side, but as he throws out these shock darts, he might get rushed in, and he immediately just backs away. Uses the recon dart, but it hit the Grail at that mid area, and he has to just, you know, deal with it. But Borkum comes out, takes out Carl, flashes out Ching there, and they cannot get that refrag.
Yeah, and BREN doing a really good job to control this A side. They got to pick off onto Modeki, made it really easy to get rid of the Reyna, and they can actually get that gun if they would like. But mid now, seeded to ArkAngel.
30 seconds left.
Thinking about going over to that B site. We still do have the Sova and the Killjoy there defending that area. And what is going to be the plan here for Dispenser? Smoke's coming on out. Johan looking on around. Ching in the meantime leading a charge against his former team. And there you go, Dispenser. Gonna get dispensed there by Ching. JessieVash in the meantime trying to get the backstab. Gets the headshot and the kill out to Johan. And with only a few seconds to spare, ArkAngel able to put this spike down.
This is pretty much doable because even though ArkAngel has control of the site, they have, you know, the weaponry. Ching is down in terms of HP. This is very doable. If they can destroy the turret here, or maybe even the Paranoia, Borkum can sneak right in, and he passes the perimeter of the Paranoia, and that is going to be perfect from him. Not the perimeter of the Paranoia, but the perimeter of the turret. And they planned it. They knew that the ability was there. They knew that the opponents were in the back of sight, and he just snuck by, beautifully executed by BREN.
What a steal there from BREN, and just the pickoffs happening at the right places at the right time. Mochi was all alone. He got taken down. We saw a loss of life there by the Cubby side as well, and Ching couldn't make it in time to get the refrag. From that point on, with some low HP on the side of ArkAngel, BREN able to get the cleanup and get that round steal. And this is such a good time now for BREN, because not only did they get that second round, they now have the guns. ArkAngel doesn't. What's the plan now here for AA? Seems like B site might be the answer.
I'll just set up with the smokes for the moment, because if you're going to put only one smoke on mid, whether it's on A or short, it gives you a little bit of understanding where the opponents are going to be. If you try to put it on arch and directly on mid, you know that it's going to be a short play. When you put it a little bit deeper, it does allow you, the defenders, to kind of push a little bit more aggressively. But if they don't, you get more map control that way. And that is what's allowing ArkAngel to kind of just like simmer around on their side of the map around that mid control. Nice little shot there from Josh S. Yes, I did not see that. And he just allows an open up here for BREN, especially when BREN actually has the rifles. Still, Sheriff on ArkAngel, very deadly.
Always. Any gun is deadly here on the side of ArkAngel. You can put the Frenzy, you can put the Sheriff, the Stinger even, and he will still stand a chance against BREN Esports. It's great to see this rematch from First Strike, but looks like this is going to be the second strike here from Dispenser to catch out Josh S. Humi also holding close. Ching going to be dashing on in just to die, and Humi, the man who has replaced Ching in this lineup, holding the line alongside JessieVash. These guys are some of the hardworking players in this lineup, doing more and more and more, and this A site held together by this sheer perseverance of BREN Esports.
How many times has Humi defended a site, an angle, a point of entry by the attackers, just as an omen with his Paranoia? I think it's more than we kind of assume, right? That's why I think he shows his stock for the BREN team. He's not as explosive, but sometimes he does pop off, and when he does, BREN just, you know, rejoices in that fact. Anyways, 2-1, that was a weak buy for ArkAngel. They're gonna have the rifles right now, and they're gonna also have the access to their own Hunter's Fury. Carl's not gonna let that go to waste. People keep saying that JessieVash is kind of like the Soulvash of the Philippines, but now it's just going to be a quick charge right there, and that was always able to get in through the back of the opponents there. Dubstep, what a ninja.
he got flashed. Everyone got flashed there. I think Johan got flashed. He got dubstep even getting a bit flashed there, and everyone's just running on in around like headless chickens. But in the end, Ching does get the kill onto dubstep after the aggro play from BREN. But with Humi in the middle, you gotta see that BREN Esports has the advantage again. And there's one thing I want to note right now, Mr. Asarai, as Josh S looking to hold the line and catch that Borkum. Can he get another kill though? That will be the question as he's trying to find an angle, find a target here by mid. BREN though respecting the prowess of Josh S, even though he's on that killjoy. But as I wanted to mention before,
yes,
I love how Humi's name now has the BREN tag. I'm just like happy about it.
He waited a month.
Yeah, he waited a month, but you know it's still symbolic in a way for them to do it in the grand finals.
That is very, very true. Because I think there was a point where maybe the casters were thinking, actually I was thinking, if this was a, what's the word here, temporary thing for Humi, maybe he's just auditioning, trying stuff out with BREN.
He's still a trial, but you know, he's really making a name for himself.
Exactly. And that just means that he's proving himself as that fifth man for BREN here. They wanted to find somebody who can fill the void that Ching has kind of left. Like you said, right? It's a homecoming for Ching, but it's also a kind of trial by fire here for Humi, because they put him in in places in tournaments where BREN has to really step up, and he has done the same thing. Now down to 4 seconds, Josh S will just have to just save up this Vandal of him, and just to kind of finish what I'm going to talk about as well here is I really like the play style right now for BREN. It's kind of not really reminiscent, but if we look back from yesterday, from the semifinals to Hashira was one of the teams that utilized as well flashes with hatred as the Jet rushing right in to his opponents. And it's such a deadly thing because when you're flashed, you can't do much but like spray and pray and hope for the best, right? And this is what they're also using on their defensive side. They're not waiting for their opponents to rush in, they're rushing themselves and catching their opponents off guard.
Exactly, and BREN Esports is a team that is a master of the flash and dash. You got one of your most potent stars in Borkum setting it up for dubstep, and dubstep now, the upper hand is the way to go again. The operator in his clutches. Johan though trying to go for a bit of a push. ArkAngel, they had that hot start, as you mentioned, they were playing earlier on into the day, so it really made sense why they could just go out of the gates, guns a-blazing. But now BREN Esports, knowing that this is the grand finals, shaking off that usual jitters, and with dubstep holding this line, tries to go for the shot, the Owl drone. Oh no, the detain does catch out dubstep, but he is quite far away, and this might actually work out in favor of BREN because ArkAngel can be looking for this one player that has been detained, but Josh S with the gun in hand, dispenser now goes down.
I'm kind of wondering why Humi just went for the full duration of his ultimate and not faked, going outside of the site and then waiting for the lockdown coming back in. I don't think BREN, or rather ArkAngel, was looking to the right where Humi was boosted, but in any case, they do lose the one. Let's see if dubstep can show a little bit of his worth there. Missing the second shot onto Car, gonna be very crucial, but his teammates will try to pick up the slack, although leaving dubstep to his own devices with 65 HP and a dream is not gonna be enough. And looky here, Ching right behind his former teammate and just obliterates him with the blades. You got an operator, I got the Blade Storm, and there we go. The tactical bags are being shown here now in game one.
Exactly. The student learns from the master. Dubstep, honestly, one of the, I'd say, freaking players of the tactical crouch. Ching, though, saying, I've taken your job for another team. I'm going to be doing that to you, too. Ooh. And not only that, seems like the operator in his clutches. Will we see a kind of student surpassing the master system here, Mr. Asarai? Is this gonna be the story of Ching just getting past BREN Esports, or will it be BREN, of course, holding together, holding strong, adding in a new member to the coalition and really fitting that role well? We'll find out as we have more rounds to go. Johan though gonna get spotted. Dubstep in the meantime. Seems like operator also gonna be in his clutches as Johan decides to TP on away into the sidelines, into the loving arms of dubstep there. And yet again, this cubby hold from BREN working out, but Ching does open it up. And apparently it's Ching who saved on the Phantom. BREN buying a new operator, my mistake there. But this is the AA squadron trying to get more mid control so far.
Man, Ching's so angry with how he plays. I think angry is not the best way to work, or maybe aggressive with his plays there, able to just challenge all of these peek outs by BREN. And that's like the thing about BREN that is a hit or miss for them. Granted, it's something that you have to do as a team when you're in these kind of really tight situations, is that you have to challenge angles where normally if you're like just, a ranked player or something, you won't really do that and just wait for opponents to go in. As defenders, BREN likes to push out a little bit more, and Ching is basing his play style, his his positioning on that fact, and he is catching people like Jesse Vash off guard, and this is what's allowing ArkAngel to keep their toes a little bit more. Now Dispenser is going to be throwing out the Nano Swarm. I do very much like this because this chokes out the control of that lane, and Dubstep is here to rock the party. Carl is going to be defending on Logs, but can he actually be able to survive? Looks like that's going to be a yes with 14 seconds and a dream, and Dubstep obliterates him with a classic.
Good comps. That is just a measure of good comps. It's basically Dispenser saying, he's low, he's low, he's low. You don't need to use the operator. You don't need to risk that lesser fire rate. And BREN Esports making it happen again. We saw ArkAngel though a while ago getting that round with absolute gusto and speed. And it does feel like if ArkAngel can get past Dubstep without losing a member, it is a lot easier here for AA since, as you mentioned before, the aggression here from Ching, something to watch out for. Modesky, of course, can pop up at the right place at the right time. And AA doing something a little bit different, leaving the spike in the middle, but that Omen, that's new. That's new to me.
How is this gonna work out? They don't have... I'm not sure why Johan is playing there. He doesn't have his ultimate, so...
I think it has an angle on a main. I think it sees a little bit. I'm not too sure. I do want to test it out in the custom lobby later on.
Oh, because they want to cover more of the mid.
Yeah.
Because maybe if you're like in a different spot, it's gonna have a little bit of opening for either the left
flash
or right.
dash. Maybe the flash dash. You just get away from it and then you shoot if the jet does overextend. But hey, ArkAngel, this really goes to show they've done their homework and more. Not only because Ching is in their roster right now, but they really understand that BREN Esports is the team to beat. They still want to avenge their loss there from First Strike. Johan right now staying on the other high ground right now, looking on around. The thing is though, Humi is waiting for this instance. One-way shenanigans yet again from our Omens. Johan now dropping on down. A slow play here from ArkAngel, trying to make an opening, but the Hunter Fury gonna get unleashed. And Jesse Vash looking for someone to tag, but no one home so far.
This is a very slow play that we haven't really seen from ArkAngel before, but this allows them to kind of, create a little bit of map control for themselves. That mid-smoke play did kind of help them out, but with 25 seconds and a dream, they have to clear out this lockdown. Gonna have to expend Carl's ultimate there just to deny this. And Dispenser will finally be shut down at the CT point, at Defender's spawn, but Jesse Vash is a surprise right here in the back of sight. He's not gonna be able to deal one in, but Dubstep, he's here. Finally gets shut down by Josh S. Ooh, Borkum activates his own ultimate, but did that stop the plan from being dropped down? No, Spike will get planted down. Humit's left to his own devices. Know that one is going to be playing here on market, but cannot stop the obliteration coming in from the bullets of his opponents. Down to 7 HP. He will be using his Shrouded Step to try to get an angle, maybe fake out his remaining 2 targets. But it's still not going to work in the end, and the shoot through the smoke is going to be enough by Ching, and a nice little play there by ArkAngel.
As I've been trying to say before, just have to avoid that operator, avoid those sight lines, but I gotta commend what ArkAngel did there in terms of adjustment. It was a lot slower than we expected. We were thinking, okay, they need to rush on in. They need to be able to just shock and awe BREN Esports and what they want to do. But what they did instead was just get away from the sight lines, wait for some of the rotations here and there, and find ways to just juke out BREN in their initial spots. From that point on, they went to B site, they got the plant, and they took the win. So ArkAngel really improving over the past few days, really learning their craft, really honing their craft yet again. And as I said yesterday, if you're an AA fan who has stuck on a while, then you have to be proud of this team because they're really coming back to form. The question is, can they make it to their peak perfection? Can they get as optimized as possible at the right time here against BREN Esports?
This is looking pretty optimized as of the moment, 4-3. It's looking pretty dang good. Tactical pause is going to be used. It's not a technical pause compared to yesterday, guys. So that means that BREN is taking a breather. I'm pretty sure it's BREN because off of a high, off of a win on that one, you don't really see a team that just, got the W on a round to tactical pause. Sometimes they do, just to kind of make more solid their strategies, but this has to be BREN. In any case, we are just looking, like I said, for that 4-3 here, Dax. And honestly, we've seen the different faces of ArkAngel in the past couple of rounds that they won. There was a fast one, there was a slightly slow one, and there was a very kind of tactically set up one as well.
Yeah, really goes to show the AA squadron. They're sticking on around, and from the tack to the tech. Seems like there's a bit of an issue happening right now for some of our players. Gotta say, it's a bit unfortunate we're not on Icebox right now, where we have the penguin stories. Where that's what we always do in Icebox.
Actually, do we have a penguin here or just the bears?
It's just the plushies having like some dinner or something.
Can we see the wine again?
Can we just like watch the plushies having a bit of a date?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, Dubstep though, big step up. 10 kills already. Humi with 8. Carl and Ching though, 7 apiece. Gotta give it to them. But here we are. Might be getting back into the action. Oh, there you go. We're all good in the hood. AA now 1 away from tying things up. Not only that, Asteroid, they have the Empress, they have the From the Shadows. It might be a quick one here. Dubstep though, gonna be trying to hold if ever. Dart though does come first and foremost as Jesse Bash trying to give some intel to Dubstep, but the Owl Drone will say hello. There's a bit of the wall bang, but he can't penetrate that with the rifles. So instead, AA will have to give up that free kill. Dubstep gonna be hiding by the shed instead, trying to stay away from the shock darts. And Modski eventually gets the tag in the bag. Here comes ArkAngel right now, pushing forward. Modski now chaining his kills. Josh is also on the board. And this is now the quick and easy way for AA.
Last player standing.
That probably was a mistake for Dubstep to kind of, wait in that position and not expend his dash to get out of harm's way, because the B-hops, it's nice and all, but when you're up against a team that's already expecting your play, they can hit you, take you down, or even just deal some substantial amount of damage. And he wanted to play at Boathouse. Once Dubstep did go down, they knew. There's a Sova drone right there. There has to be Jesse Vash into the B site. They rushed right in. They caught him, and they supplemented that B take by only using Johans from the shadows. So it was a really nice fast play from ArkAngel. And what this also allows them is that they still have Modski with his Empress. It's really, really strong if they're going to try to, overwhelm a site. And having it just kind of maybe gives us maybe a show that it's going to be a 4-5 coming into this next round.
Yeah, we'll see though. That's Dubstep trying to play in the middle, and Modski from the chains to just getting jailed there by Dubstep immediately. Good takedown by BREN so far. The flashes yet again from Borkum, helping out the Jet to get some free kills. But in this case, ArkAngel still sticking on around by B side. We do have the Sova though of Carl trying to get a bit of that intel. And the thing is, Mr. Asteroid, with this new configuration of Team ArkAngel, the remaining 3 members before the whole split happened are the ones really leading the charge here in terms of comms. Of course, there is going to be Ching and Modski giving their own ideals, giving their own kind of plays, but it really goes to show that the AA core is still what matters. Dispenser though with that takedown, Ching going to be going on down. Jazz hands though, and that will be the detain on Dispenser, and Johan will get a kill for free to make it a 3v3.
I still love how BREN was able to kind of stop that using the Aftershock as well as the Nano Swarm. Does kind of deny ArkAngel a free take into the site, and because of that, Jesse Vash wakes up. Now to break down what just happened, Nano Swarm as well as the Aftershock slows down the take of ArkAngel, and they could not take the site for free because the lockdown's duration was already expanded. Granted, Dispenser had to pay for his life, but that delay still stopped ArkAngel, and they were thought like, guys, we have the site, and check out this replay real quick. They're like setting things up, and they weren't even looking at B stairs because they thought that they had it.
They thought they had all the space in the world and more. The detain might have been the only thing they could have gotten there. And in that case, it was just Dispenser sacrificing his life for the greater good. And a really good call there with all of the stalls in the world and more. No way to really go for the push. AA though, they have to be careful of that cubby time and time again. Dubstep has been getting some kills, but look at how Modski has adjusted. He realized the real source of threatening our reserve was here in the middle. The alarm bot will say hello just to say goodbye, but without Borkum right now setting up the flashes, Dubstep needs to make his own kind of plays, and he's looking for the Sova right now. Maybe, just maybe, Carl gonna be there on the other side. They're just by the staircase. They're right beside each other, Asteroid. They should be able to hear each other there with their breaths. For Dispenser and Modski now getting one apiece. We do have the Jet though of BREN backing on the way to Garden, and interesting enough, ArkAngel just playing possum there, but has the advantage so far.
He has a line of coverage here, and he misses the shot. Not the easiest to actually be able to get that one up. Josh S just sets up a alarm bot and hopes to God that nobody's going to punish him, but that's a little bit too wishful thinking. Modski able to at least pick things up with the kill onto Humi, and now Dubstep is waiting on the seams. There is Ching already, who is half, or actually very low in terms of HP, but he's trying to run away with his life so that he can get the spike planted down. They charge right out and they challenge. Modski gets a 4K, but Jesse Vash does deny the plan, and now BREN is looking 6-4 with Vash with the tactical bags.
Jesse Vash also getting into it. You already know if it's this guy in the game, these guys are going to be going all out for this matchup. BREN and ArkAngel continuing on with BREN up by 2. Modesty now popping off as expected. But unfortunately, the positioning there from BREN Esports just a lot better on that B hold. As you said before, also ambitious there from Josh. It's like, I'm gonna put my little pet in front of you. Please don't touch it. Please don't touch me. And BREN's like, why not? Let's just kill you right now. As the Blade Storm will be coming our way from ArkAngel. BREN, I believe they'll be considering it as well, as the Blade Storm is also up. Hunter's Fury though, and Dubstep will be able to catch out Modesty, so the Punisher gets punished yet again, and BREN Esports counterplaying the counterplay, but Ching down below. Dubstep completely ignoring the jet there, and now Ching will be able to get another kill and make sure that BREN will take notice as ArkAngel now pushes on to B side. Jesse Vash through the smoke just to die. All up to Borkum now.
Oh no. Borkum, he gives away his position, but he wants to go for that safe spray so that he doesn't get rushed in, thinking that Johan might make a big play from his own paranoia. This does leave him in a numbers discrepancy, 3 versus 1, and it's not looking good. But again, if anybody can make it happen, it could be Borkum. They're going to hear the drop down, and he's not going to check out B main, and Carl shuts him down.
You see his screen though, he was ready to flick just in case. And I like that proactivity. He knows the more dangerous angle is the lane itself.
Yeah.
But in a 1v3 scenario, what can you do? Sometimes Borkum time is going to be on break. You know, sometimes it's a bit on delay. And he is, of course, on assist duty right now at the bottom. But with 6 assists, really helping out Dubstep time and time again to get those kills. But ArkAngel, the counterplay got countered. And Ching is just saying, bro, you can't ignore me. Why are you updrafting past me? Why are you getting someone else? And because of that, he just gets 2 kills with his Blade Storm instead.
No respect.
No respect.
It doesn't, like, bro, we were teammates before. You know how good I am. You know how good I am.
Yeah, I might be the younger gun. I might be I'd say, the beautiful face of ArkAngel right now. But this is just, you gotta respect that kind of prowess. And there is a reason why Ching is on Duelist right now. He has left the team for a good reason. He has made sure that this role is defined here on ArkAngel instead. And here comes the lockdown. This is going to be the last round. And was that shock dart going to be connecting? It was Carl getting the kill onto Borkum. And Dispenser will fall. AA saying we also need to know how to make these lineups count. Recon dart going to be into play. And Humi now has to back on that. He only has the Bucky. And what else can he do? The Sheriff might be all about those taps. But the Empress is there on the other side. And as BREN Esports now trying to play the flank. Dubstep, can he find 1 kill? Modesty though with that takedown. Here comes Dubstep. But Modesty turns around to get 1 more takedown. Jesse Vash still alive, but this round might be over as time ticks on away, and ArkAngel can tie it up at the end of the first half.
Jesse Vash is going to have to try to make something happen, maybe even make an expensive round for his opponents, get spotted out, and I just wanted to say here, Dax, somebody tag Average Jonas right now, because even here in VCT Philippines, we use his lineups to deny the lockdowns.
My god, what a play there. He just got a really good kill also on Borkum, which is such a big deal. Without the setup from the breach, it will be so difficult for Humi to actually go on in with a Bucky, so difficult for Dubstep to get more space, and even though we saw BREN get the flag, ArkAngel tie it up to 6, and this is a really good sign for them because Ascent attack a bit harder, honestly, compared to the defense. Now they're feeling very confident, and just looking at the map pool, really, really good picks by ArkAngel so far.
That 3-2, at least with this game 1, is looking really, I would say, successful right about now. Possible, there you go.
I mean,
Possible.
I don't, I never disagreed with you that 3-2 can happen, even though I said 3-0. Just like, they asked me without even giving me the map pool. I was just like, okay, that's my answer. I'm gonna take a nap now.
This is why it's called predictions.
Yeah,
anyway.
the predictions. Maybe if there's something on the line in the future, I will take these more. I'd say with more research, but it really just goes to show that AA have done their own research, and it really is them showing up again and again. Johan doing an incredible job there. Humi will go down. Power the Frenzy still in full force, and the AA believing in themselves and making everyone else believe in them.
And Johan, if I'm not mistaken, has like decades of experience already playing with Mineski back in the day. He's able to get a lot of wins under his belt, and honestly one of my favorite players because I feel like even as an Omen, he's able to procure a lot of clutches for his own team. Chingdo is going to get flashed out by Borkum as he's going to get challenged, but Frenzy and a Borkum, you know what that means. It's just a recipe for disaster for you, not for Borkum. And in case Josh S is going to be here coming out on top of heaven, going to have to wait for a call for the moment, but they're both going to get stunned by that fault line and have to get delayed for a couple more. Now into a 4 versus 2, that's not really the best of scenarios as AA is going to be coming in, but everyone knows where they are. Everyone is going to be challenging the position, and everyone is going to net that W. Pistol round to go for BREN.
Yeah, the challengers basically get challenged there, Mr. Asteroid. Anything can still happen in this best of 5. AA might become our first representative from the Philippines to VALORANT Masters, but BREN Esports, a favorite for good reason. Our week 1 champion, our first strike champion. I have a list probably. I have like a big sheet. It's like you're one of those court announcers, and then the roll goes longer and longer and longer to say all the championships BREN Esports has had in the local scene and a few in the region, but it really just goes to show that AA is a contender for good reason, the second best team to many for good reason, and right now they need to show they can get one more round back and just keep it tied up with BREN so far.
Oh, I like how he baited Ching out, but Dispenser
1 HP
got a sniff. 1 HP. And like you said, how is that even fair? But again, Bucky is an unfair weapon.
Bucky is an unfair weapon, and that's just fair.
Exactly.
That'll be interesting if there are some guns that make sure you can put them at 1 HP. It's like non-lethal kind of gun. Maybe will we have
non-lethal?
Quote unquote double shock dart though from BREN Esports, and it almost hit Motski there. But yeah, it's like okay, it's a big chunk of damage. Ching has to be saying unlucky in the most nicest of all terms.
Yeah.
Since that could have really been an insta-give. It really goes to show he also knows the range of the Bucky there. But AA right now zoned out heavily by BREN. They're just walking like Egyptians walking into the A side. And Motski gonna be saying, hello, what is going on? Dubs says, you're not invited. And BREN with full control on A site.
I mean, that's just what I'm going to be saying here, because that reaction just means that I don't think ArkAngel's going to be able to get this. They do have a recon dart for Carl, but he only has a frenzy. He's going to be peeking out here, and I think to his own demise as well, because everybody from BREN is very difficult to kind of pincer in. Nice little fault line there. It did kind of force Carl to go back, but still get hit by it. Probably was the also reason why Borkum, even though he did take a bit of chunk of damage, he's still not going to go down. Josh S is going to just play along the corners here, opening up the door, will be putting his turret there to maybe... At least I think they just want to situate or pincer BREN in and maybe die to the spike, but I don't think it's going to happen. They're just going to chase Carl, and that should be already done. 8-6 possibly now. And Carl, 4 bullets and a dream. Maybe he's going to jump into the side, I don't know. But he's waiting. Okay. Thinking about it. Spots out 1. That's more than good enough for them.
Take those. And AA at the very least getting that kill. Carl, of course, gonna be loving the bomb, feeling the bomb, and making sure he doesn't get penalized by the lesser money later on.
Yes.
BREN Esports now. And then at the very least have some guns here. They are gonna have the Guardian, Mr. Azurai. As per tradition, we saw it do some wonders in their semifinal yesterday against Oasis Gaming on Icebox. And in this case, we all know what the power of the Guardian is. A one-tap potential from any kind of range. Just get the damage done. It does feel like... You know what reminds me of the Guardian? It's like the super upgraded share. It's like you put 3 shares together in terms of cost, in terms of the potential of getting that one-hit kill. And yeah, if it's something BREN Esports would like to play, would like to use for some half-buy rounds, then they're one of the few teams that actually does it.
I totally agree. And again, I'll remind this to everybody, the penetration of the Guardian, high compared to the medium of a Vandal and a Phantom. So that means that if your opponent goes to the walls, well, everything is still bangable with that Guardian. I'm not only going to say this with Odin, guys, also with the Guardian. It works. And with Jesse Vash, we've known, if you've watched Jesse Vash's, streams before he stopped streaming, because, full-time pro player has to put a lot more emphasis on trying to learn with his teammates. He uses the Guardian up to a T. He's ridiculous with it as well because of how much time he has kind of put into, kind of get comfortable with this particular gun. That's why he brings it out every once in a while. And honestly, here in Ascent, it works great because everybody tries to go in for cover, but it's not really out of the the area where the Guardian is effective, because they can just shoot through walls and it can hit if you can track properly.
Maybe he has a pillow that has a Guardian skin on it. Just be like, I'm gonna hug it tonight. I'm gonna learn it while I sleep. But BREN Esports just sleepwalking onto A side, but ArkAngel saying it's a trap throw, and Borkum now gonna be going on down to the hand of Ching. Moski on the high ground trying to go for the duel, but Jesse Bash will show us what the Guardian can do. Josh has in the meantime with a kill onto Dispenser. ArkAngel now trying to concave themselves onto the doorway itself. But as we see the Soba of Dash getting smoked out, he might need to push, but Umi holding close, getting the kill. Carl with the backstab, there we go with the drop down. Ching also on the board, leaving the Soba all alone, and Bash with another tap, but Carl with a better fire rate and the better angle to wrap the round up for ArkAngel.
I think Bash used his shock dart to kind of help take the site rather than play for that post plant. That's why you're seeing him kind of just play on A main. I wasn't able to see all of his available utility at that particular point, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. He did get a nice couple of kills with the Guardian, but it's still not going to be enough, as ArkAngel really just kind of patient with how they retook that site. You could see that they could have just rushed it out of nowhere, but they waited first for the utility, and they were waiting for the right possible time, which they did, and that nets them that W on that particular round. In any case, though, I think there's still some buying power for BREN before they run out of money, and this is going to be a trial for them. Did not particularly see what the ult charges they were at already, but they still got to be careful, as ArkAngel is looking pretty dang good in their defending side.
It's crazy how much they know their opponent. We've really seen in that last round, they expect more of the utility to be used, and in this case now, ArkAngel going to be at the very least holding together by B main. They want to push with the out-drone Ching. They get protected by the body of the Soba utility. Clouds are still going to get thrown, and Ching going to fall. Now, BREN Esports, they do punish some of the, I'd say, habits of Ching. He always likes to smoke out those utilities like the darts or the turret, and BREN, seeing the cloud burst just being flung in the air, they go for the peak, they get that takedown, and both duelists gone here, but ArkAngel even it up with the kills on Humi and Dubstep also. But here comes Dispenser, and here comes BREN moving on to A side. Borkum even covering fire and catches Johan out also.
This is why sometimes you just want to, as somebody who has a Molly ability, need to just not throw it directly and bounce it off. Of course, it's not going to land perfectly because there's a weird, let's say, bounce mechanic that is in Valorant with the mollies. But I think at least you give yourself that safety that you're not going to get shot very quickly. Josh S., I think he thought that he had enough time. It was pretty obvious, but Borkum just did not give him that opportunity and just charged right in. And Josh S. was like, yeah, I'm screwed. I'm just not going to be able to pick this one out. Borkum opens up the A short, and like you said, he also opens up the A side as he took out the one that was playing there. In any case, I think Carl's just going to be saving his weapon here. He was nowhere near that A side, and Jesse Bash is on that hunting party. Who is the better archer here? Who is the better Sova? And it seems like he's not going to be able to get that 1-for-1, 1v1 right about now.
Say that again.
Sova.
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 Yeah, Sova.
That's a real cool accent. Yeah, I commend you. You're learning more cultures here, Mr.
I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it.
I don't know. It sounded cool, though. I'll give it to you. But you know who has been learning? ArkAngel and BREN. You know, we've always commended BREN to be the most adjustable team. They are so versatile on the fly. They can be like, okay, we'll adjust our playstyle. But ArkAngel has forced that out from BREN. Because in this round, it was an adjustment to what ArkAngel has been doing. They called out the push. They made sure they covered the A side this time. They didn't use too much of the utility in this case, just in case for the post plant. And right now, Jesse Bash. Okay, he's falling.
Okay, sorry, I just had to add that.
You know, you gotta expect it by this point. You have to expect that Jesse Bash is going to do something now. The shock dart's going to be unavailable for the post plant, so ArkAngel might do it again and adjust themselves accordingly. And I really like this because there are elements of it being a brawl, there are elements of it being such a mind game between these two teams. And all in all, it's been a pretty chill time here for both sides, but some action really coming in peace.
I just wanted to add as well, I think the more that you understand how to use a Soba, the more that you have to understand that people can hear the whiz of the shock dart. So I think a lot of other Sovas here who, you know, obviously Jesse Bash is a great Sova player, but I think right now, just like you said, right, teams are getting a whiff of what he's doing. He has to use his teammates as a distraction, maybe a couple of audio cues from other abilities to mask the obviousness of I'm setting up a double shock dart somewhere, and you know my lineup, so I'm going to be there. And if they can hear a little bit of that whiz, I mean, on ArkAngel's end, they know it's going to be there, and that's why you see Motzki just back away, because he already knew what the lineup was.
How does the
30
wind sound
seconds
like?
left.
Very good.
It sounds like a
Very
bee.
good.
I don't know if that was it.
I don't know if I'm watching B-movie or anything, but we are watching...
It's a weird movie.
It's great. Now we'll be watching Dubstep dash on in, and here we go. We're going for the kill, and Motzki gonna fall to the hand of the Jet, just going head first. But while that was happening, seems like BREN Esports losing their omen along the way. And Call right now trying to find the angle by the lane, and the Bladestorm in hand for Ching yet again. You can know him as Ching the God, you can know him as Ching the Great, but we'll see right now if Ching can make the play, and Dubstep first fall, but Borkum holds strong, and it is time for him to defend time and time again, leaving Carl all alone for AA. Borkum will just make sure that these guys are KO'd to the floor, and BREN now trying to run away with it.
Slowly but surely, like you said, they're building that lead. Seems like BREN is taking a page out of the book here of ArkAngel. Too long of a setup, and ArkAngel can get a whiff of you. That's why they need to change the pace of how they attack, and BREN is utilizing that particular fact, and I love it. I love it so much. And yeah, like you said, Borkum not having the best time in terms of kills, guys, but he has allowed his teammates to pierce the site with all of his fault line as well as his flashes. He really has put a lot of emphasis, a lot of, I think, preparation in just showing to us that he's not only somebody who can get these frags, he's also somebody that can enable his teammates to make that happen. You also said this, I think, at the start of the game, that flash play into a dash play, and everybody from BREN is just happy because Dubstep just shines with Borkum.
Yep. Borkum says, sometimes I don't need to be the star. I can help you out, and then sometimes he says, I'm gonna be the star now, and
Star
it's
maker.
Borkum. He's the star maker, and he is the star boy at the same time. But hey, Dubstep now gonna be watching out for a main. Ching though, operator in hand. We'll see what he can really do with this one, as BREN Esports gonna be scattered in their assault. They're trying to figure out who's where so far. Alarm bot now gonna get triggered. This is gonna be Josh S trying to peek this angle. Ching though in the meantime still holding on. The Jet though just on his right, and who can get the peek on who? That will be the question. It's a game of peekaboo that leads to someone dying. And for now, Ching, what can he see here? As the right, absolutely nothing, as BREN Esports now going over to A site instead.
Is he going to flash out here or use the fault line? Borkum is on A short, so I'm not sure what they want to do here. He's not going to be able to assist Dubstep, I think, at least to anything. Oh my goodness! Dubstep popped the shot and did not connect onto Ching. That's going to be crucial because now Ching awakens rather, and he's playing around the corner here, and Motzki and Josh as do the same! Okay, Humi! He just takes out his opponent, but that's not going to be enough time in the world. Maybe he can even use his from the shadows, but just drop down that spike. But Josh S hot on his tracks, and he plants the spike right in front of Josh S, and he is like, thank you very much, I'm gonna get that. And they also save the operator for Cha-Ching.
BREN putting themselves in such a delicate spot with that timer. They were trying to get some intel, couldn't get it at all. ArkAngel really denying as many sightlines and as much intel as they could with their formation. And as soon as BREN came out of the gates, it was AA having the advantage instead, even though Humi just got beside Ching and said, why aren't you shooting me? I'm just gonna shoot you now. And he went in to take care of a site. It still just wasn't enough time whatsoever for the Omen to really do anything. Jesse Bash getting caught out as well. And now ArkAngel getting a bit of momentum, peeking though with the turret. That's the way to go for Dispenser. Ching in the meantime still holding on with the up. There we go with the flash already, but Borkum walks into those sightlines. Ching knows exactly what you're gonna do, and AA gets first blood in this round.
Timing is everything, and it looks like time is on the side of ArkAngel here. They're down by 2, but I mean, they're able to just get these kills where Ching is just that damn aggressive. Now, there's gonna be a try here. Okay, okay, I thought that shock dart was about to destroy the ultimate, but I think it was just one off. In any case, ArkAngel is just gonna deny them everything because Ching was not stopped by the lockdown as he was playing at the back of site. They smoked way too late. Now Dubstep has to be the man to just bring it all back. The pinnacle of BREN Esports. 45 seconds left into that timer, but there's so many opponents. Ching only needs 1 bullet left in the chamber of his sniper, as he knows that Dubstep is playing along this area. He even sprays, he begs Dubstep to peek me right now. I'll show you who the better Jet is.
And he basically knows if it's his bullet doesn't connect, he
30
will be
seconds
dead to the
left.
hand of Dubstep. It's time to see what BREN can do here, as it is going to be a 1v4. All eyes on Dubstep now. Can he play the clutch? And look at Jing trying to go Dubstep, but he walks into Motzki instead. Onto the site we go. Dubstep right now trying to fake that spike. And the wallbang will connect onto Carl so far. AA still staying on the high ground. This is going to be Jing though, trying to get the shot. But as Dubstep going to be putting it onto the corner. Vandal in hand. Bladestorm is going to be gone already. And look at Jing stare down. Dubstep says, I am the better jet right now. And ArkAngel will get another round.
At least.
Oh my god.
For Dubstep's, side, he got a nice little entry. Ching used the Cloudburst to open something up from Motzki, but Dubstep was like, nah, I ain't gonna get faked by that. He even got a, let's call it a, I wanted to say like a V something shot. Can I say that?
I don't know. Yeah,
I'm just gonna call it a questionable shot, but obviously, that's all legit.
The vacuum cleaner?
The vacuum cleaner shot. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
just so clean, man.
Exactly,
It is
exactly.
crazy. And in all honesty, though, that's a pretty regular shot. Now, if you look at the shed, it's either you shoot to the right side where people are going to be trying to wall bang you on the corner plant, or on the left side when someone's trying to get away from the switch. So it's okay.
Yeah, the timing though is I think what I commend the most.
Crazy.
Exactly.
It's crazy. And high tier play. Let's just put it down to high tier play as BREN Esports, their lead cut to 1. ArkAngel, their adjustments have been so sublime so far in the last 2 rounds. They've really narrowed down. BREN Esports and Carl just making everything stop with the Odin, popping it up. Motkey also on the board, but Dispenser with the lineup casts out Ching to make it 3v3. BREN right now trying to force out the opposition, and the power of the Aftershock comes into play as Motkey goes down, and BREN actually has the advantage after everything is said and done, and Johan even caught there.
Josh S. He's gonna at least have his due diligence to try to peek out that B long or B main rather, and he is. Oh no. They gotta go in and try to stop this. They're gonna peek out, and Josh S is like, come at me, one after the other. The double headshot. OMG. Borkum comes out, but jumps. Oh no. Josh S. Knife him.
Okay.
Come on,
okay,
Josh.
he might not have enough time if he went for the knife. Like Borkum could run away from him. Oh.
We need.
Okay, never mind. He just wasted time shooting the ground. So, Josh S, come on, 9 points. We were asking for it.
We need another replay on that one, because that second shot was like a fadeaway headshot onto the second man on BREN's side. We need to re-see that.
Hey, Asarai, have you gotten your room cleaned lately? Because I think I got a really good vacuum for you, man. I really got a good. Is this what we're going to be going into now? But no, this is just incredibly done by ArkAngel. And this is why he was the duelist main. Before Ching and Moti came along, he was incredible on his Raze. He made the rituals happen on his Jet. And right now, he's doing even better defending site after site with Sentinel play like the Killjoy and the Cypher. But in this case, we are all tied up 10-10, double digits for both sides. And enough about those cleaning jokes, because we are going to be seeing some clean gameplay yet again from both sides. As Ching right now, operator in hand again. But there we go on the high ground, dashes on the way as BREN Esports pressures A main.
He did not expect that. I think Dubstep just pinged the entrance to A main and just sprayed wildly. Pretty sure he heard the shot. If he didn't, at least the dash would have given him that kind of idea that Ching took some damage. And of course, if Ching's going to try to defend this, he has to hit maybe 1 to 2 shots, get 1 to 2 kills to be able to refresh his dash, or else try to hold his own on the back of the A site. Now, BREN seems like they're just going to try to place a little bit more slowly. Sebastian is going to be situating a couple of his arrows already. Does he have one to flush out the back of double here? Ching's not going to get spotted out. And look at these dashes, or sorry, these clouds just to kind of stop the vision. Ching is still here onto the side, but Dubstep is trying to clear everything and everything underneath. On Hell, spots it out. Ching, too good of a shot, and Spike has been dropped. Josh asks, okay, but Ching, the beast, has woken.
This is just going to be some godly play again from Ching. Borkum, though, taking that spike, and this might be him getting stabbed. No, Ching, just the flick to get that turnabout play, and ArkAngel now taking the lead. And I think that Ching also used the fact that that spike was there to kind of bait out Borkum to take that angle. The 9-dimensional chess that we're seeing right now here from BREN Esports and ArkAngel are so sublime. And it's just only fitting that Ching has 21 kills and he's top fragging from ArkAngel. He really feels extra motivated, trying to show everyone why his decision to join AA was the right one.
Just wanted to add as well that last play, Borkum probably was afraid being pulsed by the recon there. That's why
Exactly.
he looked slightly to the left, but that split decision that he did costed him his life and maybe even the possibility of a clutch. Now, Dubstep is baiting Ching out. Just try to say, do you got the reaction time, Ching? I'm pretty sure he has, but at least at that point where top mid was his target, it's not going to matter. Dispenser, though, and the rest of Brent will be on the weaker buys for the moment, and they're going to have to utilize Humi here for the smokes to have this explosive play. They know, though, that something is going to be happening quite soon, rather. They're going to use Dispenser. Are they going to use this lockdown as well? That's going to be pretty important. A couple of utilities will be spotting out their opponents. Dispenser is going to throw out, but look at this. It's still shooting gallery because Johan was able to set up the paranoia on A short, and it just seems a very gigantic task for Bren to even come back.
A big mistake there from Bren. They decided to sandwich themselves into the corner, and Johan says, why are you guys all together? It's just, I'm going to push you now with some bullets and you will die immediately. 4v2 now as BREN Esports still trying to make his A take happen. Moji though might have the angle. Jesse Bash peeking now with a knife out. Goes for the kill, but no Josh as one headshot is all he needs. Shrugs off the bullet and it's all up to Dubstep again. Can he do it one more time, Mr. Aswai? Can he actually play the clutch this time and give it to BREN Esports? They're trying to make a wish here. They're trying to make it to 11-11. But that's Dubstep right now is in just so much insurmountable odds with only 15 seconds. Updraft right now to get on through. But there we have Modski at the right place and at the right time. ArkAngel planting seeds of doubt here against BREN Esports. And now we are not doubting that ArkAngel is a contender because it is AA on match point.
I mean, maybe that's why they're called AA. It's not ArkAngel. It's Ascent.
Ascent. Okay. But maybe. Ascent always.
Always Ascent.
Always Ascent. And I mean, angels, you know, we're up in the heavens. The angels should be here, as God would like to say. And ArkAngel is just really showing up here. I've loved the map draft. Like I said, if I was gonna be looking into more of my head predictions rather than like with more research, this map draft has really gone in favor of ArkAngel for the first part, as Dispenser does get that kill, but Modski with the refrag there to make it a 4v4. This has been really smart play from ArkAngel, but you can never count that Bren no matter what. This is a team that can come back from a 210, 212 kind of score line and force overtime and make it happen again. But Johan now gonna fall to the hand of Humi, but ArkAngel doing a really good job at getting refrag after refrag. Hunter's Fury though, you cannot touch Jesse Bash on the other side of the map. And now with BREN Esports having the advantage, can Jesse Bash get one more tag? No, he can't, as AA dodges that one.
Can Vash this. Anyways, it is going to be Bren who gets control of the A side. Nice little peekaboo there by Dubstep, but Carl knew what was up. Gonna be using his Sova drone as allowing Modesty to come in here to the A heaven side. It's gonna be the 2 versus 2. Now the one up for Bren is that they do have Borkum with his ultimate, but he needs to be at a farther away distance to make it work out. And Modesty is already here, and he is just going right at it. Borkum is gonna be holding off in his own. He hears the drop down. He's gonna be using his flash, the 180 as well, but it's not gonna work out. And we go to game 2 with, well, Modski getting that clutch. ArkAngel, well, let's just call it already. If Bren is, you know, they got that hashtag, Bren lang malakas. ArkAngel has hashtag Lipad ArkAngel.
And they are flying high here. And Azurai, do me a favor while we are going to be watching AA take that first win. Say his name again 3 times.
Modski.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. He's gonna get mad if he hears
he
this.
does. Like we're
I'm so sorry.
We're one of the biggest proponents to say it's Modesty because it just really feels like it. But no,
Yeah.
Modski has turned it up to 11 in that last round, and he said, "Carry mode on. It's Modski's time to shine." That's why you put him on that arena. And ArkAngel with, I'd honestly say, the start of a potential upset here. Mr. Azurai gets that first map on the board, taking care of business on Ascent. Really goes to show their power on Ascent. Not only them actually, but the whole region. And it really feels like that's one of the best maps that anyone can bring against BREN Esports. Who'd have thunk we'd get a score line like this after game number 1?
Grand Finals. We haven't seen Bren drop a game, at least from the week 1, right? It was 3-0 up against Empire.
It was a clean. It was like 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. But coming into this week, it was 2-1,
topsy-turvy.
2-0, and now it's 0-1. Wow.
So now the question there is, or not actually a question, but an answer from ArkAngel. They can make Bren bleed. So now, like you said, right, it's not something that we were that we were kind of expecting. Not really looking forward to, but rather we were kind of expecting ArkAngel with the 1-up. That means our countdown. They need 2 more to get into the grand finals, to get this grand finals, and to go straight into Masters. And wow, what a start.
That would be an amazing feat. And can they prove everyone wrong? Besides, of course, their true believers. We still got 4 maps to go, if ever, ladies and gentlemen. First to 3 in this best of 5. And this is stage number 1, week number 2, the grand finals to see who will make it to VALORANT Masters as our first PH representative. Dax and Asteroid could be going on break. And when we return, we'll be going into Haven for game number 2.
Welcome to the VALORANT Champions Tour, a year-long tournament circuit featuring the best players and teams from all over the world, culminating in a global championship event, VALORANT Champions. Each stage begins with Challengers, where teams compete in regional tournaments for a place at Masters. Teams who compete in Masters events will earn points that help them qualify for Champions. And Champions is where the best teams from around the world compete on a global stage, where the art of greatness is on full display. And one team will be crowned 2021 VALORANT Champions.
Believe in the unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen, because here we are with a scoreline that many did not expect. Dax and Asarai gonna be back for you in the English broadcast here for VALORANT Challengers Philippines, the grand finals of week number 2. Of course, a master slot up for grabs and AA taking care of business on a center, Mr. Asarai.
I mean, we were definitely surprised by the outcome of that. Honestly, I felt, again, that BREN struggles on the attack and supplemented with Ching on defense with an operator, it just became a monumental, gigantic task for for BREN to make something happen. Now, before anything else, before, BREN give away the second game, if ever, seems like it's going to be a giveaway by us to you guys. So pop it out right there. All you got to do, I'm going to, do you want me to say it? Or you want? Okay, I can do it. Thank you so much, man. Anyways, step number 1, like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. So if you guys are coming in from other countries, you can still join, provided that you do have a Facebook and, like this page.
Yes.
Next is like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for. So it's either hashtag BREN or hashtag ArkAngel, BREN lang malakas or Lipad ArkAngel. Number 3, make sure the post is public with the hashtags hashtag VALORANT Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, hashtag PPGL VALORANT, and of course a total of 15 winners will...
I need your hand. 15. No, give me just perfect.
What do you want? Oh, okay, there we
go. No, that's 20 now.
Okay, 20 now.
Perfect.
15 winners will win 1,500 plus Valorant points. Winners will be announced at the end of stream, so stay tuned. I know, I'm sorry. Production said, bro, I was catching my breath for some reason out there, and we're going to be directing the language. So, Dax, hand with me.
There you go.
That was so slow.
The boxes come our way. And ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that we both have broadcasts in English and in our local language, Filipino. You are tuning in right now at twitch.tv/PPGL VCTPH. If you want to watch it in Filipino, our lovely casters, who actually I borrowed a suit from Mr. Bill, they're over at facebook.com/PPGLGG. I'll get my own suit later. He was just really wanting to show this one off on both broadcasts, so I'm just giving it to him. But we really appreciate you guys just tuning on in to our Philippine broadcast, to our English broadcast, and of course to the Philippine scene here in the VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
And now we wait for game number 2 to start. So the map here is, I keep forgetting. Haven, there, thank you. Thank you so much. So, talked about how Ascent wasn't really the best of maps for BREN here, especially on their attacking side. There is something either lacking with BREN, or like you said, that is just way better with the teams here on defense. But on Haven, this is where I think the challenge for ArkAngel has stepped up a bit. From like level 10, we go into level 11. No, maybe we live in level 100, because we know how good BREN is in locking down these sites, getting that information and the lineups as well. We haven't seen Jesse Vash really pop off with Sova just yet, especially when he has his ultimates, because he hasn't gotten any of the targets that he wanted to. But maybe here on Haven, there's going to be something different.
Yeah, ArkAngel has been reading these Sovash plays so well. And time again, they're avoiding the shock dart volleys that more or less some other teams do fall flat too. But ArkAngel, they're trying to prove that BREN is mortal. And in the map that BREN says, we're not too good at this map, and then you show up to dominate, then this is the perfect place to do so. Haven is the place to be. And BREN, is it going to be more flashes coming our way? Will we get our Sky here for Borkum? That will be the question. He usually does decide at the very last minute if he's going for the Sky, if he's going for the Phoenix instead. What kind of pace does BREN want to do coming into this map? As ArkAngel, in the meantime, it's back to basics. It's back to that core comp that they love to run. And there we go with the Reyna and the Jet here for AA.
Usually when you see BREN on attack on Haven, they don't really go for the Sky because they need that extra punch that I did kind of mention yesterday as well. That's where we're seeing the Phoenix be kind of hovered over. It's better, I think, for BREN to kind of just like make sure that they're on their most comfy. And when they're on attack, Borkum does the Phoenix. Again, it's kind of ridiculous to think that Phoenix is one of those agents that has the fastest, I think, percentage rate of getting his ultimate up. Because he gets a kill, he gets a charge. He dies, he gets a charge. And this happens so frequently because he's a duelist that entries onto the site and has to challenge these angles the most. And what that does is that when you only have 6 charges to get that ultimate, that's why you see like every 2 rounds, Borgum has his run it back. It's ridiculous.
It is. It is just all about that old economy there for Team BREN. Time and time again, they find ways to give him the orbs or give him the kills. And as we say right now, double duelist versus double duelist is the way to go. But BREN Esports going to be playing the Killjoy over ArkAngel and their Cypher. Going to be interesting, though, to see what kind of intel ArkAngel can get on what BREN Esports want to do, what kind of lockdown plays will we see here from BREN Esports, if ever. And, of course, omens abound for both sides. Interesting, though, we've not really seen the Brimstones as of yet. Just goes to show that these teams still more comfy with the Omen in check.
Honestly, I think it's just the possibility of being able to rotate quicker and reuse your smokes for the take. Plus, I think Brimstone, if you think about it,
probably just map.
Yeah, exactly. Because like what you want is you can just use 1 smoke per site, and that's pretty optimal already when you're going to try to take or retake it. Whether you're on attack on defense, that's all you probably need to have, right? And I mean, if you're going to rotate a lot more, Brim loses his value as a controller very quickly. Because again, Brim has only a maximum of 3 smokes per round, as if Omen, if we had like, let's say, an R per round, he gets like hundreds of his smokes ready. So that's kind of like the metric, I think, as to why we're seeing more of the Omen rather than the Brim, at least for this, for this particular map and this series as well.
Yeah, the never-ending smokes of the Omen. I don't even know where he gets all that dark cover, honestly. But hey,
maybe just
maybe
exhales hair and then
maybe because he's like a robot thing, right? I don't even know what he is. But now we know what's gonna be going on here for BREN. They're trying to play onto C side. Johan though on the inside, the power of the frenzy in full force again. But Borgum says, hey, I have the same gun, and he will get that takedown. Curveball right now to try an entry through the garage, breaks the camera there. Humi in the meantime setting up on C side if ever. He has the spike in hand. He can plant it whenever. Dubstep though trying to help out Borgum right now, and as BREN Esports tries to dash on into C side mode, he's trying to go for the flank, but Carl knows his lineups too well as well, and Humi now will fall to give ArkAngel the man advantage.
There's going to be a big flank coming in from Modski as quickly as he can, but as I say that, he gets taken down quite quickly as well. There's going to be the Sova Dart or Sova Recon activated there. Borgum does flash and everybody else scatters like bugs to light. In any case, Borgum is going to be challenging here on default, but Josh S denies the one. He's trying to go in already, and Ching has started the defuse. This is going to leave only Borgum to try to defend in the middle of the site, but he still makes it work out. 11 bullets into the chamber, but it's not going to work out, not going to matter at all. And with that half defuse, I think he's going to have enough time to get it. 3 seconds is plenty, and the retake is going to be successful.
A great thrust there from Team ArkAngel. They realize that someone can go for the defuse, someone else can buy time against Borgum. But one good thing that BREN Esports was able to accomplish in that round, Mr. Asteroid, has to be Borgum at 4 out of 6 already in his ultimate. 1 orb plus 1 kill means the run it back going to be online. And with this kind of confidence, BREN Esports going to be playing the SMGs and going to be running and gunning their way to a site.
Trix did kind of mention this, I think, off-stream, off-broadcast, that BREN is one of those teams that really like to go for the force. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Again, your opponents, they're just going to be on the SMGs as well. You might not have the most optimal of utilities and whatnot, but if you can rush right in, it's going to be very, very powerful. God Arrow will be used by Sova there just to make sure that he can get a bit of control, a bit of information onto the site. Dubstep has already secured the C-Link, and that will allow BREN to get the C-Site. Get the spike planted down as well. And we're back to the 3 versus 3, but ArkAngel going to play catch-up here as they try to go for that retake. Ching and teammate will be coming outside right now, smartly using this Sova drone just to get that information. They're going to spot out the Spencer first, but everybody else is going to be situated on the C-Long.
C-Long going to be the way to go. ArkAngel not trying to hold, but Modski will go down. And BREN Esports now hunting down the Jet and the Sova. Ching going to get caught out there. BREN get the cleanup. And like we said, with just that kind of thrust, with that kind of statement that says, hey, running back can be online coming through this round, they can go for a push very aggressively, and this time they can use the running back.
Oh, I told you, man, every 2 rounds, Borgum just gets it. Whether it's because it's Borgum time, or because, again, he dies and he gets kills, it's so quick. Because look at that, everybody else, half in terms of the charges, Borgum's already there. And even after his run it back, he's going to get more kills, and then after 2 rounds, he's going to have it once again. But of course, ArkAngel is going to be challenging this with a couple of upgraded pistols and Ching on the Bucky. This is going to be very, very fatal. And I think a lot of teams right now really giving that importance to the shotgun. It's really just that strong, especially in the CQC, especially if you can put it on Jet, who has so much mobility. It's pretty damn deadly.
No, but there's something that BREN was able to do in that round again as the right. Consistently, they're stealing these second rounds away in this series. And if this is going to be the case, ArkAngel will have a tough time yet again trying to get back their economy. But Johan now going on down. It's even worse here for AA, losing one member on Haven. It'll be such a difficult spot for them because this means there's the defensive lines can get stretched very, very thin. Ching also, in the meantime, going to be right beside those hot hands. And AA right now waiting for someone to come. Borkum gets the curve up. Blake, he's going to be running on in. And he does get that kill.
Oh, that's unfortunate because like even if Borkum, you know, gets that tons of damage, he could always just use his ultimate there. Though he will get catched out by Carl, who does.
He stayed in the fire for too long. He just burned to a crisp right there. Extra crispy Carl. I don't think you can go wrong with something like that. At least they got the kill on Borkum, prevent him from getting even more value out of his plays. And Julio right now trying to throw the dark cover out. BREN Esports trying to secure us down. ArkAngel, can they do anything? They have the Reyna, they have the Cypher, and Modesty might find the pop-off with the Sheriff.
They've gone to C for every single round here.
Third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm. I mean, they won the last round.
No,
so.
still third time's the charm.
Dubstep does go in for that nice little delayed flank play, and yeah, it's gonna just be a quick round.
That's the charm. You win again. Even if you won the second time, you just take it again. And it is just all about security and also the fact that you're not exposing many of your other strats for the other sites coming into this one. Now, of course, these two teams have scouted each other. These two teams have a little bit of a read on the playbook, but C site is just sometimes the way to go to run on in, get the takedowns, control the angles, and get kill after kill. But ArkAngel, now they have the guns. Now they can fight. Can they find the shots that they need to bring it back to 2-2? We'll see as we get into this round.
Okay, Modesty, as well as Carl, is going to be... Oh my gosh, Modesty is almost down. They charge right out back as well. And that's only going to be the 1-for-1. But Ching is going to be the turret on the B side. BREN is taking some substantial amount of damage. Spencer, as well as Dubstep, left to their own devices. If they try to force a plant here, it's going to be very risky. And the Spencer, or rather, the... Dubstep here is going to try to get himself a nice little Vandal. They do have still their spike in hand, so they have some opportunity to rotate back. But with this 3 versus 2 scenario, I think what BREN wants to do for the moment is to get the kills first. Carl will be able to spot out the one that is Dubstep. They know that he hasn't taken any damage, so they want to be careful in these charges. But Carl wants to be able to at least fight Dubstep here in mid. Not going to have someone to push out for him. 40 seconds into the clock, and BREN still has time to choose.
They have choices abound. And if they find the right choice at the right time, then they might be able to get the angle against ArkAngel. AA, though, in the meantime, will have to defend everything they can and more. And B-side now going to get reinforced by the Cypher alongside the Sova. Shots don't come. Dubstep decides to just go for it. Had an idea that Carl was there. And BREN Esports is just really them knowing what to do at the right place at the right time. Josh is right now waiting on the side. BREN, though, hiding close, trying to push onto the links. And as Josh does go for the mid engagement, here comes BREN right now, looking for the double up, looking for the crossfire. And Dubstep stepping on all of them one by one.
That was fantastic. So, Dubstep was definitely the MVP of that round. 100%, we cannot dispute that fact. The lineup that he did to his left through the smoke. He was counting the smoke. He wanted to make sure that he can at least try to do that smoke criminal play, even against Johan's... Yeah, like that. Thank you so much for that replay. And here's the tricky part about this. I like the mentality of Dubstep here. So he got the kill onto Johan, which is nice, and then... After that, he knew he still had his tailwind. He dashed out to where the Spencer was so that they can have a more successful crossfire. If they didn't do that, there was a chance for Josh S to actually get that clutch. And you know Josh S is a dirty shot, and he can really get those 2v1s to his hand. And Dubstep, quick decision-making, made sure that that was not going to be a possibility.
Absolutely. Just making sure that these chances do not come in the favor of ArkAngel. It was a really good round for AA already. They found ways to get the takedowns. They found ways to make sure that they could contend in that last engagement. But for now, It's back to the Bucky here for Josh S as BREN Esports playing it slow and steady over to C side here and now. Thing is though, for BREN, they haven't really been forced to use that run back as of yet. They are going to be using it now though to try and enter onto the side, make sure they don't lose a gun for free. And Johan now forced to give up his spot as he doesn't get rid of the Phoenix there. There we go with the 1-for-1 though. Dubstep still sticking on the other side. And Dubstep now a man on a mission. He's feeling inspired. He's feeling the heat. But Carl though knows the lineups. Can he get the tag in the bag? Ching in the meantime gonna get zapped there a bit by Bash. But as he does decide to go on away, Dubstep will get caught by the knife. And this is now 3v3 as AA is trying to fight back. And Ching with the Bladestorm in hand. Carl is there to help out. Borkum though with 2 and 3 is the way to go with 5 HP remaining.
What? That felt like to be an ArkAngel round. First and foremost, mentality for BREN there is that if they drop the spike, don't panic. They still had time. They didn't have to try to claim it back and try to force a plant. Sometimes the good decision there is just to fight the retakers without even trying to plant the spike down. Because if you force yourself, your mentality is, gotta get that spike, guys, gotta get it planted down. You put yourself in a bad spot because you're gonna go through that, you know, to that kind of range where your opponent will just shoot at you quite quickly. And BREN just decided, we screwed up with trying to get the site here ready. Let's just try to get these duels and finish off our opponents, which they did, especially with Borkum dropping that sick 3K.
BREN Esports right now just channeling their inner clutch here. In the last round, it was Dubstep. This time, it was Borkum. And now, it will be Jesse Bash unleashing the Hunter's Fury and trying to find a target. Lockdown, though, gonna be into play here from BREN as well, expanding their ultimates coming into this round, respecting that AA has the guns that they need. But as Dubstep now gets the shot onto Josh S. There we have Johan trying to play the flank, but it doesn't work. Motzki, though, with the kill, using the dismiss to stay alive inside the Dome of Doom. And Motzki now popping the Empress and really popping some heads one by one. He has 2 so far here. As the right dispenser trying to zone out the heaven angle there. And the question is, when will they see the Reina? It's Ching instead getting the takedown. Motzki now trying to play the leer, but Jesse Bash cannot get the shot in time. And Motzki now disengaging. It's another clutch factor coming our way. Can Motzki do it? Or will it be Dubstep yet again? BREN Esports right now trying to find the angle with that Bladestorm. Spike also available. And this might be a one-shot, one kill for Dubstep.
The one-shot wonder. Dubstep does it again. OMG. Cannot deny the fact that Motzki was an anchor on the site. That's how you counter the lockdown, guys. You don't need a Sova. You need a Reina because she is the queen that stays in to quarantine. And I mean, I'm calling it lockdown because, you know, quarantine and everything. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, great little hold there by Motzki. He's just able to...
I don't know why you explained that. I understood it already.
Maybe the viewers won't understand it. Maybe I don't even understand it.
Okay.
I explain it for myself.
Understand you.
Oh, thank you.
And we understand this game. This has been a really good game. And if you want a TLDR for the past 3 rounds, that was such a close shot there. You could feel the wins. But Borkum now with the kill on the Ching. Borkum also with the kill on the Motzki. And Borkum time is running into overtime in these rounds. But like I want to say, for the past 3 rounds, basically BREN has clutched out.
Yeah, they definitely have. They kind of stepped a kind of up above just to be able to get these rounds for them. They were so clutch because even if BREN got these setups in hand, you know, again, this is what we wanted from a lot of the teams. This is what we saw yesterday from Oasis Gaming. Not afraid to challenge BREN at the seams, at the corners, at the angles where they're going to try to force you out. And ArkAngel is showing us a level above to that one. Carl is going to be so close in this distance, and he's going to jiggle peek his way, but the Spencer is just that good of a shot that it's not going to matter at all. Of course, Carl, being not a duelist, not going to be able to reposition with that one, and Borkum just gets the sight. Last round did not work out for them. This round it will. Where ArkAngel, they plant this spike. It is going to be, of course, at default, leaving only ArkAngel to try to make something happen. 5 versus 2 with not the better of the weapons.
You know, this game could have been like, what, 4-2, maybe even 3-3, as ArkAngel, though, trying to still play clutch. They got some kills here against Humi as well as Borkum. Josh is now on the high ground, Sheriff in hand, looking for a tap if ever, as the Cyber Cage gonna get basically dodged by BREN Esports. But here we go with a bit of the jiggle, and now down he will go. But back to my point, this could have been a lot closer of a game, but BREN Esports just didn't have that immediate clutch factor at the tail end of some of those rounds. ArkAngel, they won the first map for a good reason. They're putting up a really good fight here on Haven, but the scoreline just does not do them justice whatsoever.
Sometimes you have a team that works well, but sometimes you need those players to step up and just carry the rounds. And Dubstep has done that time immemorial for BREN here. He's done it multiple times, and he has to do it again here in order to keep a good enough challenge up against ArkAngel. Of course, this is a best of 5, so even if ArkAngel win this, there's still a chance for BREN. But why do that? Why give them the opportunity? Why not just, you know, trample on ArkAngel's momentum here and try to build one for yourself? And, I mean, it's looking pretty true for BREN Esports, 6-1, and they've done this at the back of Dubstep, at the back of Forcum with the Duelists.
Find out as for now we are going to be on tactical pause. ArkAngel, they need to sit down and say, you know guys, we're actually doing the right things. We just need to make sure that we don't make some crucial mistakes, that we make sure that we can actually get those takedowns at the last moment. And you know, for AA, you can really commend what their plan has been so far, but Borkum is a little too hot to handle right now on this Phoenix. Dubstep also just basically inspired from their loss from Ascent and really stepping it up. We see time and time again that ArkAngel tried to do something with Ching and Modski. But case in point, a while ago, Borkum just says, hello Ching, hello Modski. I guess it's time for you guys to sit down and die.
Just sit down, son. Don't reach Youngblood. Actually, there's a little bit of Youngblood in both of these teams. Actually, yeah, not a lot, but a little.
There's a lot of experience though. Like even though there's a lot of youth also within these two teams, it's not all like age-old grizzled veterans. It is just these guys having so many different games under their belt. Tactical shooters, arcade shooters, battle royales, and like have been namesakes in the shooter scene in the Philippines time and time again. And Ching gonna go down again. BREN Esports, if their plan is to break the confidence of Ching, this is the best thing that they can do right now. Shut down the Jet time and time again. Johan though with the refrag, but he already is at half HP. And BREN can take advantage of that because the running back is available yet again, Asarai.
This feels like yesterday that the running back was there, and now again today, it is all... No, I'm just kidding, guys. Anyways, Dubstep does have his full utility up, and he jumps just at the nick of time before Josh S peeks him and even punishes his positioning. Johan will have to reposition. They do not have the ultimate to kind of flush him out there in the back of the site, but they do have the inkling, the information that the members of ArkAngel are here. In the 4 versus 4, with half of the HP of Johan gone, there's a lot of options for BREN to work with, especially that lockdown. Lots of rotations coming right in, but they haven't really pierced into a site just yet. They're looking for it, they're waiting for that opportunity, and lots of pings being done by BREN to check out each individual corner on that A main. They're making sure that they can put Dispenser on short, bring down that lockdown, and basically say to ArkAngel, guess what? It's either B or A, but more so than not, it's going to be the lockdown. You gotta be running away from this big ult.
Yeah, Doom gonna be scary, and there you go, just hugging a big chunk of that map. Run it back also into play. Modski though, in no man's land, and he's desperate to find the kill. He has to be the one playing the aggression here, has to find the angle, and he will see Dispenser there to dodge away from the lockdown and stay on point. BREN Esports, they lose this round already. ArkAngel having the right place at the right time, doing it again and again and again there for Modski with those dismisses, but this time it actually pans out for ArkAngel, and that was just such a big lapse of judgment from BREN Esports.
We've seen yesterday teams be punished by that multiple times. Reyna peeks, Reyna gets killed, Reyna uses dismiss, Reyna dodges the lockdown, and Modski is using that to pristine perfection here so that he can catch BREN who have that false sense of security that, guys, with the lockdown, we have a site secured. Well, guess what, guys? Reynas are here to rain down on your parade, and you cannot not check the sides, or the corners rather, when you peek out.
Yeah, and Ching now finding that confidence. ArkAngel with 1 round win. You can see their confidence back in full formation. Such a crucial and I'd say honestly a rookie mistake there for BREN Esports. Not really checking those corners, they already had an inkling because Modski did that a while ago on a site. So they're not really learning their lessons. They kind of regress in that round. But I digress because BREN Esports still going to have some guns with their remaining 3 members. Can ArkAngel take now the helm of this half? They're down by 4 and they want to get the 4 in a row just to make sure they can tie it up coming into their attacking side. Josh is still watching himself so far. Shock Dart now going over the left side. Interesting throw there by Jesse Vash. And as AA now gets the intel, they do rotate accordingly.
They don't have big ultimates to be able to flush back the site anymore. Actually, they have no ultimates whatsoever. but it is going to be a very aggressive take here from BREN Esports. Going to try to charge right in. Dispenser does find Johan, which is a step in the right direction, but they still need to find more. He spots that nice little nook and cranny on the smoke of Josh S and denies him. Dubstep finds Ching on that rotation, and it seems like a 3 versus 5 has gone to the way of the BREN, but Carl is denying one more shot. Try to go for the electric boogaloo here, but the last charge of the Hunter's Fury has been executed, and Dubstep has an angle. He knows that Carl's is here on the corner, and he only has a Spectre, so there's gonna be a discrepancy, a disadvantage for the Sova of ArkAngel. What can he do? Charges right out, uses the charge there, and almost get Dubstep, but the Beehive is just gonna be way too good, and he gets out of dodge, and it's Spencer is here. Knife him, maybe? Knife it, baby.
Yes, Dispenser! 4 in a row with a knife to end it. The sharp blade will connect to the spine of the Sova. And BREN, they just do it again. Now, Astrai, many people ask me, honestly, how does BREN do it? And I always say they just win those. They just win those. But using that as basis, it really is just them understanding this map a lot more than everyone else. As soon as they get an inkling of intel, they figure out where one opponent can come from. They always adjust themselves accordingly on the site that they take. You see it on C, you see it on B, you see it on A. And it really is just such a strong point of BREN and their offense. You saw that advantage just be whittled away. ArkAngel, they felt the confidence and suddenly deflated here by BREN. 7-2 right now. Bork now with a curveball peak, and that's Moski going down already.
One of the things that I think is a big adjustment from BREN here is that BREN sets up for a site. They don't really set up against an opponent, and I think that's why there's a couple more rounds that have been taken by ArkAngel. Maybe it hasn't translated into the rounds in the end. That's why we're seeing a 2-7 here. But if probably we check out the scoreboard, we're going to see ArkAngel have a lot more First Bloods because of the fact that they like to challenge BREN at the points of entry. And this is what's allowing ArkAngel to keep BREN on their toes, and this is what's allowing them to just be that threat to the BREN team. And now I think BREN noticing this and them kind of understanding that kind of dynamic now, they're challenging BREN. They're challenging ArkAngel, and they're kind of adjusting to them just kind of fighting, you know, at the points of entry. Now Josh S and teammate was just coming into the back of the site, and Ching, okay, he comes in, but he delays enough that BREN cannot take the site, and that aggressive charge once again, denying him at the point of entry.
And now while ArkAngel did get a bit of intel, not only did they give that intel, they gave bullets to BREN Esports. When you go in that quickly, that recklessly, to get those takedowns, it really is just a crazy burst of sudden impact, compounded by the Blade Storm and the Frenzies alongside those SMGs. So BREN Esports gonna be losing in that round. ArkAngel getting one back. Hasn't been the best game. Now for Ching, seems like he expended all his firepower in game number 1. But a bit of a breather, a bit of momentum can help him out coming into the next half if ever he gets a chain of kills. But Carl now scanning a lobby, gonna get broken down there by the Jet. And Ching now whipping out the operator to try and contend.
I mean, Dubstep basically gifted to him this one last round, and Ching's gonna say, yeah, I'm not gonna waste something. I'm a sustainable guy. I like my reused operators. They're gonna be able to flush him out to the back of the site, and here comes Jesse Bash. Okay, electric boogaloo once again. Is he gonna be able to dodge this one out? Had to use the dash and the updraft, and that is a lot of mobility already expended by the Jet of ArkAngel. He's also gonna use the Cloud Burst just to make sure that he's not gonna be spotted here, but they know. They have an inkling. He's onto the side there, and the Pulse will make sure. But Jesse Bash, he wants to challenge once again. But this kind of back and forth on the C side is kind of making ArkAngel think, is it really going to be C? Because they haven't pushed after the 5 seconds that Ching was there at the back of the back of C. And now it seems like that's right. Their intuition was true, and they have members to deny the A take here. Modeski once again, but I think BREN, they're going to make sure that it's 1 second left before that Killjoy lockdown. I was about to say lockdown happens, but
no, you are proven wrong there, because Modeski is just waiting at the edge, and he will get the chain, but he got that pick off already, and suddenly the Empress will be angry. It's time for Modeski to show on up on A site again. BREN Esports now, they were very paranoid of any kind of lurks there from the Reyna, but this time Dispenser with the crossfire. That's gonna be 1, that's gonna be 2. Jesse Bash also with the kill, and Josh is now dropping on down, looking for the angle against Humi, but someone is watching, and his name is Dubstep. BREN Esports, even though they had a very shaky start there to take that site, it was just them saying, you know, shrug that off, get the angles, and do it again. And I want to say that's right. They win those. You just see the positioning, man. Just so good.
I mean, he was stuck, rock in a hard place. Graffiti, when you're up against 3 people, it's not the easiest of things, but Dispenser just shows to us why he is a world-class player, able to play calm under pressure. Ching here, though. The flashy dodges, but he will not connect the shot. Actually, he does, but he doesn't get the kill, and that's going to be a bad step because he's taking the damage already, and Borgum's is just hopping into the site.
Hey, it's a distraction. It's a guiding light, and usually BREN Esports, they do try to use that kind of noise to let someone get close. Look at Dubstep, he's already there, and Johan will go down. Carl though with 2 so far. This is gonna be the last round of the first half. Can Carl get some more kills as Borkum now curveballing to the middle, but then Neurotef will give that intel, and someone's watching in behind. Backstab now onto Borkum, courtesy of Modki. Onto the side we go with onto C. Ching though with a kill onto Humi, and can Ching catch out the Spencer? It will be Josh is though falling first. Jump peek to bait out the op shot. Who else is going to be a challenger here against the Spencer? As he will back on the way over to C Long. Modki now with the corner. And come on, BREN. Just check your corner against Modki. No, wrong direction. The 50-50 just does not work out whatsoever. And now ArkAngel will at least get 1 more point to salvage that half.
It seems again that it's a closer game than it is. In terms of the points, it's definitely not. But in terms of how difficult it has been for BREN to take these sides, every single round, you see them doing so many things. And yeah, we're going to change the dynamic of that by switching the sides already. And we'll see if BREN is going to be able to utilize this Phoenix in a better light into the second half. In any case, it's going to be ArkAngel now, who's going to try to pierce in onto the side. And what I like about this is that Cypher, he's not really, the best on attack. He's more of a supplementary. But when you're in Haven, it makes it so that he can at least deny these little flank plays that are going to be coming out from your opponents, and it just allows you a little bit more freedom when you're trying to take a site a little bit more slowly. Little couple of pop shots will be done to the members of ArkAngel as Dubstep is holding again his spot here on A-Long. It's up against the Ghosts, and that's going to be a very close shock dart there, almost taking him out. Dubstep, does he know that Ching is there to challenge? And is it going to be the Ching shot? It is.
Ching with a ding, and there you go with another one. Cash registers making some noise because Holla get Ching those dollars as he wants to just make it rain and get some hits some more. Can ArkAngel move forward past this rock that is Jesse Vash? He's just waiting by the ramp, challenging one. He might be a challenge to go for a 1v1 if ever. There we go, though, with the dark peak. Vash, though, forced back on the way. Ching right now, quite low. Modki also in the same kind of case, and he has already died. Now Vash, though, gonna walk into those sidelines. Ching with 3 kills so far. Humping for the ace, but no, Johan already catches out the Spencer, which leaves Fumi all alone for BREN to front under defense.
They have to know that he's on the A side. They have to know that he was going to try to help Vash there. And they have to know that this B-Hops is going to be deadly for Humi. But it doesn't matter because this guy right here is going to have maybe just a clutch gene. But there's too many angles. There's too many opponents to try to get that clutch out. And ArkAngel get themselves that pistol. Immediately, Ching buys himself up a Phantom. Is Modki going to do the same? He's thinking about it. But no, Bulldog, just because it's just a bit too much. If you have too many expensive rifles and not enough shields in the world, you might get taken down. And it's a good decision because if you think about it, Dubstep and maybe some of his teammates will go for that Bucky. And that's just a big slap into the face. Literally slaps of the pellets if you're close enough of a distance.
You want to die to one right click? Sign me up with a Bucky. That's just how it works sometimes. But Dubstep now wanting to push through C-Long again. Seems like the omen, though, of ArkAngel. Johan going to be watching that one out just in case. Now, this is more about getting the pickoffs rather than anything else, Mr. Asteroid. They want to at least find a takedown on BREN before committing with that spike. It's just left behind there by the spawn. And as Carl wants to peek on the round, BREN Esports is already setting on up by the sewer, by that short angle, and at the very least, not overextending, but holding as close as they can.
Spencer has a nice little corner of the world for him, but the Sova drone, yeah, the Spencer's just going to have to try to run away.
Oh, no. Like that. And Dubstep! Johan got the newsletter. He got the Bucky newsletter. That's a sign up right there that you didn't even ask for. It's sometimes when you install something and there's a checkbox that you didn't really notice. That's exactly what happens there. So BREN is the one with the man advantage. Not the biggest deal, honestly, on Haven, because he can still come as 4. And Josh is now taking a bit of damage, but he does get rid of Dubstep instead. On the C side we go. ArkAngel picking up that rock, picking up that spike, but Jesse Bash, he needs only 1 clip to get to the frenzy again. Quite the powerhouse. Jump peek right now. At least check out who's there on the other side. And ArkAngel, they need to make an opening and fast.
You got a 2-man lineup with a frenzy. How is that going to work out for Jesse Bash here? But Modski has come, has awoken, and you better bet your butts that he is about to take in the side here. But Jesse Bash, once again, is a rock. He is the Bash to dash, and he will be able to get the clutch for his team. Granted, yeah, it's going to be Humi to deny Modski from coming in from behind them, but Vash sparks, ignites the play by just timing. Pure timing. Sees the cloudburst, knows that Ching doesn't have his weapon out, and he peeks, lines it up, gets 2 headshots, even a 3rd, and he, on pistol, has brought it back for BREN. What just happened?
Frenzy happened. This is why I got nerfed.
Yeah. Exactly.
100 more credits. And you guys gotta look at that 100 credit nerf actually for Frenzy. Just a little bit. It does mess up whatever utilities you can buy. So new patch, if you're going to be playing Frenzy, you might as well get some kills with it, or else you're not really getting too much value out of that loadout. But now we're loading on into another round, and Ching is only 1 away from the Blade Farm. He has the classic. He's banking on a sudden kill or maybe some orb control. But BREN Esports for now, and BLeague is taking the high grounds with Dubstep. But Josh, as always a powerhouse, catches out Jesse Bash, and the power of a Cypher actually moving into B, being sneaky, always a sight to behold.
He just backs away, because he's not going to take the site there. He maybe will give the weapon to a teammate and just play again with the Sheriff in tow. And Dispenser, you know already what it is. He's going to go for his lurk play, and ArkAngel is going to be to the wiser. They're not even going to look behind him, and Dispenser has a timing play. He's just about to miss them. No! They line it up. 1, 2, misses, has to reload, but whips out the frenzy as Dispenser is chasing him down, but they're not going to be able to get the C-side. Now, maybe with 9 bullets in a dream, they're going to make something happen, but no, it's going to be Dubstep and Borkum to go for a challenge up atop, and I have the high ground, Anakin. You cannot defeat me, and Dubstep goes soaring above, denying ArkAngel that round win.
Raindrop drop top from the up top. There you go. Dubstep just decides to use the mobility of the Jets to get the better angle, to get that takedown, and now he's ready with the blades. But ArkAngel, they did get something out of that round. And since Ching got the orb and then he died, he's ready with his own kind of blades coming into this setup. Will it be top 10 anime battles yet again between the Jets? Dubstep and Ching have been having duel after duel, fight after fight, and it's really a sight to behold seeing where these two players, when they were together, when now they've separated, that kind of mentality, that kind of showmanship, it's what kind of one-up that they want to do against each other. But BREN is not just one-up right now against ArkAngel. They're up by 5 and 3 more to go for them to take a map.
It's a very, very big lead, especially up against, BREN Esports in this particular map. But, it is going to still allow ArkAngel a little bit of leeway. This is where teams start to kind of stop. At around 4 rounds, they just cannot figure out how to deal with the Haven. So at least ArkAngel has kind of stopped the first hurdle here. They still have to try to go through multiples. Borkum is waiting, maybe to get a contact on that Sova drone. Now hearing the eye, he's still playing on the contact of the Sova, and as Jesse Vash sees people coming in, he's gonna pop that flash. But as you can see, ArkAngel are holding their triggers because Dubstep is about to hit the 1 into the mid. Maybe he's not gonna be able to get this. The refrag to come, not even gonna be possible. As ArkAngel now with a man down, 45 seconds, looks for the A site.
BREN Esports, at the very least, with that advantage, allowing them to at least look more into the other sides of the map. But as you mentioned, A side is the way to go, and Modski is the first one down. Ching also will fall. Dispenser with the hold, but Johan catches out, Borkum catches out Dispenser, but Jesse Vash is still there to be the rock to remember. And you know what, back in the day, Mr. Asteroid, people had pet rocks because Jesse Vash, he is just nigh unstoppable, nigh unmovable. Maybe he had a pet rock also when in his youth, I would say. But with how he plays this game, it really feels like he is just such a player who is so competent, who is always in the know, always in the present, not relying on his past glories in all of these different games, and he always wants to get better, and you see him being the rock for his team just because of it.
And that's why you can never be like a hateful guy towards Vash, because his worth ethic as well as his passion for competition is just that authentic, right? He just loves to play in these kind of stressful games, these high-level stressful games, and he performs exceedingly well. No matter, like you said, what game he plays in, he's just able to procure these dubs. In the case, though, Ching has whipped out the blades. He spots out the one, but it seems like Dispenser was able to go through all of that. He's not going to be able to spot out Porkham just yet, but now the blades have been refreshed, but Dispenser will stop it at the seams, and Jesse Vash, once again, the Soul Vash with the double connection onto the Hunter's Fury. Josh S is wanting to hit the one taps on the Sheriff, but not going to connect, and we're already at match point for game number 2. And look at that, the tactical bags, once again, the show of dominance, the show of force for BREN here.
Tactical crouching on the disco lights, that is the Nano Swarm. BREN Esports now making this a series if they can wrap it up in this round. 7 rounds to go though for ArkAngel to try and force out overtime if ever. The question is, can they do it? Guns down, gonna be a blaze here for ArkAngel. 3 ultimates also online. BREN Esports in the meantime ready with a lockdown, ready with those blades. And maybe the plan here for BREN might be to let ArkAngel set up on site and then drop that Dome of Doom. Oh, that's a good start. It's a very good start.
Very, very good start. Calm breath before the storm, and Humi just plays it sublime. Nobody's going to be able to flush him out. Maybe, though, as Josh S and Carl keep the dream alive for the second map. Dubstep will be playing Smoke Criminal inside his own Cloud Burst. Peeks right out. Josh S challenges. Not going to be able to get the kill. Johan trying to go for the one taps, but it's not going to work out in the end. And Josh S left to clutch to his own devices. Now Josh S knows where the opponent is going to be playing at, and he is slowly going around it. Knows that he has to get a kill onto Vash very quickly here as he's hearing the footsteps. Knows that Dispenser maybe is on the corner, and Vash activates the recon dart. Not going to have the information, but they have a rough idea. The ping is there, and Josh S will get spotted. Oh!
Spotted, tagged, and bagged. BREN Esports yet again keeping Haven their territory, and will tie up the series 1-1. Expectations have been met by BREN, and this does feel like that it is just their territory to hold time and time again. Anytime there's a fight on site, it's BREN having the angles, BREN having the numbers, and BREN getting the kills.
I think it seems like on that Haven map, there was a little bit of fuel left in the tank, but they definitely run out of steam very, very quickly. And that, I think, just was a BREN map. It just goes to show that the Haven is still their baby, and nobody can take their baby away. In any case, Public BREN enemy number 1 has shown to bleed just a little bit as they still, or ArkAngel still took ascent, but this, like you said, has evened out this series 1-1.
Yeah, ArkAngel, they put up a really good fight, though, especially in the first half. There were many times that they could have gotten the rounds, could have gotten that score to be closer, but BREN with the clutch and making sure that their home turf is just the way to go. We really saw how they set up, how they defended, how they attacked, and any single angle that they would like to take, they are saying that this is our territory to behold.
Yeah, and now, I just got to say it already, we got ourselves a game.
Yes, sir.
I'm so happy about this one. And dang, Dax, my memory is a little bit bad. What's the third map again?
Icebox.
Thank you so much. Icebox challenge there, because I don't think we've seen anybody defeat BREN, but we've seen everybody push BREN to their limits in that map.
Absolutely. But Mr. Asarai, I do believe there's something that will be changing up for the next game, if I am correct.
I'm going to get changed for the next game.
I miss you already.
Oh, no.
Well, but look at the colors we're wearing. Look at the colors we're wearing.
Yes.
Mr.
Oh, this is a teaser, a trailer to who's going to be replacing me, guys. It's, wait, no, this one. It's, what color is this?
I don't know, ask Bill.
Oh, okay. This is, wait, okay, I'm going to answer this is black. And then what color is this?
Blue.
So who's going to be...
Black and blue. Wow, that's amazing, Mr. Asai. But it's been great to have you, and it is going to be game number 3 in just a bit. Stick around, guys, because this is VALORANT Challengers Philippines. This is the Grand Finals, and we will return with Icebox in just a bit.
you watch me do my thing. Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world. Nobody should know stand be strong. Don't you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, friends far and wide. We are now here moving into the third map of the grand final. I am Black and Blue. With me is the ever amazing Dax. How are you doing, good sir?
I'm Black and Blue, bro.
Oh, well, I am black and gray this time.
Yeah, but
by the way, this suit, shout out to, if you guys are watching the other stream, Vil, this is his suit. He's wearing mine for some reason. We decided to swap last second, but hey.
Yeah, it's really cool. But this has been an amazing series so far, Black and Blue. I know you've been watching at the back, 1-1. Who'd expect we'll get a score in line like this, my friend?
I mean, some of you guys, what did you predict actually coming into this?
Don't tell anyone.
Now we look like jerks, right? Because I did the same thing too, right? Well, partly biased because we kind of wanted to go home, but we are very, very excited to get things going as map number 3 is about to kick away. But not only can these guys possibly win and represent the Philippines, but you guys might not represent the Philippines, but you will be able to get a chance to win. We're going to have 15... I need another 5.
Yes.
1,500 Valorant points to be given away today to 15, once again, lucky winners at the end of it. So your name might just be popped up on stream. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream as well, and include in the caption the team that you are rooting for. Now, what else do you have to do? Make sure the post is public and include the hashtags, hashtag VCTPH, hashtag VALORANT Challengers, and hashtag PPGL Valorant, guys. That's all you have to do. 4 simple steps, and you can be one of 15 lucky winners, once again, that we're going to show up on stream right after the grand final. And who knows, 1,500 Valorant points, that's worth a Valorant points. 15 winners.
Our prod just enjoying the amazing number of hands that we bring to the table. And you did a better job already, Mr. Asteroid. So you gotta give it there. And not only have our suits been intertwined there, Mr. Black and Blue, but also our different broadcasts here for the VALORANT Challengers Philippines. You are watching right now at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. But if you want to check out our local language broadcast, go over to facebook.com/PPGLGG. On YouTube, of course, at PPGL, we have both broadcasts as backup. And of course, any kind of VOD you're looking for, you'll be finding there. And it really goes to show we want to cater to everyone. We want to make sure everyone enjoys the Philippine action. And we are just so very happy to have you here.
Yes, don't forget, guys, Twitch, English, Facebook, Filipino, YouTube, both, just in case you need that extra backup there. And once again, let's now finally move on towards our third map of the day. It is going to be an icebox, and
did you see that? The Vash there.
He's always got it. I love it how he accompanies that with the complimentary, amazing stare eyebrow.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, by the way, to Sir Jesse Vash.
Yes, if the best birthday gift we can give him right now is to give him a show and, of course, for them to earn that Valorant Master slot. So we'll see if they can make it happen here as we are going to be going into the cold, cold waste that is Icebox. And this is going to be a very interesting map per se for both teams because tactically they have some really distinct styles that they're bringing to the table. BREN Esports have been playing that no duelist composition time and time again. And ArkAngel, in the meantime, Viper play is where it's at.
Yeah, Johan on the Viper has been something to really marvel at. They were able to win that series yesterday during the semifinal, in part to the amazing Viper plays that he did. You know, his toxic wall was something to behold because it really did isolate the fights that they needed to win in the semifinal. But now, as we're talking about it, the series is all tied up 1-1 on the board. Guys, remember, of course, we do have the giveaways, so you guys can win as well. Do not forget about that. And I would love, of course, to be able to join that because Battle Pass, guys. But let's finally talk about the map here, Icebox. As Mr. Dax said, it is one to behold because both of these teams have had quite performances throughout this entire weekend on Icebox itself.
And look at this change up already. BREN Esports, they know their opponent has a composition that is very strong against their usual one. So Dump Step, going to be playing the single duelist instead, and it does feel like they have an understanding that they want to make sure they have that sudden burst of lethality, that sudden impact, and they're not going to be gambling on winning it all on the defense anymore. Even though they're defending first and foremost, it's already a lock-in on the Jet. Ching in the meantime, also on the Jet, and that might be also one more factor that BREN is playing the Jet right now. Just make sure Ching can sit down and be humble, but ArkAngel is always a team to be feared, always a team looking to soar in the skies, and the Viper going to be there as well. Reyna, Silva, and Sage to wrap up that lineup.
The bread and butter coming in now for ArkAngel, but for the side of BREN Esports, more of an adjustment here. Now they have been playing the zero duelist lineup for Icebox throughout the weekend, but this time, as you said, realizing what type of opponent they're up against here in the grand final. Winner of this is going to go on to represent the Philippines in the 2021 Valorant Masters, so everything is on the line right now. As we move into it, Dax, What is your predictions here on Icebox? Who is going to take this map?
Okay, this is going to be an interesting one because BREN Esports is now going to be filling one of their holes here in terms of their strategy with that Jet. ArkAngel, in the meantime, it has been honestly very shaky from them. If it is just going to be BREN going in, going ham, going very, very quickly, then ArkAngel might be taken back and might not be able to answer. But we've seen from their semifinal against Hashra, they've learned their lessons, they've understood how to play the map even better. Better angles, better takes, better calls, and remember that long streak against Hashra wherein they just dominated the map after calling the all-in by the other team. If ArkAngel can get that momentum again, can find their footing just like that, they'll be able to put up a fight against BREN, but BREN might have that advantage as they run on in, get the kills, and make sure ArkAngel cannot even stand in the cold.
In this case, though, to cool things back down after a very fiery start on those opening 2 maps, we're going to be having BREN Esports start on the defensive side. So we're going to see now what they're going to be forcing up. A bit of light armor here, a Sheriff on the hands of Dubstep. I don't know if he's actually going to really stick with that. Ching and Co, they got a bunch of ghosts, and let's finally get it ongoing here. Map number 3, and we can see the defense already by BREN focused a bit more towards the A side. They do have there towards mid Jesse Vash, but the rest of them do towards B. Now Humi, he has historically been playing yellow here when it comes to B side, so that is a position they're going to have to check. He's going to get found though. Ching will find the opening pick, and that's going to give an entryway for ArkAngel to make their way here towards the B side. Dispenser, he's down to 29 HP, and with the train rolling on in, Ching is going to find that frag.
Ching finally getting those takedowns, and here we go at ArkAngel start as they do want to get this default plan on B side to work. Toxic Train going to be in a diagonal angle just to cut off BREN and their sidelines. It's a really good start here from AA so far, and this is what AA has been suffering against in the past few days. So they've learned their lesson. They've said, why don't we try to do that? Jesse Bash though with the angle eventually gets the headshot there onto Motzki, but despite that, BREN Esports has such a big disadvantage. The Ghost might be the card that they will need to get a few kills here and there. But ArkAngel already in prime position to hold down this spike.
It almost seems like they have given this round up, and exit frag is all they can go for. Both of them at very critical health here on the side of BREN Esports, so that's going to be it. The pistol round does go in the way of ArkAngel. Now, nothing to fear if you're a BREN fan, because BREN haven't been winning much pistols either as of recent, but they've been able to bring it back still. Dubstep will go down with the spike, same as Carl. His position is going to be found, and look at this. Jesse Vash, will he find the last one? No, he won't. Johan with very little health left. Let's get that frag in the end. Not gonna let Jesse save. Very valiant effort from him though to bring it down to a 1v1 at the end.
This is pretty much the map where you have to watch your spawns, no matter what. Especially attacking spawn, always scary to see someone buy the ship. And Jesse Vash getting the exits there to add up a few more points to his Hunter's Fury collection. And at the very least, BREN Esports now going to be whipping out the Bucky to try and get a sudden kill. Interesting buy though, they did have a Sheriff in the last round. Didn't really pan out the way that they would like. ArkAngel though in the meantime, going to be going for the push on the B side again. And Humi already the first to fall. Yellow control is going to be heavily contested in a game like this, black and blue. Both Johan and Humi have loved to stay in that angle. Ching also lucky to contest. And AA now on the hunt here in the frosted area of B site.
You can tell that AA know that yellow is at the strong position that BREN like to utilize, so the pre-slow orb already coming in before they go for the plant. Ching's going to find an opening pick over to Borkum. Modzki's going to find one of his onto Dubstep, and it's going to be now a 2v5 heavily in the favor of ArkAngel here on the second round. So BREN Esports, what they're going to really go for, a bunch of classics in hand, but even with El Clasico, it's going to be very difficult to bring it up against these rifles. Ching has a Vandal in hand. He's probably going to win this fight if Dispenser goes for the peak, but he has to be a bit more conservative here. All he can really play for are the exits, because, well, otherwise he's going to be exiting this round very quickly. Spike does take up its timer, and, well, that's going to be the round. There's nothing they can really do. No way to defuse this. Ching finds his third. He could potentially find the fourth here. Never mind. Jesse Bash is going to run. He's not going to run away. He's actually going to try and approach this. Maybe get a frag in return. Keep them. Well, that's going to kill Carl, at the very least.
And Carl gets that kill, and ArkAngel now. Okay, that's going to kill Carl. He gets caught in the spike there. AA now up by 2. And many have been wondering why ArkAngel likes to play this map still. But it's been obvious since day number 1 of the playoffs. They've had a plan. It's just really been destroyed by the likes of Dreamfire, the likes of Hashra at the very start of their matchup there in the semifinals. But here, case in point, they're ready and at it on Icebox. They're ready to fight against BREN Esports. And it really feels like they've been practicing just for this matchup. Blades are now available for Ching. BREN now can have the guns that they need. Can they fight back though? That'll be the question.
It's definitely true there, Dax. I mean, while Dreamfire on Icebox did not pan out for the side of ArkAngel, it seems like this Icebox pick was a direct sort of counter adjustment for BREN Esports. Now, Humi's able to find the opening pick on the Ching. That's something good now going in the way of BREN Esports, but he's taking some damage in return here for the side of the BREN. Now, BREN Esports, you can see their defense is heavily favored now towards the B site, and I think ArkAngel are going to realize this. They're going to go back for the spike, potentially as they've seen now their own Reyna for the side here of ArkAngel has crawled his way up close towards the A site, wherein there's a solo defending Killjoy. So Mozgi, if he can find the pick here, this might just be something on the dispenser. Dispenser, he's been known rather to lock down the site entirely all by himself. Can he find his frag? Yes, he will. And that is going to cut off any sort of hopes ArkAngel had to go towards the A site.
Yeah, A site now not going to be available whatsoever. The spike going to be pretty much stuck here by the green container, and Humi dropping on down to get on away. Now, one thing BREN Esports has really changed up here, Black and Blue, is they're not only just playing single duelists, actually. They're playing double duelists. And when you make a comp swap like this in the middle of a tournament, you do have to adjust your playstyle. But Johan now adjusting his position, getting the backstab onto dubstep, and really the snake in the grass just to be staying in the snow. But there we go with Humi, suicidal that he is. He decides to just get through the barrier orb, catch out Josh S, but Carl is there to get the counter, and it's now 3v2.
That was totally worth. Now they still have the man advantage, and they delayed just a bit of time for the rotation to come in. But Johan's going to equalize things up here. Dispenser's going to go down, and you can see the Reyna is already quite low. He's going to go press the issue, but Borkum will get traded off. Johan is on his third. It's going to be a 1v1 situation right now. Who's going to pull it off, Johan or Jesse Vash? Now Jesse, he has been known to do some incredible damage and things here towards Belong, but will he be able to replicate his success during the previous days? Yes, he will get that clutch, but does he have enough time to defuse it? Now, there's enough poison on it to delay enough time, so he does have enough time, I believe, to get this defuse off, and Jesse Bash will get the first round for BREN Esports.
And there was one thing we were talking about the Viper the other day, if I remember correctly. The Snakebite doesn't have enough DOT to really kill you while you are going for the Spike defuse. It will be very close, though, if I remember correctly, but more or less, it's about enabling someone else to shoot you down while you're touching that poison. So
granted, as long as you have enough health.
Exactly. Granted, you have enough health. But BREN Esports, they do clutch it out, and they figure it out with Jesse Vash, yet again, being the rock of this team. Thing, though, is BREN Esports, you can really see the adjustment and the growing pain still affecting them. Playing double duelists after playing no duelists whatsoever on a map like this does require adjustment, even from the pretty much the most versatile team in the Philippine scene. Humi, though, backing on away already. BREN ready to contend as rotations are coming the way of B-Site.
B-Site is once again the area of operation here right now that ArkAngel have picked. Now, we slowly making the raid. The Leer does come out, so they've been able to force that bit of utility out here for the side of BREN Esports. The Toxic Wall is going to come online. That's going to buy them some concealment to try and make their way into the site. Now, as a Cloud Burst comes up, that's also going to block away the vertical angle that they could have otherwise taken to see over that Toxic Wall. So, good heads-up play there by Ching, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. He does have a dream, but will he find it here? No, Mozgi is going to find Humi in return. That's going to bring it down to a 4v5 in ArkAngel's favor, but Borkum says no. We're going to equalize things once up again. And Dubstep Dispenser and the flurry of frags falls in the way of BREN Esports. 3v2 right now as they're trying to get the plant off, but there is too much presence here from BREN as Dispenser finds his second, and he's probably going to find a third. No, that's Jesse Vash. And they equalize things all up 2-2 on the board.
Yeah, BREN and ArkAngel now all tied up coming into this game. And BREN says we've shaken it off and we are good to go now coming into this matchup. ArkAngel, though, considering will we actually go for a few of the buys here and there? Some of these members not having the best economy so far, Black and Blue. But it seems like for BREN Esports, with their quicker rotations, with their firepower now, enabling them to get closer to the opponent, that is where the strategy now lies into.
You can see Josh Esser is going to have to deal with just a Sheriff in hand, Stinger for the rest of them, and so they're going to try their luck, it seems, to go A here, but for the most of them, actually still trying to make some noise towards the B side. Cheng, he's pulled out his Blade Storm, yes, and Motsuki's going to find an opening pick on a dubstep. That's huge now. That actually opens up the alleyway to go in towards mid and possibly a border push, but we're going to see how they're really going to play with that. Will they push up tube is a question. Jesse Vash will find Mozgi in return. Thus, now the A site is under attack, and as it's under siege, the defenders have to come here and help them. Ching is able to find the sole defender here on towards the A site, and the res will come on Mozgi. Gus giving them a 5v3 here on the site decks.
5v3 indeed, and ArkAngel at the very least making that A take pretty much something they cannot cannot be stopped. But Borkum in behind catches out Carl over to the high ground with the Reyna. Humi in the meantime moving on forward. And this is Johan. He's been knowing how to take the angles on a map like this, knowing where to peek, knowing where to fight at the very least. And for the Viper right now, what can he see? That dark cover in the way dissipates. Now he will be pre-firing there if ever, but that is going to be Humi getting caught out. Borkum in the meantime, get the kill onto Josh S. In behind though, Ching let's go find the angle. And ArkAngel now making it systematic and automatic there on A side. They take that round and they keep the lead.
Great use of the res there to further secure that round in the pocket. Even though if it's a 4v3, hey, a 5v3 is that much better. In Dax's words, they won that one.
They did. They just went on to A side and that's it. When you have your Killjoy trying to fortify something, then you do get overrun. When you get picked off, then that's going to be the problem there. No gadgets available. Nothing's going to be able to really be done by your Sentinel. And ArkAngel, they just made it a very, very quick round as Ching is just going on in. Gets the angle though on the turret. We already see Spencer here by B side here. Humi in the meantime with a kill onto the Jet. And BREN having that man advantage.
Great read on Darter to know that Humi has further pushed back in towards the side, retreated as the Spencer finds a frag. That's a double opening pick now for the side of BREN Esports. Very good start for them to hopefully tie things up once again for their favor. Now, you can see that the offense here of ArkAngel are trying to spread out. One towards B, one towards A, one towards mid. So they're still not sure where they want to go as Carl's able to find a frag on Humi. So that's a good pick from them, but they still have a ways to go if they want to equalize this round all up.
Borkum though at the very least still looking around here by A site, trying to find anyone in the first place. Dock screen set up though by B. And this is just going to be a battle to see who can actually see who first. All about contact, all about sightlines right now as the Viper here for ArkAngel just covering up a good chunk of that map. And in this case, it's Modzki. Shots, Borkum also there as well. And there you have it. ArkAngel going to be trying to go onto A site. BREN Esports though already rotating. And it has been some of the calmest gameplay we've seen so far between these two teams. Usually, it's just very high octane. Usually, it is just going to be a bit of a chess match. But in this case, it's all about trying to figure out where the opponent is. And Jesse Bash and Modzki make a quick work of their opponent so far. Sova right now on the high ground. Carl repelling on in as well. And here comes Borkum with the flag. That's Carl going on down. Borkum will get two. And BREN will tie it up again.
A great flank there for Borkum to get the tie score up now 3-3 on the board. And as we move into the 7th round, the operator is finally going to come out here for the side of ArkAngel. That's going to be Ching there with the Jet, operator in hand, and they're on the attack. So it's very interesting to see where they're going to try and employ the operator in this case. Will they be able to find the opening pick? That's what they're kind of betting on right now, as their economy is not too healthy otherwise.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very delicate here for Team ArkAngel buying that operator. BREN though also not in the best state of money so far, and in this case this might be some economies broken coming into this next round, depending on who is actually able to win this round. Ching though on the high ground yet again. We already see Modzki trying to lead the charge over to A side. Dubstep in the meantime watching over the ARB, trying to go for the crossfire if ever. And he dashes on the way to survive. Lear gonna get thrown. Cloud versus there as well to cover the retreat. But ArkAngel, they are gonna be some predators looking to pounce. Borkum now in behind. Here we go with Modzki though, trying to get the shots. But Jesse Bash yet again, stalwart that he is, does get that takedown. Johan right now watching over the screens. There we go with the stage wall though from the side of ArkAngel. But BREN will answer back. And the lockdown is coming to pressure ArkAngel. It's another 1-for-1. Dubstep and Justice though do get the takedowns. And AE has to retreat.
Well, Borkum is online, the Empress is up live, and Ching is able to remove him there. So good opening pick from Ching. Now that they have the spike planted and one player is detained on the side here of BREN Esports, they can now play off-site. Actually, they're not able to get the plant off. It was dropped, and so they still have to get that win condition in the pocket. BREN Dispenser and Humi are both watching very, very valiantly. Not going to let them cross. They do have a crossfire here. Now,
30 seconds
the question
left.
is, who's going to make first contact? Will it be AA trying to dash on in here, especially Ching with his tailwind, or will Dispenser try and make a play? I think the right play for Dispenser here is to just hold the corner. They do have a good crossfire on this, if ever. Humi, though, is trying to look for the flank. Nothing coming in that way. The good paranoia to try and delay them. Now the Cloudburst alerts them to what's about to happen. Dispenser, will he find the frag? He's found the information, and Humi's able to find one with the Bulldog, and that is the second frag here for Humi, getting them that 4th round on the board.
Who will let the dog out? Because this is going to be Humi whipping out the Bulldog there, getting the takedowns with the automatic rifle, with the assault rifle that could Well played there by BREN Esports, watching that one out. Dispenser with a rare flub there with the shot, but Humi still holding strong, getting the takedowns. And from what we saw, that Dome of Doom, that lockdown, so very effective to flush out ArkAngel. Now, BREN Esports able to take the lead and finding their footing on the defense. It seems like they are getting a good mix of aggression and defensive natures with their loadout so far, with their lineup so far. But Ching already trying to contend the high ground. Updraft to the tailwind to go onto the green. Toxic Dream gonna be set on up. There we go with the Poison Cloud as well. And here comes Carl right now trying to find the target using the Owl Drone on top of yellow to notice what's going on by Snowman, by Sight. And Dubstep has to back on away because the screen is just in the way. And Humi now making sure that the pavement will be cleared as Modski will fall.
The 4-man push now comes in for the side of ArkAngel here. They're trying to hold on to his yellow position for now. That's the only place that can really anchor up. That's the only cover that they've got right now on the side because they don't have much control. Otherwise, a Dubstep! A good anticipation through that toxic wall. He knew that the peak was supposed to come out as soon as the wall went up, and he called it perfectly. So, Humi here using the ropes to try and see over that toxic wall for just a bit. ArkAngel seem dissuaded now from going towards the B side. You can see the rotation now coming in here from the side of ArkAngel. Johan and co. They're going to be going their way towards the A side, wherein the Dispenser is already waiting with his Killjoy.
Yeah, this is just Dispenser waiting it out time and time again. He's set up in the middle this time, and Borkum going to be looking to, at the very least, reinforce this A side as much as possible. Humi, though, on a solo mission to hold by yellow. Spots out the over there. Carl forced to drop on down. ArkAngel, though, they're on the hunt to find the target. Can they make it happen this time? There's only 18 seconds left before this round is over. Humi, though, through the poison, does get the kill onto Johan, making sure that Cloud will drop. Carl also going to get tagged there by the operator, not just once, but twice. And the hunt is on as Ching wants to get rid of Dubstep, but Borkum is there to just play Overwatch duty. And BREN now going to be up by 2.
A great defense there on the B side coming from BREN Esports, repelling both attacks of the ArkAngel roster. So, ArkAngel right now still going to have economy to buy up into this one, but it is not looking super healthy as they come on in.
Yeah, this is just looking very, very delicate here for the side of ArkAngel. BREN is finding their footing. They're getting the streaks that they need. But the good thing here for ArkAngel is they have the ultimates that they would like. They have the guns that they would like. And this round is a pretty much a make or break moment to see how they will use it. Not only are those 3 ultimates ready to go, it's very close for Ching as well as for Josh S to use their ults coming into this round. Only 1 kill or 1 orb is it takes to find their way to use an ultimate here. But Carl right now watching out on a site, using the out drone there. Going to be playing a bit of a drone duel with the other Sova. Ching in the meantime watching it out. Humi though pushing yet again. And the question is, will we see Johan get the punish as Ching right now trying to get that shot. This is the garage hold here for the Viper. And it seems like there's the strike by Johan.
You never really see the snake when it's in the grass, and in that case, Johan, a good opening pick. Let's see if he's going to be able to find more now here for their side. But BREN, they have lost a member, and that is going to quite really hurt their defense as the A side is about to come under attack once again. But Dubstep able to equalize things up. A good shot there on the reaction towards Modski's aggression. And Borkum will find one on the Ching as well. That is one of the duelists already removed from the side of ArkAngel, and they don't have one left. Well, rather, they do get the res here. Josh S. He hasn't been performing well on the fragging side of things, but he's able to get the res up, and that has netted them a round in the past during this game. Will he be able to do so once again and swing the tide of the battle? Johan seems to put that into good effect. Dubstep will go down, and they're going to be now in a 4v3. 20 seconds after the clock, the Viper Spit does come out, and you're going to be very, very damned to step in all of that.
That's going to be death and destruction here as B-side is the way to go for Team ArkAngel. BREN trying to figure out where to really go in the first place. There we have Borkum hopping atop that green box. And Josh is trying to get on the way, but he will die there and then. Modski, though, in the meantime, dispensing now with the refrag there. And this is just Johan staying on the inside. Will he spot the target, though? Alarva trying to get that intel. And Dispenser will eventually find Johan to get that kill. All eyes now on the Sova if ever. Jesse Bash. Seems like he knows that Carl is nearby rather than afar. With BREN Esports getting the kill onto the Sova anyway, this will be another round taken by them.
A great round coming in once again from BREN Esports. They have been spectacular on both their B-side defenses and retakes. So, BREN Esports looking very good right now. ArkAngel, they do have some economy in their way because of that plan. I'm not sure if they're going to force them to buy here because it seems like they're still quite low. Yes, there's a Vandal here and there, but a Stinger also is going to come out on Carl. Josh S quite low. He has been on the Sheriff like 3 rounds now already, and so it hasn't been looking too well for him on the fragging side of things. Only a single one on the board in that case, but who knows? Things might swing around once they do go into the second half. For now, though, BREN Esports, they're sitting in a, not a comfortable lead, but one to at least catch their breath with. They can't get complacent with that, though, but now they're going to be making their way towards the A side, and the information has been given here and taken by both sides. King does pull out his Blade Storm to kind of supplement his lack of utility and rather economy. And here now they see the full 4-man train. They know they're coming. The only answer is, will they lock down the gates?
That'll be a good question there, as Ching right now trying to get through the gate indeed. But Dubstep says, no way, no how, no more ID for you, good sir. You're off this team anyway. And Dubstep gonna be dashing on in to try and get another takedown, but Carl will hold the line, crouch on down to get that takedown. And it's now suddenly 2v1. Jesse Vash trying to play the dart. Snakebite gonna be there, Vulnerable State gonna be afflicted. And can Jesse Vash get the angle? You don't usually see the poison being pushed, but this is gonna be Carl keeping an eye out. What a steal here by Team ArkAngel. 6-4 now, as AA is trying to tie it up in this half.
Good effort there by Jesse Vash, and well, in the end, could not pull the clutch off of the good anticipation from Carl to, well, really guess that he's going to be coming around the corner there. So as we move into the last 2 rounds of the half, ArkAngel can still tie this all up at the half. So they still have some hope here. Full Vandal lineup on the side here of BREN Esports. They have the operator now on Dubstep. He has been a little more quiet in this map, but don't expect that to last for much longer.
We'll find out as BREN Esports. They do just want to get a few more points here and there. ArkAngel, time and time again for the past few games, actually, we've really seen them look to equalize, look to go for the comeback on the first half. It worked out on the Scent, but then on Haven, it was just all BREN Esports. Jesse Vash, though, lining it up, trying to make it rain some shock darts. Doesn't really connect on much. ArkAngel instead holding the line, but BREN still has that man advantage. And the big thing is that Rain was the first to fall here for ArkAngel. Can't use the Empress this round. It is going to be Johan, though, trying to make an opening by the boiler. And Jesse Vash moving on away. This might be the Vipers. Time to strike again.
The Snake is definitely slithering its way here into a good position. Now, if Dispenser does not read this, this could be huge here for the side of ArkAngel and bring it back to a 4v4, thus cutting the man deficit in, well, by 1. As we move now towards the A side here, Dax, it almost seems like BREN are still kind of concerned of the B take, and so they have not pulled the rotation yet on towards A. It's all going to be in the hands here of Borkum and the Jet to try and hold on to this. That is Dubstep there with the operator. The shot rings out, but the Tracer does not land. Borkum will find the frag, though, and does dismiss his way away. He's going to get legged there quite a bit, actually. Dubstep will get the frag eventually on Josh S, but he will get traded off by Carl. Johan, a double kill for him there towards the mid-side, and Humi's going to bring it back. 1v2 situation now. Carl, it is all to him. 15 seconds. He's going to get this plant off. He's going to be quite paranoid, too, and Humi knows exactly where he is. The Sova, it is going to be on him to get the information, but, well, Dispenser, he's going to shut this down and get the 7th round on the board as we move into the last one of the half.
Yeah, BREN Esports just having the numbers there to play the angles that they would like. Carl a while ago holding on to a really good corner to answer back in the previous round, but this time he was forced to put down that spike, play the dart, and BREN just having the right idea at the right place at the right time, and they are now up by 3. Things looking pretty dire here from ArkAngel. A while ago it was, I believe, 8-4 also into the Haven map, wherein BREN Esports was able to keep that lead and go ham into the second one. In the meantime, though, ArkAngel now, can they make at least 7-5? Can they salvage this half and try to keep it close against BREN Esports? It is the Hunter Fury and the Empress versus the Empress and that lockdown. We've seen BREN make some plays with that lockdown indeed from the Killjoy. And will it be another case as ArkAngel now on the hunt and looking to play for A?
They both have 2 ultimates apiece right now for ArkAngel and BREN Esports, respectively. So the question is, who's going to be able to utilize that more to get this round on the board? I do believe they're both looking to perhaps employ it as we move into the last round and a half. So, Ching here, operator in hand. Will he be able to make good use of it, though? 3 defenders towards the A side, and they pulled a lot of aggro here. Only a single defender towards B, and that's where Johan is currently trying to make his money. As lockdown has been destroyed, so the ultimate there, the lockdown from BREN Esports, is off of the table. The only thing they've got right now is the Empress. Hunter's Fury does not land anything for the side of ArkAngel, and so they're going to kind of reset things, and the spike is still crawling its way here towards the A site, and I don't know if this is the right idea here, Dax. They still have time to rotate if they wanted to. They could perhaps bring it to their own devices, and Dubstep is going to find an opening pick on the Johan. That's going to seal the deal. There's no way. They have to commit to this, and Borkum will find the frag there on the Modski.
Yeah, Josh is still answering back. Here we go with the wall, but Dispenser is keeping watch and keeping that angle in check yet again. And as you mentioned, ArkAngel feeling pressure to force themselves onto A side after the angle there being taken by Dubstep. Operator yet again making some noise. Will we cheating? And Carl, can they actually get the dings and get the takedowns that they need? The push though from Dispenser will say no. Borkum is there also. And BREN Esports doing it again, keeping the lead alive, and are up by 4 coming into the next half.
It's the second time this has happened now. As you mentioned a while ago on Haven, they were up 8-4 on the half as well, and ArkAngel were not able to make that deficit any smaller as they moved into the second half. And so now Pistol comes out. BREN Esports are going to be in the attacking side, and hopefully for the side here of ArkAngel, they can play their defensive side better than they did on the attack, because it just didn't look too well for them. Especially there, you can see Josh as him, while he's on the Sentinel, still, you kind of want to see a bit more coming there on the fragging side, but you can't put the blame on him because in general, BREN Esports have been playing quite well, and ArkAngel have kind of been just a few misplays here that I might feel could go in the way of, I guess, just communication in general. Some trades that really could have gone either way, but so they're still going to decide to go towards the A side this time. Now BREN Esports going to try their luck to open the pistol off. Now the ice wall does come up here. The barrier will try and hold things down. Pipes is currently held right now by the side of ArkAngel, and you're going to drone on in towards the A side. What can they find? The opposing Sova is what Jesse Vash finds. They're playing there towards the spawn, and so they know that there's at least one defender here and so towards the site as well. So they can take the gamble here for the side of BREN Esports. A minute left on the clock. That Paranoid does not land. Dubstep here on top of the default plant spot, and his Cloudburst is going to try and give him some concealment as they do get spiked down. Josh S, though, an opening pick here for AA.
AA does get that kill, but BREN has the spike down. Thing is, though, they can't do their usual antics on a map like this with that double duelist, so instead they will be hanging on back, but they still need to find a way to fight back against those sight lines. There we go now with the poison kill going to be in the way. Ching in the meantime gonna go for the push. Humi trying to set up a crossfire alongside Borkum, but Borkum will fall, and now it will be Jesse Vash and Dispenser getting kills that they need. Nanoswarm getting the zone. Here comes Humi looking to push, and with the Viper and the Sage now caught in the corner, it's BREN Esports trapping them there and making sure that they get this round.
A good decision there to go towards the A site, and ArkAngel just simply could not respond. You know, the way that you would play a default plant on the A side is that you'd have the plant, obviously, on default, and then you have pretty much all of your members there on the attacking side play towards Nest and play towards the pipes area so that, well, there's nothing you really have to otherwise worry about. Now, if a flank could have come in for the side of A, that could have turned things around, but it's also not super easy to get that long rotation in through mid, through boiler, and all the way to our A main, because, well, we have to walk all the way through, otherwise they're going to hear you coming. Now, 9-4 on the board, and they're going to try their luck once again here towards A side. It has been working for them, at least in this half, and so Modski does hear some information. They do know that utility has been dispensed here towards the A site, and ArkAngel are going to start to pull their defense to the alpha area.
Yeah, at least make the move and make the rotations happen. BREN Esports getting ready to siege, and Jesse Vash at the very least getting the intel that he needs as the Sage is there by the middle. Still though, too many people on the other side. Dubstep and Borkum now do go down. Modski playing close, the frenzy in hand yet again, doing the damage that needs to be done. And BREN Esports will respect what ArkAngel has done here. They try to play into the middle instead. Dispenser catching out Ching for now. And the thing is, BREN, they have to be very careful for this round. Dispenser and this Vandal is something needed to protect. And as Humi decides to go for that spike plant, Johan catching out Dispenser, ArkAngel finding the right targets at the right times. And this might be another one as the Sage will get the high ground, but Josh cannot hit the shot. He only has 10 HP, so he is a bit fearful for his life, but Humi now will end it. It's 1v2 time though for BREN Esports.
It is planted as well here for Orange side, so this is going to be very difficult for Humi. But he's able to find the opening pick here on the Johan, bringing to a 1v1. Carl has retrieved the Vandal. He is at half HP, and he does have some utility to work with. He can get information off of the Recon Dart. He does have Shock Darts as well to stop the plant, and it's going to be on the hands of Humi to really be able to stop this from progressing on. And he's going to get the clutch off. They do get the spike down for the added money too. And Humi gets his third, getting BREN Esports at the 10-digit line mark.
when you ever ask that question, who me, who you? Well, he is the guy to get 3. And there you have it. Who me taking top frag here for BREN Esports. It's a 6-round gap between BREN and ArkAngel. And it does go to show, well, even though ArkAngel does have some really good plans for a map like this. For BREN Esports, in the meantime, the plan of action has to be figure out the adjustments and make them work. It is just going to be a situation, though, wherein we have BREN right now trying to figure out how else can they continue on in this streak. We have AA in the meantime. I do believe there's a bit of a pause right now that is happening here, as they do want to also know what else can they do here for a map like this.
That's the question, and you can see the hazmat suits there looking straight into the abyss. The line between the sky and the sea, really. It calls me.
That's a song?
That's a song.
That's a song. That's a great song. You probably have a beautiful singing voice, don't you, Mr. Black and Blue?
I would like to think so. Would have been my calling otherwise.
Music is in the ear of the beholder, and I'm beholding some greatness right now, though, between these two teams. What I've noticed, though, from BREN Esports is they've really adjusted within the first 3 rounds. First 2 rounds, it was like, okay, how are they going to play this? How are we going to rotate? How much are we going to hold? As I guess the newest story of Icebox has to be the hazmat suit and the bear trio. So what kind of storyline would we make for them? What is their background? It's the Penguin Commandos are around the map.
This guy right here is the battle bear. He is the pimp of this entire thing. This operation, it all goes through him. He's the leader. He's the boss. These 2 hazmat guys, as the others that you've seen too, and the battle penguins are all under his command. And these hazmat peeps, well, they are simply here on a mission. What is it? Retrieve the long-lost bear cookie.
Oh, bear cookie. That's new. That's new. No, these ideas, they're writing themselves, Black and Blue.
Yes,
we can make a movie trilogy just from Icebox alone. But for now, we are still going to be having the company of BREN Esports and ArkAngel here. It's looking very dire for ArkAngel, that's for sure. They still have a chance to come on back. We've seen them really bring out a victory from the jaws of defeat on a map like this, get a long streak on the second half. And with Josh as there, holding the line, getting the diagonal angle, catching out the Spencer. It's good stuff there already, but a scan into play. Dubs is trying to get the punish, but it's not working out for BREN as of yet. Cloudburst instead gonna be into play. Surprise, surprise, from the other side, Dubstep will get that taken out.
He burned all 3 of his Cloudbursts in that engagement though, and so nothing else to buy him some concealment. Now Borkum, he has made his way right on top of the plant spot. Carl is looking his way. I think he does expect Borkum to be here as well, but he's going to have to worry about Dubstep there all the way towards Nest, and especially Borkum here towards the pipe spot. Now Borkum is able to find 1 pick on the Johan. That's a good find here now from the side of BREN Esports, and they do firmly take the man advantage. Can he find the follow-up though, as the peak is about to come in here? Able to back away. Ching will find a frag in the Jesse Vash. That's going to turn things around though. Not too much, but the pipe player, Humi's going to find the frag. Borkum is going to find the second most. He's going to get the trade off on him, and Dubstep will close this round off 11-4, and they are at the cusp of match point.
Cusp indeed. Only 1 away to be 1 away from getting 1 more map. All the ones in the world and more. And this is really just BREN keeping their lead in such a good spot. That could have been the round that ArkAngel needed to come on back. But it just fell flat, and now Stingers are going to be the way to go for them instead. Luckily for ArkAngel, even if they buy a few of the Stingers and then maybe some Buckies here and there, they still should have enough money for the next round to get some buys even if they lose. So we'll see if BREN can wrap it up in the next 2 rounds, or will ArkAngel find ways to try and come on back. As we said before, they've done it already just this weekend. So what can ArkAngel do? They break down the Aldron first, get rid of some of that intel, but the Reyna is going to get spotted and now has to use the Leer to try and get on away. Dubstep almost seeing the head there of Modzki, but the shock darts instead are going to be the answer. And you can really see him that he's getting tased with only 21 HP remaining.
He has gotten so tagged up here, and he's quite literally banged up, but good, unfortunately for him, unfortunately rather, the heal there on the stage is going to come in, and Modzki is going to find this frag now. Dubstep finds it, and Tailwinds right away to hopefully dissuade any trades to come in for the side of ArkAngel. Now, they do know that the attack has to come here towards the A site, right? Because the fact that you have your duelist come in, that's probably not a fake. Carl will find the frag, and the trade-off will come into him from Jesse Vashio opposing Sova. He does have lots of utility. Actually, no, that's his only utility left. He does have the Recon Dart and dispenses it. Jing is going to try and bait him in his position, but he does have the Blade Storm up as Josh S is able to find Humi to bring it now to a 3v3. As they go for the rotate towards the B side, will Johan be able to stop this plant is the question. Yes, he will. They're not going to expect it. They thought they committed towards the A side defense, and Dispenser has dropped the spike.
And now it's going to be man advantage here for ArkAngel and Duplicate, but as I say that, Ching will fall as he uses the Blade Storm, and Borkum now looking to pop up yet again. Lear going to be into play. Johan cannot see this one coming whatsoever, and BREN Esports now will be putting this spike down. Can ArkAngel make it? That will be the question. Empress now going to get popped to try and wrap up this round in a silver bow here for BREN. ArkAngel, they found ways to get some guns, and Motki is there right beside them, but Jesse Vash still holds on. The stalwart defender still keeps it up, and now Jesse Vash is really just eagle-eyed here. He's gotten 3, and it's BREN now on match points.
That really was a tale of these two towers here. Borkum and Jesse Vash bringing that round back. Now, the opening pick was found by Dubstep, yes, but the res came in. Borkum found 2. Jesse Vash with the triple kill to cap things off. In total, 6 kills going in the way of BREN Esports and still winning this round. They are at match point right now, and for the side of ArkAngel, it is looking very dire. Every single round from this point on has to be perfect. Otherwise, they're going to give up map number 3, and BREN Esports are going to take the 2-1 lead. Now, of course, it is not over yet. Is it possible? Very, very, especially with ArkAngel playing so good. But Dubstep is going to give him a kunai to the face. Motski's going to get taken down. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Not going to find anything with that, but Carl will tie things up. Never mind, spoke too soon. Borkum's got something to say about that. Dispenser will chime in with one of his own to remove Cheng, his former teammate as well. It's going to be a 4v2 now as they made their way. Make that a last remaining member. Johan goes down. Josh S, he has not been too hot this entire map number 3. And well, now might just be the time to do so.
Cold as ice, like the bodies of ArkAngel and BREN Esports. They've made themselves a quick little home here. Question is, though, what can Dispenser do? Josh is walling himself off. I believe he has a bit of the angle, but Borkum will get that final shot. And BREN Esports, systematic, automatic clean here on a map like this. Icebox going in their favor in a very, very, I'd say, sure shot fashion. We saw it time and time again that BREN found the adjustments early on, decided to say double duelist now is the way to go, and a lot more clean from what we've seen so far in the playoffs here for BREN Esports as they will take Icebox.
Jesse Vash gave them the eyebrow stare.
The look.
The look. That's the killer look. That has always been really his signature calling. But BREN Esports 2-1, as you guys can see here on the board. Very valiant effort from ArkAngel, yes, but in the end, only 4 rounds they're able to take from Icebox. And this is something that I feel like ArkAngel actually picked in direct contrast and counter to BREN Esports. They were trying to, maybe play one of BREN Esports is what they felt like could have been one of their weaker maps. But I don't think it might have been the right decision to pull it out as a map number 3. They didn't do too well against Dreamfire now. And once again, they get a suboptimal amount of rounds in the map.
Exactly. Like ArkAngel, it really felt like they planned for a specific strategy, a specific matchup against BREN Esports. But then BREN Esports says, we're playing Jet right now. Joke's on you. It's not going to be any kind of no duelist composition. We will be playing the aggression. We will be looking for the fight. And from that point on, the fight goes in favor of BREN Esports. So that was map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. And it's now 2-1 in favor of BREN. Can they wrap it up into the 4th map? We'll find out in just a bit as we'll be taking a quick little break. Stay tuned, though, for VALORANT Challengers Philippines week number 2.
You watch me do my thing. Reinvent to the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody knows that it's strong. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to Reinvent your world. Globe.
A cold reception there from the last map, but here we are again. VALORANT Challengers Philippines, the grand finals to see who will be the first team to make it to VALORANT Masters from the Philippines. Dax and Black and Blue here, bringing you guys the action yet again. But Icebox, man, it really felt like ArkAngel was planning for something, but BREN suddenly decided to say, we know what you've been messing up for the past few days. We know what can beat you. And they changed it up, and they played it really, really well.
It seems like ArkAngel went into map number 3 there on Icebox with a plan. The thing is, though, BREN Esports were still one step ahead. They
Yeah.
knew that, okay, they were not doing too well on Icebox against duelist-centric lineup. So what do? We put Borkum on the reign the first time we've really seen them do that throughout this entire weekend, throughout actually this entire VCT on Icebox especially. So very interesting to see the adjustment coming in for BREN Esports in that one.
I love it. And ArkAngel, in the meantime, couldn't play their aggressive plays, couldn't play some of the walls that they would like, some of those setups that they would like to enjoy. And speaking of enjoyment, well, we, of course, still have our giveaway ongoing right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, only on the Facebook side. So if you're watching on Twitch, I'll be saying hello first and foremost. But you gotta check it out there and like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Not only that, you gotta like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for. So it's either BREN or ArkAngel. Make sure the post is public so everyone can see it with the official hashtags, hashtag VALORANT Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. So how many winners are there going to be black and blue? 15. So 3 hands right there. Will be winning 1,500 Valorant points. Please don't add your foot into the camera right there, good sir. And the winners, of course, will be announced later on at the end of the stream so you can enjoy a potential win and, of course, a win for your favorite team.
Thank you for that, Dax, so much. And guys, what you're watching right now is the English broadcast. And well, we do have the Filipino commentary broadcast as well if you guys want to tune into that. So for English, we do have it on Twitch. For Filipino commentary, we have it on the Facebook page, PPGLGG. And we also have a YouTube stream of both of these. So a dual YouTube stream for English and Filipino commentary if you want to tune into that. You, of course, are watching into the English commentary here right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to understand what on earth I am saying. And funnily enough, here on the English desk, I am the only person not in a black and blue suit.
That's just how it's done. We really love you so much that we said your name is Black and Blue, so we'll be wearing black and blue, the ensemble that we would like. And it really just goes to show that the unity here of our desk. But you know who has shown some better unity right now has to be our teams. ArkAngel, even though they suffered pretty much the heaviest loss they've had this series, they need to bounce back on the map that they can fight. We are going to be going into Bind, all about the brawls, all about basically going back to your roots as Valorant players. And that's the beauty of Bind. You can play some of the most simple compositions. You can play those core compositions, double intel, have a smoke, play double duelist, you're good to go. Use the teleportations for all of those rotations. But BREN Esports, they are hungry to make it to the Masters. They want to cement yet again their legacy as the top team of the Philippine scene. And they are one map away, and this is their map pick.
Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, friends far and wide, that this is a rematch of the First Strike Grand Finals, ArkAngel versus BREN Esports. In that one, BREN took it 3-0. This time looking a lot more competitive, and as we move into Bind, I'm feeling a lot more confident actually for ArkAngel here than on Icebox. I know some people might not agree with me, but I don't think Icebox is the right pick necessarily there for AA. But on Bind, this is where they can pull it all off. This is where they can extend this series into a 2-2 to the 5th map. If we ever get to it, it's going to be split, by the way. But now let's look at it here. As you mentioned, Dax, the fact that Bind is so simple in many ways actually helps you employ different types of compositions in the site here. And so look at this. Borkum.
Is Borkum actually going to do it? No.
Is that really?
He's actually going to do it. So, guys, nope. No.
Well,
you are a tease there, Mr. Borkum. I remember doing this way back when about his Kai, and eventually he actually picked it. So maybe one day. BREN has always been teasing a Yoru-based composition, but from what we've seen in the meta, a little too easy to read with the gate crashes, with all of those flashes that bounce on around very, very slowly. So instead, the speed of the jet might be more of to their nature. But Dubstep now looking to lock in that raise. Here on a map like this, you need that raise to control things like Hookah, things like Takabi, and Modski actually considering playing that Phoenix. Is this going to be more or less a mirror matchup? Only the smoke's going to be different for both teams.
You know why I believe Borkum will one day go to the... Well, the thing is with Borkum, when you look at it, he has played pretty much every single flasher. Like, he literally started on Breach, then to Phoenix, then to Omen, then to Sky, and then he has to go to Yoru right at the end of it.
Eventually.
To make, you know, to make things as uniform as they were in history.
He needs all the lights. Like, if you've really seen the art of some of these flashes, they all have different colors. You got your blues, you got your greens, you got your purples, you got your orange, and all the like. So it really goes to show that that's the missing piece of the puzzle that Borkum needs to find. But ArkAngel, I love this matchup now against BREN Esports. They are going to be whipping out the Brimstone, and we've seen time and time again on a map like this, the Orbital Strike really strong on holds like the Lapse, holds like the Elbow there, and of course, Molly's to the Spike. Some something to watch out for. But for BREN, they keep it up with the Omen. Humi feeling comfortable with the sneaky plays here and there. And Humi is also one of the best anchors that we've seen so far from their run. He's been able to hold things like Ascent A here on Bind, can be able to hold on whatever site he's going to be looking for as well. And it really just goes to show that extra mobility might help them out later on the defense. And here on the attack might be sneaky enough or might find the angle for the paranoia.
Well, to start things off here, we're gonna need to be rather very paranoid here, ArkAngel, because they're actually going towards every single avenue that they can. Now, they've crawled their way here, Humi, into showers, and no information really found on that, but they do have some soft intel to play of the fact that there's a smoke here towards short. So that has to tell them that the Brimstone is probably playing around it. Johan is close to U-Haul, wherein they also have the Cypher there to support him. I believe that's Carl on the Cypher if they ever go for the push. It's going to be a 3-man defense on the A side, and things are about to kick underway.
Blaze Wall gonna be there, and Johan sticking on the side! He catches out Borkum, but Dubs is there to get the kill, and Josh is now with a refrag there to give ArkAngel the advantage. Pain's just though bouncing all around, Humi now swinging on in to get that takedown. Aldrone immediately coming, and the utilities just pop out one by one here from BREN Esports. But while all this is happening, Dubstep deciding, okay, it's time for me to go for a TP play. Seems like ArkAngel, a moment of hesitation there, thinking that was the Omen trying to go for the fake instead. But here we go with Dubstep backing on away with the blast back. Jesse back from the high ground, and Humi now waiting by a site, trying to get the backstab, doesn't really see anything. ArkAngel might have a small advantage coming into the direct fight here on B.
It's true, but there's also Jesse Vash here towards Hookah, and so him looking down towards mid and seeing nothing at all makes them at least be sure that there's going to be a clear push here, as it's going to be coming from the spawn side. Dubstep has to know that there's 3 people about to come out from main. Jesse Vash, he does have information to work with, but Carl is going to find Humi in return. That's going to bring it down to a 3v2 here in the favor of AA, and Jesse Vash has to bring this back. He's 14 HP. King is going to get taken down. Well, will he get taken down is the question. Dubstep, he is going to go for the peek here. The defuse is going to get stuck, and he will get the frag. He's going to get the second, too. A 4K clutch to start things off, and BREN Esports are on a roll.
BREN Esports, they found the infiltration. They put Dubstep there to be the sneakiest man of them all. And get your codex on, because this man is the real snake here. You see him trying to peek against the smoke. ArkAngel, no one even bothering to check out the elbow side. And from that point on, he got rid of the initial spike diffuser. But then ArkAngel said, okay, let's try to hold off against this fight. But no, it really is just Dubstep doing it again. We've seen the magic happen last time on Haven in another series. This time, we see him get rid of the spike diffuser, get rid of the one watching him, and Dubstep is just really stepping on the dreams of ArkAngel right now to try and steal this away from them.
There it goes. Humi finds the opening pick on the Johan towards showers, and that's going to allow them an avenue of attack to go here towards the A site, wherein Josh S is going to be waiting very so patiently. He's still solo here, does have a spy cam to work with, but he's blindly pushed his way towards showers. Very ill-advised there to go for that play, I believe. Humi's able to find a double kill now to start things off for the side of BREN Esports, and they're just going to have their pickings on where they really want to go. Most of the ArkAngel defense, actually all of them, are here towards the B site, and A site is ripe for the taking. They're going to get a plant off. No way to stop that from happening at all. No utility here, no defenders close, and the post plant will come in.
So it seems like post plants might be coming very, very soon. BREN Esports, though, is juggling around that spike, of course, to give Borkum one more on the run it back side. Spike now planted. ArkAngel has to creep on forward. 5v3 though, and you can really see BREN feeling very confident in their angles by the default so far. Can Mozi though get the angle? That's the question. Here we go with the shock dart being thrown, but Jesse Vash can't get the hit so far. Dubstep instead, sneaky peeky yet again. Carl now gonna be going on down. And as BREN Esports now keeping this advantage alive, it's all about seeing who can get the pick up on who next. Still more shots here for BREN, but ArkAngel now going to be losing one more to the hand of Borkum. Now, Ultimate's going to be very essential for the next round in BREN's plans, as ArkAngel have to give this one up. Love the bomb, beat the bomb yet again, and Ching trying to find anyone, but he says, no, 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 gotta be taking you with them. Oh. He does go inside, but Jesse Vash is waiting with the Guardian, and he holds position to get that kill.
Accidentally locked himself in a bad place there at the end of it, Ching. Unfortunate for him, but ArkAngel are going to be able to buy up into this now. Jesse Vash on his signature Bind Guardian. On the side of ArkAngel, they do have a full Vandal lineup. Never mind, 2 Phantoms on their side, and so let's split here. ArkAngel, they do have some utility to work with, but you can, as you can see, only 3 of them have, well, only 2 of them rather have full armor. The other 2 on half shield, so that's not really much absorption to work with there, but still, full gun round to come in on the way for ArkAngel, and they're going to be pushing a very aggressive push here actually towards the towers area. Josh S will find the frag. He's going to get flashed, but Johan's going to be able to peek right in time to get that trade off, and the double kill goes towards Johan. That's a good opening start here for the side of ArkAngel, the best one that we've actually seen this entire map.
ArkAngel at the very least getting so many picks at the right place at the right time, and the third round turnaround is exactly what they need to get back in this game. Seems like for BREN Esports, they were eager to at least find a few more picks here and there, get that shower control. But what we've seen here from ArkAngel really was just a well-timed opening attack. Now, what can Spencer even do? Gets attacked by the camera, almost gets hit through the wall, but he's able to scuffle his way out and about. Dubstep in the meantime, the spike is just here.
I have the
What
spike.
is going to be the plan now for ArkAngel? Will they hunt for the remaining members of BREN? But what I really see here from ArkAngel so far is even though they lost the first 2 rounds, they'll still feel very confident in contesting any kind of setup and any kind of cluster that BREN brings.
I love the fact that they made the initiative to go for that shower push, and it really did pay off at the end there, Dax.
30 seconds
Spencer,
left.
he's going to pick up the Guardian. They're dropped by Jesse Vashon. He's going to try and make the most out of it, but they're actually kind of split right now. Now, Ching is waiting right behind this, trap. So if he decides to go for it, he can actually cut off Dubstep here, who does have the spike. 13 seconds left on the clock, and there's not much he can go for. The
10
tripwire
seconds
is going to kind of delay his aggression, and he knows he can just really hold this. 6 seconds left on the clock. This is not going to go in the way of BREN Esports at all. They're just going to try and save what they've got right now, and that's going to be the plan.
ArkAngel putting up a good fight already when their guns are good to go. And that's the thing about Bind. You can go back to basics. You can go back to the simplest of all your routes. And usually, when you ask a pro player, what is the first map you really learn to play? It has to be this one.
Yep.
Very, very simple to push into the site. Teleporters give it that extra flavor of being Valorant. But besides that, it really is just those split pushes coming together as one on the attacking sides, and the rotates and the flanks for the defense instead. So BREN Esports for now, still 1 up. Dubstep not dying as of yet after they were able to save in that round. Should be rifles though here for BREN. They will be pushing already. Modesty though wanting to answer back against the economy that BREN Esports is trying to build. So it's run back versus run back coming into this round here, Black and Blue.
That's what they've got here. Two Phoenixes about to rise, and Mozi's going to go for the push here. Able to find an opening peek on the Borkum, the opposing Phoenix there. Him, instead of rising through it, was shut down. Great flash on the curveball. Great second flash as well to try and dissuade him from this push. And the hot hands to cap it all off. The shock dart does come his way, though doing a bit of damage, but he's able to escape here towards Elbow, and he has a crossfire with Ching, who is already at very low HP.
The fire just gets in the way time and time again, and it really just goes to show here for ArkAngel they can take a play out of the playbook of BREN, but this Spencer is playing with his opponents, making them just tools and fools, but Josh S is there to still hold on around. Cybercage now getting that quick little intel, and this Spencer using the stand there to get the kill onto his counterpart. Now, it's all eyes on the Brimstone here. What can Johan do? He's trying to make sure that if he does peek into this one, he still has a combat sim if ever to add up to that fire rate. But the spike is planted, and onto the gardens, BREN will try to hold.
Now, the spy cam does spot the information out. They know where Johan is, but he does have the sky smokes up. He does have an incendiary as well, and the stim beacon, so lots of utility to work with here. He's going to try and stick the plan. Dispenser, he knows he's going to do that. He's going to walk into it, and Dispenser, a 4K to clutch this off, even after Modesky went for the double kill, going towards the long, and Gardens still able to bring it back off the amazing individual play coming in from BREN Esports' Dubstep.
And it really was just smart on both sides. We saw Johan just ignore shooting this over for the first time and try to sneak on through. But as soon as we saw Dispenser open that camera up, Johan had to break it. But then BREN had the idea, okay, they might be thinking that this guy is still rotating over to Hookah. What if there is a situation where we have Johan actually sticking that spike plant? Might as well go for the push. A little too eager for ArkAngel there to try and defuse it under the nose of BREN Esports. And in this case now, it's BREN keeping that lead up. What kind of advantage do they have coming into this round? Does ArkAngel even have any guns here? Seems like Modesky is ready with the Vandal though, and he wants to go for the Blaze Wall first. The fire here by the Garden has been effective, but Borkum doesn't care because it's running back time.
They both initiate with recon bolts here, but Borkum's able to find the opening picker in the Modesky, the opposing Phoenix, getting his revenge this time, who found him in return to start things off. Borkum, a second frag on his way to one Carl, and Dispenser will find Ching this time. 2v4 on the board, and Josh has will he be able to chime in here? No, he won't. Humi's going to shut him down, and this is pretty much a done deal as they're going to be storming him out. Johan's able to fight off Borkum, but not for long as Dispenser once again getting the round second time in a row here for BREN Esports.
Yeah, BREN Esports now just really running rampant on the side. Dispenser has got to be one of the best players to play on the defensive, and he knows what you will do. That's the thing. He has a really good idea of what's coming the way of BREN when they do try to station themselves there. Many different configurations have been studied here by BREN Esports, and for now, they're using that intel accordingly. But it really just goes to show the battle of the running backs has just gotten a better follow-up here with BREN over ArkAngel. A while ago, we saw Modesky get that pickoff onto Borkum, right? And this time, Borkum did find his way home, did find his way to get that counter kill. But AA now on the ropes. What can they do here? They have the Stingers, they have the Bucky, some insta-gives out of nowhere, can't help out. Beautiful orbit strike here, but it seems like it will be BREN Esports backing on away, but Humi is caught out in the middle as Johan pushes with the laser.
Good opening pick there coming from the side of ArkAngel and BREN Esports right now. They're going to try and filter on back, re-aggress, and choose where to reposition. Mind you guys, Dispenser, all his 6 frags right now came in the past 2 rounds. He was going into round number 4 with 0, and just 2 rounds later, already at 6. So this man can definitely get on a roll if you give him that space and opportunity to do so. You're going to dodge that recon ball, let it go for its full effect, but not really find any information out. You can see Modesky trying to go for the shoulder peek here. He has to be very careful with what he's doing because they can land this shot, and that's what I talked about. He's very fortunate that Borkum was not quicker on that peek. Otherwise, a second earlier, could have spelled his fate very differently. Carl playing here up top the Cyber Cage is going to be trying to do what he can towards Zuka and buy them some time. But the push from BREN Esports is about to come in here. The pain train is coming on, and Borkum is at the spearhead of it. Will they find any information, though, without Aldron there towards Elbow? Nothing to be found, but they've made their way into Elbow and could perhaps find a frag as Josh S finds Spencer.
Josh S with a really good kill. Dubstep, though, finds Johan there. And BREN Esports for now trying to make this B push work. Question is, though, what can ArkAngel do to hold? Seems like the kills are there, and they do have the angles. They find the movements, and they find the takedowns anyway. Thrifty win here from ArkAngel, stealing that one from BREN Esports. And from the start there, it really was just Johan setting the tempo with the orbital strike. From then on, Josh has with the better angles, catching out Dispenser, looking to the right rather than straight forward. Really good play there from ArkAngel. Opportunities being taken by them.
Very thrifty, once again, from ArkAngel to make the most of that sticky situation. Realizing that, like, okay, you're going to try and go for this long flank towards Elbow. We don't necessarily have to contest that. We don't need to retake the site just yet. We can hold on to Hookah, wait for our defenders, our teammates, to get back onto the position to actually make the retake happen, and that's exactly what they did. Now, BREN Esports putting some attention here towards B, but they also have presence towards A short just in case that might go that way. The spike is still dropped here towards the Spices, and so nothing really to worry about for now for BREN Esports. While they cannot find an avenue, they've actually found Borkum walking all the way into U-Haul. Humi's able to find a frag into Johan, and I think that's just going to be enough to open the A site in for an attack, especially after losing Ching there towards the bottom of mid. They're going to be able to retrieve the spike, and for the side here of, well, Dubstep, he's able to find Ching, but not after the quick trade by Modesky.
Yeah. Few kills here and there, and the thing is, A site might look here clear for BREN Esports, but we still have Josh S on the high ground, waiting with the camera, trying to find the peak, trying to find the target if need be. ArkAngel ready to try and pounce against BREN Esports, and their push from the shadows now gonna be committed. It seems like we'll be wanting to teleport onto default to plant this spike down. Onto Fury, though, gonna be the answer. And it lines up and gets rid of Humi. Perfectly placed, done by Carl. The lightning looking to strike twice, also onto Borkum. Running back, though, still available here for the side of ArkAngel, so they can play the hyper-aggressive playstyle that they should look into. But Borkum now, with one, has to turn around to get rid of Modesky, but the push instead from the Phoenix will be able to net that kill. And ArkAngel now trying to cut through and cut to the lead of BREN Esports.
Deficit cut down to just 1, and 1 is all they'll need to tie things up here. ArkAngel, very good defense there on the A side, and I love the fact that Josh S just stayed calm, collected in towards heaven, waited on his spy cam. Borkum not getting too overeager, props to him from peeking into U-Halls, because as soon as he stepped out from there, a sliver of his shoulder would give off enough information for them to call the rotate in, because then you know they're going to be gearing up here, BREN Esports, for an A side take. So good push in by Borkum, very sneakily done by him, but in the end could not get the clutch off. Now Ching is playing here, and he's been anticipating the boom bot, thus looking at the floor, but Dubstep is going to get it one step ahead. Carl he is going to try and hold on to the B side here as they're trying to go show some presence towards Hookah, but now BREN Esports have returned as Jesse Bash is able to remove Johan. A site is the next target to hit once again.
Yeah, Spencer go with Cyber Cage there, and Borkum now trying to get on away, but he's getting scanned out by that dart. And now Josh S, as soon as his cages dissipate, it will be him netting that kill. Dubstep though finds the refrag. 3v2 now in favor of BREN Esports. And back to the default we go. This time a lot safer for BREN because there is going to be no Silver Ultimate on the other side. Instead, Carl scouting on around, trying to find the target. And here we go with the Silva's adventures with the drones. It's been a magical mystical ride with the Owl, but unfortunately for him, he has to get off from this wild ride. And this is going to be Carl throwing down the dart there. Modzki though with the kill onto 2. The intel is just so strong here. Modzki really popping off so far. Blazewall though going to be at least getting in the way of the Spencer, but he's being extra sneaky, trying to get through the fire. Carl though is watching and waiting, and ArkAngel now playing the intel game a bit better there.
Hoot hoot homie, Carl getting that frag and getting that information, which thus helped propel Modzki and enabled him to get those frags. So the Owl drone putting into a good effect there, and the recon bolt as well, getting him so much information to play off of. Modzki capitalizing on that, and well, this game really is a game of strategy and information as well. Without one, you can't have the other. In this case though, Spencer, he is still stuck on the 6 frags that he got in the 2 rounds. Now, I don't think this is going to continue on for much longer, especially as we move into round number 9 here, because of the fact that you can see that he's very eager to try and go here towards the B side on Hookah. And so I think he's going to be having to worry about this. He does have the Vandal in hand. For the side here of BREN Esports, mind you, this is a light buy. A bunch of stingers is all they can get with. And so, as they're crawling up now here once again towards the A side, Borkum has found his way sneakily into U-Hauls. They like giving up U-Haul here, ArkAngel, and going for the retake instead. They don't necessarily like to, try and halt the plant from coming in the first place.
Yeah, the retake game here on A has been the way to go for ArkAngel, but Borkum run it back, and as soon as that happens, Josh S is waiting to get the kill and get him yet again. Now it's gonna be a 3-for-2 trade. ArkAngel having the advantage so far. Showstopper though into play. Here comes Ching right now looking for the rocket, but it doesn't really get the connection that he would like. Instead, onto the lamps we go. Jesse Bash now gonna fall. Dubstep though waiting for someone to try and defuse, and as soon as he blows up Ching, Josh is there to watch that one happen. ArkAngel, another solid retake here on A sites, and they are just reading BREN Esports and what they're trying to do. That position against Borkum, the movement into the U-Haul, and it really was just them sacrificing Ching for the greater good to get that spike defused.
Dubstep pulling out the Kaboom too, but in the end could not stick the landing up in the air. So ArkAngel finally take the lead here now over BREN Esports. First time in this map here on Bind. And for the side of BREN, they've been actually finding some sort of success with Borkum going towards U-Haul there. Unfortunately, could not convert it into win a 1 round. That's twice in a row now that it has fallen away from them. Could have been an opportunity that would have gone otherwise, but now Recon Ball there to check on Fountain. Some information found there, and a spy cam as well to counter that coming in from the side of BREN Esports, just in case a Fountain push comes from the side of ArkAngel. Now they're walking their way now towards Showers, which hasn't been shown too much presence from the side of ArkAngel, as they're all actually pushed up here towards a short. 2 defenders for the side of ArkAngel have made their way, and they're going to start to pull on back as they can feel some presence now towards the bath. Well, this time, who's going to come away squeaky clean?
The one big thing ArkAngel has been doing here is they've been dangling the carrot that is a map win, a score here actually on a site over BREN Esports, but they've been really struggling right now on the attacking side to try and secure that final moment. Modzki now with a curveball, almost gets shot up there by Humi, but it's Modzki instead, running rapid again. You can really see the streaks are where Modzki is really thriving so far in this series.
He has been using those curveballs to perfection right now here on Bind, and so Dispenser, can he find something going the way of BREN Esports towards the B side, rather? Josh S, the opposing Cypher, is playing towards Elbow. Now, information has not been given away, but they do know where each other are right now. Dubstep able to find the opposing raise there on Shing to bring it now to a 4v3 situation. Now the question is, are ArkAngel going to go for the plant denial, or will they try and go for the retake? They do have some control here, and they're going to be able to actually stick this plant here on Jesse Bash. Now the Owl drone is going to find that information where he is exactly, but Dispenser and Dubstep are going to find the frag of her own. Dubstep, a triple kill now for him. It's all going to be in the hands of Modzki. He's been hot. He's going to need an ace clutch to pull this one off. And Dax, it might just seem doable.
Yeah, it has to be him finding the targets that they need. But BREN Esports, then their success on B site has been unmatched so far in this game. And as Moski tried to mow down whoever's there by the hookah, it's going to be more intel here being given by the Sova. The Cypher though, Dispenser whiffing the shots. Eventually, Dispenser will remember himself. And as Moski will fall, BREN Esports deciding, okay, B has been more successful. And back to B we go.
Moski actually had to run it back there online, and so he could have put it to use if he decided to do so. Him really choosing the option otherwise, and maybe realizing that, okay, while it might be doable, I could probably save it for another round as we're moving to the last 2 rounds of the half. I don't blame him for really holding on to that. Yeah.
If you do a run it back and the opponent figures out where you put your marker, then they'll just be like, okay, let's wait for him. And then you get, what, 2, 3 knives right in front of you to kill you on the spot. So BREN Esports forcing the hand of Modzki. He had to fight back. He had to see what he could do. And ArkAngel right now, finally, their streak has been broken by BREN. But, you know, it really goes to show that ArkAngel has found a way to really play the retake on a site. BREN Esports was expecting an easier time to play that one every single time in those few rounds, wherein ArkAngel was saying, come on, BREN, go to A. We dare you. We dare you. And from that point on, BREN only losing by a hair, only losing at the very last moments, still gave them confidence to keep at it on A site, and ArkAngel took advantage to tie up that game because they actually took the lead for a while. But now, you know, it's all tied up because of what ArkAngel's A defense was all about.
Well, ArkAngel right now definitely looking a lot hotter here on Bind than they did on Ice. Seem a lot more composed and together with themselves, and so BREN Esports cannot get too complacent as they move into the last 2 rounds rather of this half with a single round advantage. Of course, if BREN Esports takes this map, that's going to be it. That's going to be them winning the grand final, and ArkAngel are going to have to try again next week, wherein they are already directly seeded into. Question is, though, will ArkAngel be able to extend the series into the 5th and final map decider, which will be split if we ever get there? Now, BREN Esports, actually, let's talk about ArkAngel here, Dex. What can they do to really try and bring this half in their favor? Because they've only very recently tied things up. Well, they got the advantage, yes, 1 round lead, but then BREN Esports tie it all up once again. What can they do to get these last 2 rounds? Because BREN have been looking good to start things off, but finally, ArkAngel coming alive. What is the difference here that has really been making, you know, the matter so real?
The biggest thing that ArkAngel can do is to reinforce this B site. If they can hold this B site better, they are comfortable on A. It really feels like it is just going to be a 50-50 choice here from both sides coming into these next 2 rounds. Blazeball already going to get committed. ArkAngel, though, playing some stingers here in the hands of Ching. And as BREN Esports has that kind of advantage, they want to push on to B yet again. Has been the comfort zone time and time again. A bit of a scan also, forcing Modzki to back one away.
Well, he has definitely been removed from his comfort zone. They're going to fall back towards the elbow position, but no, he's going to run it back and just really push on towards C-Long. Going to TP his way here, where on the other side of it, he has to be very careful with Modzki. He's right around the corner, and, well, he's going to get himself ran back all the way towards the B side once again. So they knew it was an ult. They knew they just had to waste time, hold the angle, and you can let him dissolve back into his place. Ching waiting here towards Hookah. They know that they have to be right close. They can probably breathe on each other. And Ching, he's going to get taken down here. Dubstep finding the opposing Raze in that case. And Modzki's able to find Borkum, the opposing Phoenix, too. So, seems like a mirror battle really winning out here. Modzki is going to win his fight versus Jesse Bash. And that is going to leave the position towards C-Long, where the spike is dropped very, very dangerously.
Ooh. Good shot there, and BREN Esports will do it again on B. They didn't even put that spike down. They just found the angles, found the kills, and they just went at it, went ham, and got the takedowns that they needed anyway. Now this is going to be the last round of the attack for BREN Esports. What can ArkAngel do? And again, it might be a test to them if they can force out BREN Esports to move from B to A if ever. But BREN, they want to take that challenge. They want to say that, okay, we've really showed our stuff already on B side time and time again. You can even see the camera being committed by ArkAngel over to B. This might be the right call this time for BREN Esports. This might be the right place to be at. And as Johan now playing that stinger. Spencer catches out Mochi, who's making an opening there. Chingo in the meantime with the refrag over by the fountain. But as we see Dubstep now pushing on forward, it's BREN playing distraction, but Carl will see the flight, and he will catch out that bird of prey in the air just to die. Humi now with the push. The Brimstone though hiding on the side, and BREN not checking their corners, but at the very least Vash will catch out Josh S there, and Borkum now opening up A.
Borkum, good opening pick here to get it to a 2v1 for the side, well, rather 2v2 for the side of BREN Esports. They've equalized things all up. Shock Dart's going to ring true, but a frag coming in from Carl. That's a second kill now for him to find Borkum this time. Will he be able to find Jesse Vash? No, he won't, but Jesse Vash, a triple kill for him to close off this half, 7-5.
Jesse Vash, always at the right place at the right time in situations where BREN needs him to be located in sightlines just like that. BREN Esports now going to be up by 2. ArkAngel though doing an incredible job in their 4-round streak, holding off opposition in the A side. Besides that, it really is going to be them put to the test yet again. BREN is now on a pretty much tournament point here. Mr. Black and Blue. If they win this one, they are going to be our first VALORANT Champions representative from the Philippines. In the meantime, ArkAngel, if they can make it happen right here, right now, we can tie it up 2-2 and see who will be our rep into Split instead. All eyes now on ArkAngels. All eyes now on Ching. Can he really step it up? Can he prove that moving to ArkAngel was the right decision? He's really impressed many. He's really showed off in his stat line and in his new role. And here we go with Borkum pushing forward. Carl in the meantime with the trade. And as Ching tried to hold the line, seems like bullets gonna be running on out for both, but it's Dubstep. Cannot get a hit onto Ching, and the headshot there will keep the rays of ArkAngel alive.
An empty mag is the story of both sides there, and so both of them finding an unfortunate circumstance, but well, it does pay out in ArkAngel's way. They're going to be moving out here though to a 3v3, and they do have the spike in their way. Look at this, Shock Dart does not land anything. Could have maybe perhaps only bounced one single time. Jesse Vash going for the wide peak. He's not going to win that fight. Ching's going to be able to find a second frag here, but the quick red up by the Spencer, and Johan's going to find the Spencer in return. That's not going to bring it to a 1v2 situation as they try and crawl his way here, Humi. It's all going to be on him to win this second round on the defense here in the second half. Now the spike will be planted, and he does have some information to play with. He saw that spike count come out, so he has to know that he is still here inside the container, but he has a frenzy too. Now, he is very low, Josh, as he can potentially win this fight. Very paranoid on him. 7 bullets in the bag. Will he be able to do it? Is it going to be enough? No, he won't. ArkAngel will get this second round of the half, and they do cut the deficit down to just 1, 6-7.
Another pistol round here for ArkAngel, and this is what they would like to see coming into this game. You know, it was very surprising, honestly, for BREN to take that first pistol a while ago, but this time ArkAngel says, oh, we'll back to status quo. We'll be back to what we've seen so far from BREN Esports, and now they can go for the full buys that they do like to go on just to secure the upcoming round. In the meantime, though, BREN Esports, they've stolen these second rounds time and time again over this series. A Bucky in Dubstep's hands might just be the answer here. Can he actually catch out Ching though? Alongside him will be Borkum. Boombot right now getting information that someone is there, and it is going to be Ching saying, please, I'm out. No way I'm going into that hookah.
But they are actually crawling the paint train all the way up here into Gardens. A full 5-man push is about to come on in, and Borkum's going to be the entry man to really try and hold that off. He's taking lots of damage in return. The paint train is going to come his way. The Blaze is going to cut off Elbow there, and they're going to actually be able to take control of this. Like Borkum knows that he has to filter on out, and they're going to go for the retake instead. ArkAngel, they do have a chance to plant here. While a lot of utility and paint is running through, but Jesse Vash, a bit ill-advised there on the push, potentially trying to go for a bit of an off timing, but they are now in a 4v3, a 4v5 rather, going for the retake. It's not looking too well for BREN in this round.
That spike is planted, and Ching will put this Spencer to the ground. Dubstep right now trying to play the long-range Bucky, and a right click will connect all the way to the cubby there to get rid of the rays. Still, though, it is just going to be Carl right now dealing with Humi on the other side. Seems like that might just be a shorty there, trying to go for a few pokes and prods. And Johan now holding close by the tin can, wanting to fight against the Phoenix. Here comes Borkum showing on up. Motzki in the meantime with the kill onto the Phoenix, but Dubstep there answering back. Now Johan tries to mow down Dubstep, and that will be a takedown, but the spike gonna be detonating soon. Humi gonna be embracing the explosion. And here comes ArkAngel getting another point, but Carl, I think it's like, what, third time, the fourth time the series he's been caught in a spike detonation just like that.
And I think the last time the person who went down with him too was also Humi. So both of them on the icebox, I specifically remember both of them going down to the spike, exploding. And so Humi, as you said, fully embracing the darkness that from whence he came. 19-14 here is a story of the BREN Esports as both top fraggers. So it really is a carry of the Duncan duo.
Yeah, exactly. The D&D connection here between Dubs and Dispense. It really just goes to show these veterans have always been at the top of the food chain in these kind of games. And that's Jesse Bash now going to be trying to get that intel. Carl in the meantime. And I think it's set scanned here alongside the rest of ArkAngel. BREN Esports now knowing exactly what's going on. Can ArkAngel actually get the rush on? Can they rotate accordingly? As BREN having this kind of idea is so scary for them.
Definitely know what they can bring to the table here, but ArkAngel realized that there's too much heat here towards the B side. A looks a bit cooler here, and so they're going to try their luck. That dark cover does try and dissuade things out, and they're going to be able to play off of the information of whence that came. It actually makes them a bit too scared to walk on in directly in the short, so they're going to take the longer route and reroute things. This might actually catch Dispenser off. Will Dispenser expect him to come in from his left instead of where he's already currently pre-aiming? I'm not sure if they're going to check his angle, but he still wins that fight. Even though Carl was looking his way, he's able to get a double kill. Will he get the triple is the question. No, he won't, but he's done his job. 2 for 1, lots of information too. And BREN Esports are going to pull the entire rotation now towards the A site.
The flicks are just so on point there, and here we go with BREN holding the line again. Humi now with a kill onto Ching so far. The Omen now backing on away, but Mozgi still gets the shot on. Critical damage done though to the Phoenix so far. He has to back on out and decides to TP alongside the Brimstone, but Borkum just right behind them, and the chase is on. BREN Esports now trying to make a sandwich out of ArkAngel. Seems like the filling will be the Phoenix and the Brimstone so far. Back of sight now where the plant's gonna be with the spike, but Dubstep is ready to get a kill. He's now gonna be watching the hot hands burn down the Brimstone, and Borkum with the angle, with the burnination against that Brim. And it really feels like that this fire has been lit up by the corpse of the Brimstone there.
Definitely a bit of a taste of your own medicine, as the Incendiary has definitely put in good use by ArkAngel to deny the plant in the previous maps of the series. And so BREN Esports here, able to gain the lead once again, even after ArkAngel had been tying it up twice already in this series. This is a back and forth like no other, and the rematch of the first Grand Finals is definitely not disappointing right now. We are going to be moving in now here to, once again, a round where ArkAngel are only a single one away from tying it all up and potentially gaining the lead once again. So, ArkAngel, what is the game plan here? It seems like they're going to be committing 2 towards mid and 3 here on the fountain side. B, the left-hand side of the map, is where we're going to be seeing most of the action. And well, he has been actually spotted out here, Dubstep, so he's going to try and fall back. Paint shells to come out. Boombot as well to support that.
Jesse Bash bombarding B-Long yet again with these shock darts. Ching in the meantime throwing down the paint shells. And here comes Ching winning a duel against Dubstep, but Borkum trying to find a pickoff, and he does go for the run back just to get one for free. Rocket Fuse though gonna get lit. Ching now blowing up Jesse Bash there, and that's Borkum trying to hold off the opposition in a last stand situation. It's still Carl going on down. Can Borkum get any more kills? No, Josh S gets in his face. It does get the takedown there, as Ching right now trying to throw the paint shells, but Dispenser and Humi are watching it out. Bullets are not connecting anymore. Monsky now with only 2 HP. And one little tap, one little tickle. This Phoenix is going to be dying so very easily. Neural Theft now will be into play, and information given here to BREN Esports.
Do not make light of what Borkum did there. He did so much to actually delay enough time for Humi and for the Cypher to get back on site here. So we're gonna have to try and do this. Lots of information. He's getting constantly pinged here. It's gonna be so annoying to deal with. They know exactly where he is. Quite literally legal wall hacks, and so Humi gets the 9th round on the board for BREN Esports, thus increasing their lead to 2 once again. Mind you, not a single team has been able to lead this entire map by 3 or more rounds, and so this could be the first chance for BREN to break that.
Yeah, it's time to see BREN pull away unless ArkAngel can do something about it. Mozgi playing it really smart there. He was trying to go for the fakes, trying to go for like, hey, I'm gonna be putting the spike down. Just kidding. Gonna be trying to do it again. Just kidding, because of the pings in the first place. But the thing is that constant recon dart connecting from the Cypher camera really hurting his chances to even survive. Now, we are gonna be getting ArkAngel playing the eco here. Sheriff in the hands of Ching, trying to get the ding here over to the hookah. Dubstep, though, on the other side, avoiding the shots. Angel's gonna be in the play, and here comes Dubstep now, getting the lineup, getting the takedown. It's BREN with a man advantage.
Good opening pick from Dubstep, and it seems like ArkAngel are going to try their luck now towards A site, as B hasn't been so successful in recent history. Now, information has been found that they are playing here towards Showers. That Spycam is going to see them try and take the ultimate charge, and they know that, well, we can now try and pull a bit of our defenders here towards the A side and reinforce that before anything happens. Humi is going to find the frag on Johan, and he's looking so dire right now as the triple kill falls his way. There's nothing they can really do, ArkAngel. Carl, he does have a frenzy in hand, but he's going to get so much pressure on him. 37 HP rather left on him as Dispenser does, well, flush him down in the shower.
And there you have it, BREN Esports now bringing this one to a 3-round gap. It seems like chances here for ArkAngel are being flushed away bit by bit. But we are not done yet. We've seen ArkAngel turn it around, get a big streak on the first half, and they're looking to try and do it again. But the problem right now is as soon as BREN Esports got their guns, it really felt like they have been nigh unstoppable in their setups. Dispenser, always a sneaky boy, trying to hide on the side, trying to get through to the opposition and use those cyber cages to get a few pickoffs in this game. In the meantime, double stack here on Hoka has been successful also for BREN, even though we had Ching testing against Dubstep. There have been more situations where Dubstep does get the one up. And look at this, Dispenser now with a kill onto Johan. Good start here by the Cypher so far. ArkAngel gonna even have a harder time without their smokes to execute on the site. No orbital strike available, no Ching ready to go as well. And BREN Esports now trying to make this as convenient as can be for them to be up by 4 if they can wrap up this round.
If they can bring it up to 4, that's going to be the largest lead either team has had this entire map, and so you can definitely tell how close it has been. 7-10 on the board, and it's a 5v3 in the favor of BREN Esports very heavily. Dark cover does cut off short, but it lands behind him, and so that's not necessarily going to dissuade them from their plan of attack. In actuality, it might just work into their favor. Now, Dispenser, he's going to try and fall back here in towards Cubby. He has been spotted out, and Carl's going to find an opening pick, finding him in a very awkward position, as I said. You're not going to expect it because of the fact that Dark cover actually landed behind him. Now, U-Haul camera here to try and buy them some information, and the cyber cages as well for concealment. The plant will get off here.
And Josh Ness now putting that spike down, and here comes ArkAngel trying to fight back, but Borkan and Humi just having their angles, having the headshots. But here comes the head of the Cypher throwing down that hat. And that intel can be helpful, but as we see the scan come, Borkum will get a 3K, and you don't see this too often being played by the opposition, but that hero theft does stay a while on your screen, and Borkum just uses that as cover, basically. He says out in the open, suddenly the headshot will connect. 7-11 right now. BREN Esports now 2 away from moving to Masters to represent the Philippines. Can they wrap this one up, or will ArkAngel come on back? If it is going to be a rally call for ArkAngel, it has to be now, because the 4 spies are coming with light armors a go.
Very good heads-up play there by Borkum to use the Nano Theft visual clutter as concealment in that engagement going up against Josh S. So, good heads-up play once again by Borkum. He's starting to come alive here. The rest of the BREN Esports squad has done so as well. 11-7 here on the board and a single one away from series point. Borkum, very aggressive play here towards the C-Long area. Cheng is going to fall back in the fountain. He knows there's too much to deal with. He can tell that there was at least a Sova and one more agent, and so he knows that is going to be a moot point. Dispenser able to find the frag. A trade-off on him, though, and it's going to be a 4v3 situation in the favor of BREN Esports after that flurry.
Borkum now moving on forward, and Ching will be turning on it around. Meets the Phoenix. There does get the ding, though. And Ching with the ding. He needs to get more, and he really needs to just withdraw every little bit of strength that he has from the bank of ArkAngel. Can they figure something out, though, in a 3v3 slate? You know, the history between these two teams have really been the story of the scene. ArkAngel used to be TMT, first team to ever eliminate BREN from a local tournament. And then, now fast forward, you know, after first strike, after the 3-0 done by BREN, we have Ching moving to ArkAngel, saying hello to his former team as the duelist now that he could never be in their roster. But here we go with BREN, still dominating, adding in Humi to control the action, being very proactive with the smokes. And this
30
battle
seconds left.
has really stood the test of time, has really shown a perfect picture of the scene. And now it's ArkAngel trying to get washed right here, right now, trying to clean themselves of their losses. And this might be the best time to go for the push, as the camera going to be able to get spot onto Humi, but it really will be him holding on to get rid of Ching. The replacement will remove the one who has left behind the team, and that dubstep is there to wash that one out. It's BRN Esports now on match point.
Dubstep not letting anything to chance. They're pulling out the kaboom stick and finding it quick and clean here for BREN Esports. Now ArkAngel, this is the kind of position that Shing wanted to be in. He wanted to be the man on the mission. He wanted to put a team on his back, and he wanted to be the leader of such a team. Now is a chance for him to prove himself that he made the right decision in moving here onto the ArkAngel roster. And so, will he be able to carry them over this hurdle? That is the question. ArkAngel at the cusp of getting eliminated here on week 2, and BREN Esports, they are pretty much licking their ticket into the 2021 VALORANT Masters, and so this is going to be do or die for ArkAngel. They're going to need 5 straight perfect rounds to tie it all up and bring us into overtime.
Yeah, it's all eyes on ArkAngel if they can actually go for the comeback. BREN Esports, in the meantime, they've been the favorite for quite a while. Running backs will be dueling, and it seems like the second life here will not be enough for Modsky. Borkum, though, still pushing forward, and Jesse Bash is right behind him. Chaos now making a wish by the fountain. Carl, though, in the meantime, whipping at the Hunter's Fury, and ArkAngel trying to find a few tags and bags. It is AA, though, with the man advantage. They're securing a site. They do have... Ching, he's actually infiltrated over to the elbow, and ArkAngel, you're asking for their survival, and it seems like they're trying to do it right here, right now, especially against the dispenser operator.
Back against the wall, went well face against the rocks, and they tell that wall to keep on moving because ArkAngel are not going home just yet. They're going to get this plant off successfully, and the only thing that Spencer has to really be able to work with here is a Cyber Cage and his operator. Now, he cannot land the shot. Josh S on the opposing Cypher gains it. Still, ArkAngel, 4 rounds that they have to come back here to make this deficit all up.
ArkAngel, they've been a handful. You can really see that their fingers are the only things that are protecting themselves from a loss in the VALORANT Challengers Philippines Stage 1 week number 2. That master slot looking to already be punched in for BREN Esports. We are not done as of yet. ArkAngel trying to contest, trying to put up that complaint, and trying to say that we are here to fight, we are here to survive, we are here to try and take it away from BREN Esports. Can they do it yet again? Showstopper available here for AA, but it will be Ching on a lone mission. He's backing on the way, though. Does get confirmation that the Sova is nearby on B site. This does lead to BREN Esports now unleashing that his Fury, trying to get a few pokes in the first place, and Ching gonna get zapped on down. It really feels like it's just gonna be electrifying here for BREN Esports. Borkum also with a push, and this puts ArkAngel in such a detrimental spot here, black and blue, as it's 5 versus 3.
5 versus 3, and it's not looking well at all here for ArkAngel. That recon ball does find its mark, and the Owl drone as well does give them information. They're going to still try their luck here towards the A site, it seems. They've committed a bit too much utility here, and ArkAngel are dry for what they can really work with. Oh, look at this flank actually coming in here from Dubstep. He is going to be able to catch off the Brimstone if he's not careful in pieing that corner there towards mid, wherein Borkum is also on the ready to help with a peek, and so it's not looking well at all for ArkAngel. They still have the spike here towards A short, but they really don't have much of a choice right now because they've committed so much utility. Jesse Vash is going to find Modsky. Dubstep is probably going to find Johan, and he does. It's all going to be the hands of Carl. What can he do? Is the ticket punch? That is the question. He's going to go for the peek, then that's going to be it. BREN Esports are going to be the champions here of week number 2 of the VCT Philippines Stage 1. They're going to be representing the Philippines in the 2021 VALORANT Masters.
The Masters have proven their expertise, and the top of the food chain is still BREN Esports. Poses all abound. You got the time, you got the looks, and you got the slice and dice action here from BREN Esports. Celebration all abound. ArkAngel putting up an amazing fight there within the series, especially stealing map number 1 away from BREN. But as soon as BREN found their footing from Haven to Icebox here on Bind, it was the same old business from BREN Esports.
Very good hot start for ArkAngel to kick the series off and really shock everybody by taking Ascent away from BREN Esports. But in the end, BREN, they woke up, they realized, well, we can take these fights, we can win this, we've got the better strat book and the better roster all around for now. And well, BREN Esports are going to be your representatives for the 2021 Valorant Masters. Now, ArkAngel fans, don't fret because they are directly qualified and seeded into next week, week number 3, wherein we're going to find out our second representative for the 2021 Valorant Masters for the Philippine region.
Absolutely, and with a performance like this, you can say that AA might be one of those favorites coming into this one. They will be joined by Oasis Gaming as well as Team Hashra alongside 5 representatives, I believe, from the open qualifiers next week. So you already know that the action is still going to continue here for VALORANT Challengers Philippines. But my oh my, what a game that was from BREN Esports. They're on bind. It really was just them showing their expertise on specific areas, specific sites, and then their defense looking just to be so impenetrable. ArkAngel showing up on the defensive end as well. Some really good retake plays, some really good streaks helping them out. But when the going got tough, and BREN got even tougher choosing the site that would work out for them and really psyching out ArkAngel, it did lead to BREN's victory.
BREN Esports not disappointing. We know that their veteran leadership and experience is exactly what helps propel them here further in the Philippine scene. But I also want to give props to every single team that has made it and fought against BREN Esports this weekend, because every single team stepped up to the plate. Namely ONF in the quarterfinal, ArkAngel now as well taking a map away from them, and Hashira yesterday. They tried... No,
it was OG who played.
That was OG,
it.
sorry. OG,
Almost.
they tried their best, but in the end could not really do it. And so, congratulations to BREN Esports, guys. And well, they take this. They take this. Of course, they do win this one, but you guys can win as well. Don't forget, we're going to have the giveaway winners announced right after. But for now, for potentially one of the last few times here, and for everybody on the board, all the talents here, on behalf of all of the production team, I'm going to be signing out, guys. I am Black and Blue. With me is the amazing Dax. We're going to see you guys next time. Tune in for the giveaway winners as well. See ya.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
The grand finals has concluded, and the winner of the golden ticket are none other than the boys in black and I was gonna say blue because I was thinking of black and blue. I was totally wrong. Black and yellow, and it's BREN Esports taking it in a decisive 3-1 victory. And I just want to say I got the predictions pretty much on fleek right there. Just gonna brush the dirt off my shoulders as we go through that. But again, congratulations to BREN, and I'm speaking with one of the most exciting players, one of the best players on that roster, the none other than the Sova of Sovas himself, Mr. Jesse Vash. And we got to hear what he has to say. Jesse Vash, where are you at?
Yo, thank you.
Congratulations, man. First of all, big deal, and I see everyone behind you. Congratulations to you guys. Well earned, well deserved. I'm going to start off with one question. How does it feel to be going to the Masters?
Sobrang excited lahat kami. Lalo na gusto na talaga namin magkaroon ng LAN event, ng Worlds. Talagang excited kami sa Worlds. Naghahanda talaga kami para dito.
Okay, now that you're going into the Masters and we're going to SEA, I'm going to ask you real quick, who are maybe one or two teams that you're really looking out for in the Masters in the upcoming? Any team in SEA that you're in particular you're looking at?
Yung X10. Last time kasi talo kami dun sa isang championship game. And gusto namin bumawi dun sa X10. Thailand team.
Yeah. And it feels like it's a little bit of a scary time now because, you know, teams are starting to take maps away from you guys. But time and time again, you guys on BREN say that you like it. You like the challenge. You like the competition. And that, you know, you like deserving and winning that title of #1 in the Philippines. Do you guys think that you can really hold on to that #1 spot for a long time?
Yes. Actually, ako, even last year, parang confidence ako that this 2021, no one can beat us.
Yeah.
Itong team ko.
Well, I want to ask you...
And ginagawa rin naman talaga namin lahat para kahit pa paano ma-maintain namin.
Yeah, that's true. And you also have a tournament upcoming this week, so really no rest for you guys. Hope you guys are getting enough rest. But I do want to ask, if you could give any advice to all of the aspiring Sova players that want to play Sova like Mr. Sovash himself, what advice can you give to other Sova players out there?
Sova lineups, well, actually pwede kang manood. Ginagawa ko kasi ako based on YouTube. Uploaded this week every time. Sova lineup, then uploaded this week. Then I get ng idea dun sa mga new uploads ng Recon or Shock Dart. And ako na yung nagpapaganda, ina-adjust ko siya. I make other lineups to my own style, parang gano'n.
So you make your own lineups to suit your play style. If you want a more aggressive lineup and aggressive position, you just see something.
If you're playing sa A site, you need some lineups going to other sites, parang gano'n, to help faster dun yung kakampi mo.
Okay, and one last question. Anyone you want to say thank you to or congratulate or shout out to because you just won the grand finals here and you're soon going to the Masters itself?
Ayun, shoutout sa lahat. Shoutout sa family ko, sa wife ko, sa anak ko. And sa mga fans ng Valorant, grabe yung suporta. Nakita ko ngayon, sobrang dami nang nanood. And yun, GG sa ArkAngel, ang ganda ng laban din. Good start yung natalo nila kami. And sa mga Philippine teams, tuloy lang natin yung grind natin. Magtulungan lang tayo. Kaya natin mag-top. Makapunta sa Worlds. Let's go.
Wow, big words from Mr. Jesse Vash himself. I hope that you guys take that home as words of inspiration. Again, thank you, Mr. Jesse Vash, for joining us tonight. Oh, go ahead.
Malas lang yung ArkAngel kasi birthday ko ngayon eh.
Oh, and happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Jesse Vash.
Thank you.
Yeah. And again, thank you for joining us and congratulations once again. So that has been it for the interview segment, and that was Mr. Jesse Vash. And do please check out his Facebook and his YouTube channels if you want to learn to be more like the Sova himself. Has been amazing every single series, whether it's lining up those shock darts or even the lineup on his Hunter's Fury. He just shows us that he has the finesse to lead his team with information, and it's just so exciting to watch every single time he steps up to the plate. But again, let's move on from the interview and talk about the game itself. So welcome back, guys. Game 3 is done. And it was, sorry, game 4 rather is done, and we just ended with a 3-1 victory for BREN. So I'm Ilustrado, and you're joining me on the panel. Joining me is my amazing panelists right here, Trix and Viminal. What do you make of that last game?
It it was closer than initially I had expected on some maps, and the other maps, for example, Icebox, I really thought it would go in ArkAngel's favor, but it didn't, which also surprised me because BREN decided to change their lineup, although they had been playing with a no duelist lineup up until then.
I mean, I definitely have to agree with you there, Trix. It was definitely a valiant fighting effort from ArkAngel, but it was cool to see adjustments from BREN. I know I've been seeing them perform on Icebox for the past few days quite a lot, and of course some necessary adjustments were made. And yeah, it was overall a really great series. I mean, I was so happy that ArkAngel was able to take map 1. I mean, we're always up for, you know, a longer series, a better game.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, but I do want to point out one thing, and I think it's the most important thing. I'm the only one on the panel who got the prediction right. just putting it out there. Just thinking. Okay.
All right.
That's why they pay me the big. No, not really. But we are watching the highlights right now of the 4-game series. Excuse me. And this almost came down to the wire. It started off really strong for ArkAngel, and they took a decisive victory on the first map. Unfortunately, they weren't able to build up steam. Just ArkAngel picking up map number 2, Haven, and just building that momentum. So many great plays, especially from ArkAngel. They looked so good today, especially Ching on that op in first map. Did so well.
I feel like a big part of it is really the confidence that ArkAngel might have had coming into the games. The confidence to just do everything that they possibly can, and if it doesn't work out, it's okay.
They're such an emotional team, aren't they? They're so I feel like they're very responsive to momentum. Like the hotter they are, the better they do. But when they're down, they seem like they can be really down.
And it's easy to tell that they're down based on the way they're moving and the way that they play. I think that's something they could definitely train from now on, moving forward.
Yeah.
How to control their own momentum and to control their own emotions in the game, and realize that it's professional versus personal.
Yeah, but I definitely do feel, and we definitely saw that they're getting much better at that. Your performance today was really good. It was, again, a valiant effort and a far cry from their performance on the first day.
I really think that they shot themselves in the foot a little with the Icebox pick. I think that they weren't ready to play BREN on Icebox, even though they had a few good moments there. But I really think that if they picked something else, maybe something like Split, they could have had a little bit more success, because from what I could tell on Icebox, they really struggled actually on both sides, offense and defense.
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing, and I'm not sure if you guys are going to agree with me, but I do believe BREN's greatest asset right now is map knowledge beyond that of all the other Filipino teams.
I mean, that was the case for a while, and didn't they mention that one of the best thing about BREN is that they have so much map knowledge, general map knowledge, and they have a good idea of how they're going to execute certain strategies, how they're going to play with each other, the crossfires, the retakes, and to them it's natural, but it might be the map is not as natural yet. Like Haven obviously is.
I mean, conversely, I do believe that a lot of Filipino teams know how to play Ascent very, very well, and that's why I believe ArkAngel was able to take that map away from BREN, BREN not being able to use their greatest asset to their advantage in that particular scenario.
And I also think that, BREN, they seem to be, this isn't no bias at all, they seem to be like the most hardworking squad. Like the number of hours they put into training is actually ridiculous. I feel like I had a chat with Coach Ching, Coach
Ching.
Coach Gibo. They put in, I think, about 10 hours to 12 hours of practice per day. And that's not even with the other players playing in their overtime.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's like a minimum amount of time required to be spent in the boot camp once they enter the HQ.
Yeah, and it shows. It translates. They have such good synergy. They really know how each other plays, especially on Haven, where everything just feels so organic that, like, the way they just peak together. I just know for a fact that certain peaks, they don't even have to say anything. They'll just know, they just do it.
A big part of that is really also getting punished by other teams for certain ways of playing. And I feel with BREN's amount of hours that they're putting into the game, with the amount of scrimmages they're doing as well, it shows when they know they're going to be punished for something or when they're going to be rewarded for a certain play.
Yeah. But again, what I truly love about BREN, and I think this is truly a winner's mentality, is the way that they approach other teams. They're
Yeah.
so not only are they really respectful,
Yes.
except for in game when they teabag, but we all know that's just in, that's just in good fun.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, a lot of these players, they go way back, and it's all very friendly community.
Yeah, but they clearly want everybody to improve and get on their
Yes.
level, and that's something that I think is very inspiring, because I feel like they know that they're local figureheads now, really,
Yeah.
through and through. So, guys, honestly, I feel like if players really want to emulate BREN, emulate their mentality as well against other players, with how they treat the opponents, the sportsmanship. It's just really something so commendable and something I love seeing in the scene.
It definitely is, part of becoming a professional gamer.
Yeah, I also just want to point out, you could definitely see the respect, in my opinion, when they went into Icebox. Because their Icebox has been kind of iffy with the no duelist lineup, and we've seen it affect them over and over again. And today, with ArkAngel going against them, ArkAngel sticking to what they know, and BREN deciding it's not working for us, it's not going to work against them as well. And to me, I'm not sure how the rest of the desk takes this,
Yep.
but for me, seeing that, I thought, wow, BREN is respecting them.
Yeah, I agree, because if they didn't, then BREN would probably be pulling out a lot more experimental lineups. Because as we know, BREN don't really like to take too many risks in professional games unless it really, really works out in scrims. But I feel like they have to, though. I feel like they have to take a little bit more of a risk.
Maybe in the tournaments that aren't going to get them to the VALORANT Challengers Masters.
Yeah, that's... Yeah,
Masters Tour, sorry, yeah.
Like, there's a lot of stake, so...
Yeah, like, for them, maybe they're like, maybe next time, but not this one.
Not in this tournament, exactly, with it a lot at stake here. But let's talk about the stats for a quick second here. BREN taking 3-1 victory, and clearly, as you see in Bind, they struggled a tiny bit, and ArkAngel came back towards the end. But for the most part, it was BREN dominance for the rest of the series, games 2, 3, and 4.
That last map Bind really was Dispenser just able to get so much information and clutching the rounds. It was really amazing.
I mean, if for Haven, it was Borkum and Dubstep just fragging out incredibly. For Bind, it was more of a Dispenser showcase right there. But really, it just goes to show the advantage of BREN in having much better executions, much better set plays and retakes than pretty much other Filipino teams.
I 100% agree with you. But let's take a look at the MVP. Who is it going to be? Will it be Jesse Vash? Will it be Dubstep? An amazing performance for the Opper. And there's no doubt, every single map throughout the series, he was just online. It's a very scary thing to behold when Dubstep is on. 260.8 ACS. And 18.8 average per kill. Average kills and 0.9 kills per round. Viminal, I'm going to get your thoughts on this. How good was Dubstep today?
I mean, we saw him absolutely step it up on Haven earlier. There were some instances wherein he showcased his incredible game sense, wherein he would just shoot through the smoke or perhaps check the right corner at the exact right time. Just, that extra dimension of skill that is very intrinsic to Dubstep himself.
You
And
could
not just a one-trick operator.
Yeah, you could definitely see the thought process behind it and the experience that comes with the player.
Yeah, definitely. So much experience, and I think that really shined through in all of the games. So Dubstep, very well deserving of the MVP in the grand finals against ArkAngel. But let's move on and hang out all together. We got a little bit of a message from one of our sponsors. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Hangouts. So thank you very much to Globe. That's been it for our sponsors, but it's time for you to be a winner here today, not just BREN. We're giving away 1,500 points or more here today. And we're going to announce the winners right now. We got them ready, and we're going to pull it up on your screen. So congratulations to you guys. Angelica Denise, Kyle Soriano, Marvic Borja, Gershwin Hermono, if I think that's correct. Care Lacson, Kim De Guzman, Justin Bingayan, Reynan J. Villagomez, Ram Carpia, and Marie Joy Sarmiento. Congratulations to you guys. You just won 1,500 Valorant points. That much closer to getting that favorite skin that you want. Or who knows, maybe it's enough to buy that skin you want. I know some of my favorite skins are actually... Oh, wait, there's more. Wait, there's more. Congratulations to Gaylord Riel, Nick Howard Encarnacion, Angela Almeida, Liza Mier, and DK Morales. Congratulations to you guys. You just won yourselves a lot of Valorant points. And hopefully, maybe you'll get the Celestial fan. I know that's literally the only thing I want. And the Buddy, which is cute, but you need the whole bundle to get it. So a little bit sad about that. But you guys maybe have a better chance than I do at getting those skins. So congratulations to you guys. Let's now wrap up the show with the analysts. Before we go and say thank you to everybody who's tuned in, Trix and Viminal, any final thoughts on what went down this whole weekend?
I mean, as always, it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to bring you guys the Valorant action right here from the analyst desk. And of course, thank you, for being such great pals over the weekend. It's always a fun time, really. And I'm absolutely honored to be a part of the local Valorant community. So thank you guys so much for tuning in and supporting the broadcast.
I love seeing the Philippine scene grow, and I've always loved seeing it from other titles, and it's very nice to see that teams are sticking together, changing the meta, changing themselves, and trying to be better in general, and increasing the esports scene in the Philippines. So I'm glad to be given a chance to be an analyst for all of you amazing teams, and I hope to see you in the ladder.
Well, that's been it for us on your panel. Again, this is Viminal, this is Strix, and my name is Illustrado. Follow us on our social media. Check out PPGL on Facebook, on Twitch, on TikTok, wherever. Search that, PPGL, the Philippine Pro Gaming League, has been amazing. And thank you again to all of our sponsors, especially the Globe, for making this possible. So once more, and for the final time, my name is Illustrado, and see you on week number 3.